Chapter 1047. The primeval banquet was held on a piece of rock. This rock was floating in the vast and boundless universe like a speck of dust. When getting closer, one could see that this rock was actually a few tens of thousands of miles in size and was comparable to a small star. If one took a closer look, one would realize that this rock was actually a square stone seal. The stone seal even had natural markings that were magnified several times. Thick Earth Stone Seal, Low-Class Universe Cardinal Artifact. As a Universe Cardinal Artifact, it was normal for it to be a few tens of thousands of miles in size. On the stone seal, Li Fuchen used the primal chaos Earth Tao Source Essence to create a garden. After sprinkling countless seeds and greenwood gourd water, the garden was filled with thousands of flowers. Towering trees rose from the ground and vines crawled all over the corners of the garden. Of course, this was just the visual beauty. At the level of a ruler, one would be able to see things in a deeper perspective. They could see through the garden and see the Earth Tao Law and Life Tao Law. He actually used a low-class Universe Cardinal Artifact as the venue for the banquet. Extravagant and grand. No wonder he is the strongest ruler. In the entire universe, there are probably only a handful of individuals that have such extravagance. The rulers landed on the thick Earth Stone Seal and were filled with praises. They could clearly feel the Earth Tao Law and Life Tao Law. If some of the rulers that cultivated the Earth Tao and Life Tao were to comprehend in seclusion here, their cultivation speed would definitely increase by 10 times or even 100 times. Come, let's go in. I can already smell the aroma of fine wine. In the garden, there were countless yellow-clothed attendants walking back and forth with plates in their hands. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance that these attendants were not naturally formed life forms, but earth spirits condensed from earth path origin energy. As time elapsed, there were more and more rulers that arrived at the primeval banquet. Of course, most of these rulers were here to join in the fun. Even if they had enough artifacts, they wouldn't use them to bid for the Universe Cardinal Artifact. What a joke! The Universe Cardinal Artifact might be great, but one must have the strength to protect it. The primary extreme ruler was able to protect his Universe Cardinal Artifact because he was the strongest ruler. If it was someone else, they would have been dead by now. Give me a cup. The purple extreme ruler was walking alone on the path of the garden while lamenting in his heart. He remembered that he had a small conflict with Li Fuchen back then, but it was fortunate that Li Fuchen stopped in time. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen, who wasn't a match for him back then, had already achieved an achievement that he could only look up to? Strongest Sovereign Emperor. Just hearing these 3 words was shocking. Good wine. Taking the wine from the earth attendant, Monarch Purple Extreme couldn't help but sigh in admiration after taking a sip. The standard of this banquet was too high-end. A bottle of wine was worth at least 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and many were worth more than 10 million. Imperial Emperor Ziji roughly estimated that the wine consumed for this banquet alone was estimated to be more than hundreds of billions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Including other fruits and snacks, the total cost was estimated to be more than 1 trillion. With his wealth, he could do his best to hold this banquet, but it would certainly be a heavy blow. Of course, Imperial Emperor Yuanji's net worth was definitely much higher than his. Even if it wasn't a few trillion, he definitely had a few 100 trillion. How could he know that Li Fuchen's net worth had reached a few trillion? 1 trillion was 100 million. In the universe, there were hundreds of thousands of imperial monarchs. Although it was impossible for all of them to come, a small portion of them was already very impressive. A few days later, the number of imperial lords on the thick Earth Stone Seal had reached 5,000. It is about time. In the depths of the garden, Li Fuchen nodded. 5,000 imperial lords wasn't a small number. After all, they were imperial lords and not just any Tom, Dick or Harry that could be found everywhere. Ha! Imperial Emperor Yuanji, I, wind-chasing god, came uninvited. You wouldn't blame me, right? An invisible wind landed on the thick Earth Stone Seal and revealed the figure of a lean middle-aged man. It is the wind-chasing clan's demigod ancestor, wind-chasing god. Someone recognized the wind-chasing god. There were too many great clans in the universe. Any clan that produced a demigod would become a great clan. The wind-chasing clan had only become a great clan in the recent million years and was considered one of the rising factions. Not at all, not at all. Wind-chasing god, please come in. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The arrival of a demigod was exactly what Li Fuchen wished for. As compared to imperial emperors, demigods had a lot more good items. After the wind-chasing god, another 3 demigods attended the primordial banquet. Of course, they were all regular demigods. High-class demigods weren't interested in low-class universe treasures, unless Li Fuchen could take out a mid-class universe treasure to auction. When the banquet started, close to 6,000 individuals gathered at the fountain plaza in the center of the garden. Everyone, here are a total of 9 low-class universe treasures and 108 peak-class treasures. Among you, those with life-type low-class universe treasures or peak-class treasures can have priority to exchange. Li Fuchen didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, a large number of low-class universe treasures and peak-class treasures floated in the air. For a moment, there was a dazzling radiance that lit up the starry sky. SS. Everyone took a deep cold breath. Even though they knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of treasures and was wealthier than demigods, they still held their breaths when they saw it with their own eyes. 9 low-class universe treasures, was there a need to be so exaggerated? Furthermore, from Li Fuchen's appearance, it was obvious that 9 low-class universe treasures weren't everything he had. As for the peak-class treasures, they might be inferior. Normally speaking, a regular low-class universe treasure would be able to exchange for 10 or 20 peak-class treasures. However, there were too many types of peak-class treasures. Many people couldn't afford to purchase universe treasures, but they could still afford peak-class treasures. I want this wine spirit divine wood. The wind-chasing god's eyes lit up. He might be a demigod, but his cultivation level wasn't high. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be a regular demigod. If he could obtain the wind spirit divine wood and cultivate diligently for a period of time, his cultivation level would increase by another level. While speaking, the wind-chasing god took out a flower from his spatial ring. This flower looked like it was carved out of ancient jade and was emitting bright radiance. This is the low-class universe treasure, white jade gauze flower. I wonder if it is enough to exchange for this wind spirit divine wood? The wind-chasing god looked at Li Fuchen. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded and waved his hand to send the wind spirit divine wood to the wind-chasing god. Many thanks. The wind-chasing god also sent the white jade gauze flower to Li Fuchen. The white jade gauze flower might not contain the vitality source essence, but the wood Dao source essence is closely related to the vitality source essence. It is enough for the tree of life to grow significantly. Li Fuchen tossed the white jade gauze flower into the greenwood gourd. I wish to use the low-class universe treasure, the 7-color gem and 10 peak-class treasures to exchange for the chaos true water. Seeing that the wind-chasing god had made the exchange, the other demigod, the god of water suppression, couldn't hold back anymore. Sure. Li Fuchen thought about it and agreed. The 7-color gem's value wasn't inferior to the chaos true water. With the addition of 10 peak-class treasures, Li Fuchen was considered to have made a profit. Emperor Primary Extreme, I have 12 pieces of half-divine artifact shards and 20 peak-class treasures. Is it possible to exchange for the 9 origin ice pearl? The one who spoke was the mystic ice god. This demigod was a loner and didn't establish a super faction. Li Fuchen sized up the mystic ice god's half-divine artifact shards and peak-class treasures before nodding. Sure. The 9 origin ice pearl wasn't considered a regular low-class universe treasure. Its value was definitely above 20 peak-class treasures. As for how many peak-class treasures it was worth, it would vary from person to person. For those who needed it, 50 peak-class treasures wouldn't be considered too much. For those who didn't need it, 30 peak-class treasures would be considered too much. That is great. Seeing that Li Fuchen agreed, the mystic ice god was delighted. The 9 origin ice pearl was too rare. The mystic ice god had only read about the 9 origin ice pearl in ancient records. He had never seen or heard of anyone possessing it. Out of the 4 demigods, 3 of them had already transacted with Li Fuchen. The remaining demigod was called the god of scorched earth. He grinned and said, I have 28 stones of the Reaper. I wonder how many low-class universe treasures can I exchange for? What? Stone of the Reaper. Speaking of the Stone of the Reaper, it was necessary to talk about the legendary Reaper and the Death God Lake. The Reaper was an extremely horrific demigod in the history of the universe. It was said that he could control life and death and control reincarnation. When he was active, no demigod would be able to contest with him. Even the divine race's demigods would be overshadowed and would have to retreat in front of him. The Death God Lake was located in the Radiant Starfield and was the second most dangerous place in the Radiant Starfield. The Death God Lake was called the Death God Lake because it was inextricably linked with the Reaper. As for what the relationship was, no one knew. It was said that the Stone of the Reaper contained the power of the Reaper. In the center of the Death God Lake, there was a small island and there was a Death God cave on the island. Only those who possessed the Stone of the Reaper could enter the Death God cave. There were only 2 outcomes after entering the Death God cave. Either they could bring out a treasure alive or they could stay inside forever. For countless years, there were plenty of people who entered the Death God cave. According to the statistics, the mortality rate was about 50%. It was also because of this that the Death God Lake was ranked second among the dangerous places in the Radiant Starfield and not first. If a single stone of the Reaper could allow one to enter the Death God Cave, then 28 stones would allow one to enter the Death God Cave 28 times. But in everyone's opinion, no one could enter the Death God Cave 28 times and not die. After all, demigods weren't able to enter the Death God Cave. Stone of the Reaper, huh? Li Fuchen said, you can pick any low-class universe treasure. The treasures in the Death God Cave might be tempting to him, but to be honest, it wasn't that tempting. 1 is too little. There was once someone who brought out a half-divine artifact from the Death God Cave. The god of scorched earth frowned. It wasn't easy for him to obtain these 28 stones of the Reaper and he nearly fell into a dangerous situation once. It is quite a lot. Do you think I will be interested in a regular half-divine artifact? Li Fuchen shook his head. Right now, let alone a regular half-divine artifact, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be interested in a high-class or peak-class half-divine artifact. He would either not accept the baptism of a half-divine artifact, or he would choose a peak-class half-divine artifact. After all, in terms of cultivation level, a half-divine artifact would have a huge influence on a demigod's strength. Li Fuchen might be the strongest ruler, but if his first half-divine artifact was a peak-class half-divine artifact, he wouldn't even be able to make it to the top 10 among the demigods. If a peak-class invincible ruler obtained a peak-class half-divine artifact, their strength might be above Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen set a target for himself. In terms of Sword Dao, he had to choose a peak-class half-divine artifact. In terms of Time and Space Dao, he had to choose a peak-class half-divine artifact. In addition, Li Fuchen was already considering cultivating his 4th martial Dao. It was just in case. If he obtained a half-divine artifact that wasn't suitable for him in the battlefield of gods and he urgently needed to increase his strength, wouldn't he be in a dilemma? 2. Otherwise, forget it. The god of scorched earth still didn't agree. 1 and 20 peak-class artifacts. Li Fuchen wouldn't agree to 2 low-class universe treasures. Chapter 1048. Once the primordial banquet ended, Li Fuchen kept the thick earth stone seal. There is quite a lot of harvest. In the starry sky, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. During this banquet, he had obtained a total of 2 life-type low-class universe treasures and 17 life-type peak-class treasures. He reckoned that the Tree of Life should be able to evolve into a mid-class universe treasure. The legendary Death God Lake. I will find a chance to visit it. But before that, I will make a trip to the Water God Tomb. Li Fuchen had always been curious about the Death God Lake. It originated from his curiosity towards the Grim God. If the God of immortality was a legend, then the Grim God was a legend. The god of immortality ultimately died under the siege of multiple demigods, while the grim god didn't die under siege. In fact, no one knew if the grim god was dead or alive. There were rumors that the grim god had already ascended to become a god. Of course, the death god lake was too dangerous. Even if Li Fuchen was the strongest ruler, it was still extremely dangerous to visit the death god lake. In comparison, the water god tomb was much safer. But this safety was only in comparison. During the ancient era, the water god was also one of the extremely terrifying demigods. It was still unknown if the god of immortality was comparable. In the water god tomb, it was drizzling and 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. TSS TSS TSS, with Li Fuchen's reminder, Yan Qinggu quickly activated her saber energy protection. Immediately after, when the rainwater dripped on the saber energy protection, there was a corrosive sound. This is the water god tomb. It is so mystical. Yan Qinggu had too little experience. Apart from the deep blue plain, everything else in the outside world was new to her. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen brought her to the water god tomb. There were still plenty of rulers that came to the water god tomb. It was different from the previous visit. When these rulers saw Li Fuchen and the others, they would stay far away. What a joke, Li Fuchen's current appearance and chi presence was already known by everyone. There were only a few who didn't recognize him. If these people didn't provoke Li Fuchen, he naturally wouldn't kill them and seize their treasures. His current net worth was too terrifying. He had trillions of top-grade spirit stones. Any low-grade universal supreme treasure he had was worth hundreds of trillions of top-grade spirit stones. Any mid-grade universal supreme treasure was worth more than trillions of top-grade spirit stones. As for high-grade universal supreme treasures, they were absolutely priceless and could not be measured with top-grade spirit stones. However, a peak sovereign emperor's entire wealth was only about 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. Killing 100 peak sovereign emperors would only cost 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. The only things he was interested in now were universe treasures and semi-divine artifacts. The rest were meaningless to him. With the strength of an unrivaled sovereign emperor, the reign in the water god tomb posed no threat to Yan Qinggu. Rather than exploring the water god tomb, the 3 might as well say that they were out for fun. Unknowingly, the 3 of them arrived before a lake. This lake was called Water God Lake, and it was extremely dangerous. Even invincible sovereign emperors would die if they entered Water God Lake. However, in the Water God Mausoleum, only the Water God Palace in the center of the Water God Lake had semi-divine artifacts. The Water God Palace was guarded by plenty of Water God guards and it was heavily guarded. Until now, no one had heard of anyone obtaining the Water God's semi-divine artifact, Water God Trident. Li Fuchen didn't dare to enter the Water God Palace because he wasn't a half-god and had strength that was close to a top-notch half-god. Otherwise, a single Water God guard would be enough to make him suffer. Bang bang bang, Li Fuchen released a chi barrier to protect Yan Qinggu and the Wolfman incarnation. In the Water God Lake, there were plenty of water monsters. The weakest of these water monsters were at the level of an unrivaled sovereign emperor, while the stronger ones were at the level of a peak-level unrivaled sovereign emperor. When a group of water monsters worked together, those below the strongest sovereign emperor wouldn't be able to resist. Qinggu, this water monster's strength is similar to yours. You should practice first. Li Fuchen used the sword lock universe to envelop Yan Qinggu and a water monster. Inside the sword lock universe, Yan Qinggu didn't take out the broken saber or the universe artifact. Her weapon was a tier 5 peak-grade supreme saber, the Thunder Sting Saber. As the saber light flickered, a human and a water monster were in an intense battle. It was obvious that Yan Qinggu hadn't fought for a long time and her combat experience was obviously lacking. She had been at a disadvantage. If Li Fuchen didn't intentionally affect her, Yan Qinggu would have been defeated. The sudden change is too huge. I can't adapt to it. After fighting for a long time, Yan Qinggu took out the broken saber and killed the water monster with ease. Ever since she became a saint, she basically didn't have much battle experience. She had always been cultivating and cultivating. As such, her understanding of her own strength and the enemy's strength was obstructed. This obstruction was severely restricting her judgment. You will slowly get used to it. There is no hurry. Li Fuchen constantly looked for water monsters for Yan Qingguo to practice with so that she could familiarize herself with her strength. Unknowingly, the trio passed through the Death God Lake and arrived at the plaza outside the Water God Palace. Boom, boom, the two Water God guards discovered the three of them and rushed towards them from the left and right. Leave this to me. The Wolfman incarnation volunteered and charged at the Water God guard on the right. Let me try too. With the broken saber, Yan Qingguo was confident she could exchange moves with the Water God guard. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. The Water God guard might be strong, but it was only equivalent to a weaker regular demigod. The Wolfman incarnation was a peak-level invincible emperor, and with the help of a mid-class universe artifact, it wouldn't be defeated in a single clash. If Li Fuchen really couldn't resist, he would definitely make a move. As for Yan Qingguo, there was no need to worry. The broken saber was an incomplete top-notch half-divine artifact and could temporarily condense half-god power. It meant that Yan Qingguo would be comparable with a half-god for a short period of time. Boom! Wielding the Chaos Gem essence, the Wolfman incarnation clashed with the Water God guard. A violent chi force burst out and the Wolfman incarnation was sent flying. When facing the Water God guard, the Wolfman incarnation was still slightly inferior, but the difference wasn't huge. A peak-level invincible emperor with the help of a mid-class universe artifact should have strength similar to the strongest emperor. As for the weaker regular demigods, their strength should be around the same level as the strongest emperor. Li Fuchen was able to have strength that was close to or even comparable to a top-notch demigod because he had a high-class universe artifact. Furthermore, it was a high-class universe artifact that was adept at combat. On the other side, Yan Qingguo's situation was much better than the Wolfman incarnation. From start to end, she had been suppressing the Water God guard. The half-god power condensed by Qingguo is comparable to high-class demigods in terms of quality. It is just a little scattered and not concentrated enough. Li Fuchen saw some clues. Boom boom boom. This battle lasted for a very long time and Li Fuchen only made a move to eliminate the two Water God guards after the duo had their fill. The Water God Palace was enveloped by a layer of dark blue water screen. Previously, they were far away and weren't able to see the situation inside the water screen. Now that they were closer, they could see that the Water God guards were patrolling the corridors outside the palace. These Water God guards were dark blue in color and they were all dark blue giants. Among the dark blue giants, there were a few dark green giants that were very eye-catching. Mid-class Water God guards. Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. Chapter 1049. Li Fuchen's trip to the Water God tomb was for the half-divine artifact. Regardless of whether it was the Death God Lake or the demigod domain, they were both filled with danger. If he could become a demigod as soon as possible, it would naturally be a great thing. In the universe, there were only a few places that had demigod weapons. The Water God Mausoleum was considered relatively safe. For example, the number one danger zone in the universe, the Insectoid God Battlefield, was once the main battlefield between the 100 races and the Insectoid race. Many demigods had died there, so naturally, there would be demigod weapons lost there. However, even demigods did not dare to step into the Insectoid God Battlefield easily because it was connected to the Insectoid race's nest. There might be Insectoid demigods active there. If I can get the Water God Trident, I will cultivate the Water Dao to perfection when I get out. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Needless to say, the Water God Trident was the Water God's demigod weapon. It was at least a peak demigod weapon. If it was the Water God's main demigod weapon, it would most likely be a peak demigod weapon. In order to obtain a top-notch or peak-grade half-divine artifact, Li Fuchen was willing to cultivate another martial Dao as it wouldn't take him a long time anyway. You too, enter the world core first. Li Fuchen stored Yan Qingguo and the werewolf clone into the world heart. It was too dangerous to enter the water god palace, and it was much more efficient for Li Fuchen to move alone. Pop! After passing through the dark blue water screen, Li Fuchen arrived at the corridor of the water god palace. All of a sudden, all the water god guards noticed Li Fuchen. He didn't have a choice, as there was no way to conceal himself in this place. Even if Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence, his opponent would still be able to see him with the naked eye. The primordial bracelet transformed into the primordial armor and primordial sword. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and rushed forward. Bang bang bang! Previously at the water god tomb, any low-class water god guard would be able to crush Li Fuchen. But it was different now. When facing so many water god guards, Li Fuchen swept with his sword, and it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Be it the low-class or mid-class water god guards, all of them were sent flying as if they were dried twigs. Of course, it wasn't possible to kill the water god guards. Killing Li Fuchen alone would require a lot of time. It was unknown how long it would take to kill all the water god guards in the corridor. Li Fuchen's objective was to charge into the water god palace first. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had killed his way to the entrance of the water god palace. So many water god guards. Li Fuchen looked inside and couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. The inside of the water god palace was like a universe. The spatial zone was massive and one couldn't even see the end of it. With just a glance, Li Fuchen noticed over 1,000 low-class water god guards, close to 100 mid-class water god guards, and 5 high-class water god guards. Although the water god guards were very inflexible and only knew how to attack at close range, they could still bite someone to death if there were enough of them. Li Fuchen calculated and realized that he could easily deal with a low-class water god guard in a one-on-one fight. 1 against 10 was rather troublesome and would require a lot of energy. 1 versus 20 plus, Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence. 1 against 100, if the battle dragged on, Li Fuchen would definitely lose. 1 against 1,000, once Li Fuchen was trapped and unable to escape, he would definitely die. What's more, apart from beginner water god guards, there were also intermediate and advanced water god guards. The water god guards in the corridor had already surrounded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hesitated for a moment before he flashed and skimmed into the water god palace. Boom 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 boom, Li Fuchen might have released the Sword Dao universe immediately, but with so many water god guards attacking, the Sword Dao universe instantly crumbled and wasn't able to affect the situation. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen executed the Sword Sea Horizon with the primordial sword and was still able to block the first few waves of attacks from the water god guards with ease. I have already seen the water god trident. But it is too difficult to obtain it. At the end of the palace, there was a table, and on the table was a black sphere of light. There was a trident floating inside the sphere of light. The trident's chi presence might have been isolated by the black sphere of light, but just by looking at the trident with the naked eye, Li Fuchen felt a piercing pain in his eyes and saint spirit. Only his spirit soul could easily withstand this pressure. Peak grade half-divine artifact, it must be a peak grade half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen had seen peak-grade half-divine artifacts before, but they weren't as sharp and tyrannical as the trident. If peak-grade half-divine artifacts were considered sharp weapons, then peak-grade half-divine artifacts were divine weapons. There was a huge difference in their essence, chi, and spirit. Moreover, demigods were divided into 5 levels: ordinary demigods, high-level demigods, top-notch demigods, peak demigods, and invincible demigods. There were even higher levels. However, demigods were only divided into 4 levels: ordinary demigods, high-level demigods, top-notch demigods, and peak demigods. There were no invincible demigods. It also meant that peak-grade half-divine artifacts were the best half-divine artifacts. Any higher would be the legendary divine artifacts. If Li Fuchen could obtain the water god trident and cultivate his water Dao to the perfection rank, he would immediately become a peak-grade half-god. Furthermore, he would be the strongest among the peak-grade half-gods and would be just inferior to the invincible half-gods. Generally speaking, the strongest ruler would only become an invincible half-god after obtaining a suitable peak-grade half-god artifact. Unless Li Fuchen obtained a peak-grade Sword Dao half-god artifact, he wouldn't be able to become an invincible half-god. There were too many water god guards and Li Fuchen felt as though he was in a turbulent swamp. Every step forward would require a huge amount of energy. In fact, as time elapsed, it was hard for him to even retreat as he had no control. Should I risk it? Li Fuchen believed that he still had a sliver of hope, but he knew clearly that the price of risking it might be death. Forget it. This water god trident is impossible to obtain for those below the half-god realm. There is no need to force it. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen still decided to retreat. A peak-grade half-god artifact might be good, but there wasn't a need to risk his life for it. Furthermore, it wasn't the time to risk his life. Soon enough, Li Fuchen rejoiced. If he retreated a little later, he might not be able to break out of the encirclement. The Death God Lake was the number 2 dangerous place in the Radiant Star region and one of the top 10 dangerous places in the universe. The Death God Lake was very special. It might be more dangerous than the Water God Tomb, but there were plenty of people that visited the Death God Lake. Some of the regular rulers would even dare to come to the Death God Lake. However, those who were familiar with the Death God Lake would know that the Death God Lake was actually separated into 2 regions. One was the peripheral region of the Death God Lake and the other was the region of the Death God Lake. The peripheral region of the Death God Lake didn't have any dangers. Furthermore, it was rich in Death God herbs and had attracted a large number of rulers. But the region of the Death God Lake was different. Without the strength of an invincible ruler, entering the Death God Lake would be courting death. Even if an invincible ruler entered the Death God Lake, the death rate would be more than 50%. At one of the ferries of the Death God Lake, a grayish-black mist enveloped the entire Death God Lake. There was a creaking sound as a small boat floated out from the mist. On the small boat was a man in a bamboo hat. He was silent and was emitting a dense death chi presence, as though he had been dead for countless years. Do you think these ferrymen are alive or dead? After boarding the boat, Yan Qinggu asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, the Death God controls life and death. These should be dead demigods. As long as the Death God was willing, those who were killed by the Death God wouldn't dissipate their physical form and would become the Death God's servant. It was rumored that the 108 ferrymen on the Death God Lake were all demigods that were killed by the Death God. After being killed, they are still under the Death God's control. I wonder how strong the Death God was back then. Did he really ascend to become a god? Yan Qinggu sighed lightly. Li Fuchen said, there is definitely a higher realm above the demigod realm. There is no doubt about that. But it seems like something happened in the universe during these countless years. It has been a long time since anyone ascended to become a god, causing everyone to be skeptical about ascending to become a god. Be it the battlefield of gods, the half-god region, or the golden amulet, they all told Li Fuchen that there was a higher realm above this universe. However, Li Fuchen could vaguely sense that there seemed to be some deviation on the path of ascending to become a god. It had been too long since anyone ascended to become a god. As a result, there were more and more demigods in the universe. Just like the Swordsman Guild, they had close to 20 demigods. As for the other 8 major factions, apart from the Undead Legion, each of them had at least 10 demigods. Especially the Divine Race Temple, they had over 30 demigods. If the 9 major factions were to add up, they would have around 200 demigods. With the addition of the other major factions' demigods, there were definitely more than 300 demigods in the entire universe. It was fortunate that all the demigods were gathered in the battlefield of gods and the half-god region. Otherwise, the universe would be in a mess. The boat carried the trio and traveled through the mist silently. Occasionally, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Huff! All of a sudden, the mist condensed and a terrifying figure appeared at the bow of the boat. My Tao is the Tao of life and death. If you are not alive, you will be dead. If you are not dead, you will not be alive. Receive my palm of life and death. The terrifying figure slammed a palm at the trio. The person on the ferry didn't bother about it and seemed like he couldn't feel anything. Interesting. Li Fuchen countered with a palm strike. Bang bang. The boat shook and the terrifying figure scattered. Is that an undead spirit? Yan Qinggu was curious. Li Fuchen shook his head. It isn't that simple. This death god lake can contain a myriad of Daos. That person might be dead, but his cultivation hasn't scattered yet. He is dead, but his cultivation hasn't scattered yet. Yan Qinggu didn't understand. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. At this moment, he finally felt how terrifying the death god's cultivation realm was. Perhaps, the person had already ascended to become a god. The death god lake was massive and the speed of the boat wasn't considered fast. Along the way, there would be terrifying figures formed by the mist that assaulted the trio. The weakest of these figures were formidable invincible monarchs, while the stronger ones were at the demigod level. No wonder it was said that more than half of the invincible monarchs would die in the death god lake. Just these terrifying figures were enough to cause severe casualties to those that entered. After an entire month, the boat finally arrived at the death god island. All of you will die too, all of you will die too. Along the way, the person who ferried the boat that didn't say a single word let out a terrifying sneer and rowed away. Trying to act mysterious. The werewolf incarnation squinted his eyes. Li Fuchen said, "It is just a trace of obsession and a trace of hatred. There is no need to bother about him." The person who ferried the boat was already dead. What was left was just his cultivation and a trace of his past obsession. The Death God Island wasn't huge and the trio soon arrived at the vicinity of the Death God Cave. It is the primary extreme monarch. In the vicinity of the Death God Cave, there were a few invincible monarchs. When they saw Li Fuchen, they were all apprehensive and quickly distanced themselves. Li Fuchen said, "If you want to enter, hurry up and enter. I can guarantee that I will not touch a single hair of yours, even if you obtain a half-divine artifact. Primary extreme monarch, I believe you." An invincible monarch wielded the Reaper's Stone and jumped into the Death God Cave. After a long time, the invincible monarch still didn't come out. "It seems like he has perished." One of the invincible monarchs shook his head. The Death God Cave was very evil. Those that entered would either live or die. Most importantly, those that survived wouldn't know how they survived. They would only know that they randomly took an artifact and walked out. Chapter 1050. Soon enough, the second invincible ruler jumped into the Death God Cave. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but as compared to becoming a half-god, they were willing to risk it. The Death God Cave didn't have a lot of things, but it had plenty of half-god artifacts. During the era when the Death God was active, there were plenty of half-gods that died in the hands of the Death God. Correspondingly, the Death God naturally obtained plenty of half-god artifacts too. Of course, it didn't mean that one would definitely obtain a half-god artifact after entering the Death God Cave. But for countless years, there were indeed people that became half-gods after coming out of the Death God Lake. What if they were the lucky ones? The atmosphere was a little stifling. The second invincible ruler didn't make it out either and vanished silently. "I don't believe it." The third invincible ruler gritted his teeth and jumped in. Ha ha ha. The third invincible ruler was lucky as he came out alive and he even brought out a low-class universe artifact. It might not be a half-god artifact, but to be able to come out alive and bring out a low-class universe artifact was enough to make him extremely excited. "Primary extreme ruler, you aren't going to make a move, right?" All of a sudden, the invincible ruler thought of something. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I have plenty of universe artifacts, do you think I will be interested in them?" "That is true." The invincible ruler recalled something and let out a breath of relief. Li Fuchen even had a high-class universe artifact, why would he care about a low-class universe artifact? Immediately after, the fourth invincible ruler gritted his teeth and jumped into the Death God Cave. But this invincible ruler wasn't so lucky and followed in the footsteps of the first and second invincible ruler. There was a total of 4 invincible rulers, 3 died and 1 survived. The mortality rate was at 75%. This is too dangerous. Yan Qingguo took a deep cold breath. The werewolf incarnation said, riches are sought from danger. The more dangerous the death god cave is, the more precious the treasures inside are. Li Fuchen nodded and said with a smile, the treasures inside are indeed extremely precious. Once he arrived in the vicinity of the death god cave, he started to use his spirit soul power to scan the death god cave. Just as he expected, even though the cave of death was left behind by the death god, it couldn't block the probing of soul power. In the deepest part of the death god cave, Li Fuchen saw a treasure vault. The treasure vault was filled with treasures and the worst was a P-class treasure. Furthermore, these P-class treasures were piled up like a mountain like a pile of trash. At least a few thousand top-grade treasures. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. He already had a lot of top-notch treasures, more than 100 of them. However, compared to the Grim Reaper's collection, it still paled in comparison. Most importantly, the Grim Reaper's top-notch treasures were quite comprehensive. Basically, anyone could find a top-notch treasure that suited them. It would be a good thing if I could get my hands on some top-notch Sword Dao treasures. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation realm, top-notch artifacts might not be able to help him a lot, but they could be used to replenish his strength. After all, in an extremely harsh environment, replenishment of strength was still very crucial and could be used to save his life. Beside the peak-class treasures, there was a pile of low-class universe treasures. Li Fuchen made a rough count and there were around a few hundred low-class universe treasures. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine the concept of a few hundred low-class universe treasures. No wonder the treasures in the Death God Cave have never dried up after countless years. Li Fuchen was speechless and shocked. Those that could enter the Death God Cave were the minority. With the death rate of more than 50%, those that could truly take away the treasures were extremely rare. As such, the treasures in the Death God Cave were naturally able to last for a very long time. Beside the low-class universe treasures, there was a small pile of mid-class universe treasures and there were dozens of them. Among them, Li Fuchen saw a few gourds that were very similar to the greenwood gourd, but had different colors. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also saw 2 chaos fire lotuses. These are all great items. Li Fuchen might have the high-class primordial beginning bracelet and the future high-class universe treasure, the Tree of Life, but it didn't mean that he didn't have any thoughts about mid-class universe treasures. The greenwood gourd could nurture vitality and was extremely useful. The gourds in the Death God Cave's treasure vault would probably be as useful as the greenwood gourd. Furthermore, there were a few gourds here. As for the chaos fire lotuses, Li Fuchen had a great need for them. In order for his hand of calamity to advance, he had to devour high-grade calamity power. A single chaos fire lotus might not be able to allow him to advance to the later stage of the hand of calamity, but it would be able to shorten a significant amount of time. Furthermore, there were 2 here. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power moved and saw the high-class universe treasures. Just as Li Fuchen expected, even the Death God didn't have many high-class universe treasures. In the Death God Cave's treasure vault, there were only 2 high-class universe treasures. They were a mystical crystal ball and a heart-like resplendent crystal core. Universe Spirit Ball and Heart of Plane. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that the crystal ball was the Universe Spirit Ball and the resplendent crystal core was the Heart of Plane. The Universe Spirit Ball contained a myriad of great Daos. It was formed by the universe's most essential power. There was an ancient legend that whoever obtained the Universe Spirit Ball would ascend to become a god. It could be said that the Universe Spirit Ball was the #1 universe treasure and its value was even above pinnacle half-divine artifacts. As for the Heart of Plane, it was also a treasure that was comparable with a pinnacle half-divine artifact. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any high-class universe treasure would cause demigods to fight for it. Back then, in order to contest for the high-class universe treasure, the World Tree, plenty of demigods had perished. The war only ended when the World Tree was destroyed. The matter of Li Fuchen possessing a high-class universe treasure was far from over. When those truly powerful demigods returned from the battlefield of gods, they would definitely deal with him. Therefore, Li Fuchen decided to take the risk and explore the Water God Tomb and the Death God Lake. If he couldn't obtain any half-divine artifacts from these two places, he would head to other dangerous ruins. In short, it wasn't that he didn't want to go to the half-god region, but it was best to only go after becoming a demigod. With just the strongest emperor level, he wouldn't be able to make a name for himself in the half-god region. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power lingered on the universe spirit ball and the heart of plane for a while before looking at the other side of the treasure vault. On the other side of the treasure vault, there was only one thing, and that was the half-divine artifacts. There were hundreds of half-divine artifacts. These half-divine artifacts were split into 4 groups: normal half-divine artifacts, high-class half-divine artifacts, top-notch half-divine artifacts, and peak-level half-divine artifacts. Among them, the normal half-divine artifacts were the most numerous, and there were hundreds of them. Next were the high-class half-divine artifacts, and there were around 70 to 80 of them. There were over 20 top-notch half-divine artifacts. There were only 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts. These 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts were an armor, a necklace, a dagger, a battle hammer, and a belt. 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts are enough to create 5 peak-level demigods. This is truly insane. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity that he didn't see any top-notch sword Dao half-divine artifacts. The strongest emperor would only be able to become an unrivaled demigod if he obtained a suitable top-notch half-divine artifact. In the universe, there were less than 5 strongest emperors, but there were less than 3 unrivaled demigods. Among the 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts, there wasn't a sword Dao half-divine artifact. However, among the 20 top-notch half-divine artifacts, there was a sword Dao half-divine artifact, a claw Dao half-divine artifact, and a saber Dao half-divine artifact. The werewolf incarnation was currently a peak-level invincible emperor. If he could obtain a top-notch claw Dao half-divine artifact, he would instantly become a top-notch demigod that wasn't inferior to the god of golden light. If Yan Qingguo obtained a top-notch half-divine artifact, she would also become a slightly weaker top-notch demigod. Huff. After letting out a forceful breath, Li Fuchen's attention was finally placed on a figure in the treasury. This figure was holding on to 3 spatial rings. Just 1 top-notch artifact, truly poor. 3 top-notch artifacts, not bad. Pfft, I don't even have one. The figure took out 4 top-notch artifacts from the spatial ring and casually tossed them into the pile of top-notch artifacts on the right. Dead spirit? Or? Li Fuchen could sense the presence of the human figure, but the 4 invincible monarchs couldn't see the human figure. Furthermore, the reason why the 3 invincible monarchs died silently was because of the human figure. This strange human figure was guiding the 3 invincible monarchs to the path of death. Wait for me here. Li Fuchen grabbed a Reaper stone and jumped into the Reaper God cave. Another one is here. Forget it, I am in a bad mood. Let him die. The strange figure instantly exited the treasury and arrived in front of Li Fuchen. Come, there is something you want here. There were 2 doors behind the strange figure. One was a black door that was filled with the chi presence of death. The other was a white door that was filled with the chi presence of life. The strange figure waved at Li Fuchen and guided Li Fuchen towards the black door. The black door should be the path of death, right? Li Fuchen looked at the strange figure and said. You can see me. The strange figure was taken aback. Li Fuchen might be able to guide it, but during the process, the figure wouldn't be able to see him. It was just the subconscious that would be greatly affected. Furthermore, this influence was something that even a demigod wouldn't be able to resist. Who are you? Li Fuchen didn't answer and asked instead. The strange figure grinned sinisterly. Interesting. It has been a long time since I met someone interesting. Come over. The strange figure's eyes burst out with black radiance. This black radiance felt like it could destroy a person's willpower. Li Fuchen reckoned that if it was anyone else, they would be intimidated by this black radiance and would be involuntarily flying towards the black door. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's spirit soul willpower was extremely powerful. This black radiance was just like a gentle breeze to Li Fuchen. No, it wasn't even considered a gentle breeze, it was just air. It seems like you can only affect a person's willpower. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If the opponent was very powerful, then Li Fuchen would really be in danger. What? I am not affected at all. The strange figure's expression changed. He had seen people with powerful willpower before, but none of them were like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could see him and ignore his willpower intimidation. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my ability too. Li Fuchen's eyes suddenly burst out with purplish-red radiance. Bang! The strange figure's body suddenly exploded, and when it condensed again, it was much thinner. No, stop. The strange figure quickly asked for a stop. It is indeed effective. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Li Fuchen guessed correctly. The strange figure's existence was very special. It was like a willpower body and could easily affect a person's willpower. A person's willpower was affected by the spirit soul. It also meant that if the spirit soul wasn't powerful enough, the person would be like a white rabbit in front of the strange figure and wouldn't be a threat at all. However, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was extremely powerful, therefore, his willpower was also extremely powerful. Not only could he resist the influence of the strange figure's willpower, he could even use his willpower to injure the strange figure. There are 5 peak-grade half-divine artifacts and 2 high-class universe cardinal treasures in the treasure vault. Bring them all over. Li Fuchen ordered. Impossible. The strange figure quickly explained, I can only bring things into the treasure vault and cannot take things out. What I can obtain is random and there is only one item at a time. Bang! As soon as the strange figure finished speaking, its body exploded again. I am not lying to you. Bang! I really am not lying to you. Even if you make my willpower vanish, I will not be able to do it. The strange figure's body was as thin as mist. Chapter 1051. He knew that the strange figure didn't lie to him, but Li Fuchen didn't plan to walk towards the white door. The primordial armor appeared as Li Fuchen walked towards the Death God Cave's treasury. But subsequently, Li Fuchen realized that no matter how he moved, he wasn't able to get closer to the Death God Cave's treasury. The strange figure said, the Cave of Death God contains the Master's power, even if you are a peak demigod, you won't be able to go against it, I see. Li Fuchen nodded. If the Grim Reaper had set up a backup plan, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break the rules to obtain the treasure and would have to follow the rules. Of course, unlike others, there was no danger at all when he entered the Cave of Death. As long as he had enough Death God stones, he could come as many times as he wanted. The more he came, the better he would be able to obtain some good treasures. 28 stones of death, a total of 28 chances. Li Fuchen walked towards the white door. Whoosh! Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave. His luck wasn't very good and he only obtained 1 peak-class artifact. In the Death God Cave, the worst was a peak-class artifact. Are you okay? Yan Qinggu knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of secrets, but she was still very worried. Li Fuchen laughed and said, don't worry, in this world, perhaps only I can exit the Death God Cave unscathed. While speaking, Li Fuchen grabbed the second Reaper's stone and jumped into the Death God Cave again. This time, the strange figure vanished without a trace and was obviously afraid of Li Fuchen. Low-grade universe treasure, useless. Low-grade universe treasure. A top-grade treasure. It's still somewhat useful. It's a low-grade Sword Dao universe treasure. After consuming 5 Reaper stones, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 5 artifacts. There were 3 low-class universe artifacts and 2 peak-class artifacts. A top-grade treasure. A top-grade treasure. A mid-grade cosmos treasure. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This was the 8th time he exited the Death God Cave and he had an additional purple wooden gourd. The verdant wood gourd could nourish vitality, but he did not know what the purple wood gourd could do. Li Fuchen opened the mouth of the purple wooden gourd. Pop! As the mouth of the gourd opened, a wisp of purple gas drifted out from the purple wood gourd. Li Fuchen subconsciously inhaled the purple qi into his nose. Crackle! The void above the death god lake collapsed. The calamity power in Li Fuchen's body was like a tidal wave that instantly surged. This is the primordial violet qi. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance. Primordial chaos violet aura was the essence of the origin of chaos, and it could transform into any form of energy, including tribulation power. Just a wisp of primordial purple qi was enough to increase Li Fuchen's calamity power by several times. After the first wisp of primordial violet energy, another wisp of primordial violet energy floated out. Li Fuchen's calamity power had increased by another level. In fact, Li Fuchen was already at the doorstep of the late-stage hand of calamity. Unfortunately, there were only 2 wisps of primordial violet qi in the purple wooden gourd. The vitality gourd can nurture life force, and the violet wood gourd can produce grand mist violet qi. Let's call it the grand mist gourd. In terms of value, the grand mist gourd was undoubtedly on a higher level than the vitality gourd. However, the Grand Mist Gourd required an incomparably long period of time to produce Grand Mist Purple energy, while the Vitality Gourd could constantly accumulate vitality. Top-notch treasures, top-notch treasures, top-notch treasures, ordinary half-divine artifacts. When Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave for the 12th time, he obtained a half-divine artifact. It might just be an ordinary half-divine artifact, but it was enough to make people go crazy. Even if a regular heaven monarch obtained an ordinary half-divine artifact, they would become a half-god and would be able to crush peak-level invincible emperors with ease. In other words, a half-divine artifact was equivalent to a half-god. If Li Fuchen and the others didn't use it, they could give it to others. Top-notch treasures, low-class universe cardinal treasures, high-class half-divine artifacts. When Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave for the 15th time, he obtained a high-class half-divine artifact. A high-class half-divine artifact could create a high-class half-god, and a high-class half-god was enough to wipe out a regular faction. In the universe, many of the major factions only had one regular half-god. When Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave for the 18th time, he obtained a Chaos Flame Lotus. Right now, he was only one step away from the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. One Chaos Flame Lotus might be able to push him to the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. I am still lacking a little. After absorbing the Calamity power from the Chaos Flame Lotus, Li Fuchen was rather disappointed. The late stage of the Hand of Calamity was harder to break through than he imagined. After absorbing 2 wisps of primordial violet qi and 1 chaos flame lotus calamity power, he still didn't succeed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I still have 10 more chances. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen jumped into the Death God Cave again. While Li Fuchen was making repeated attempts in the Death God Cave, a powerful divine race demigod had returned. Welcome back to the 7 luminaries, Divine Lord. In the temple, the god of golden light and 2 other divine race demigods bowed with respectful expressions. In the divine race, only peak-level demigods could be addressed as divine lords. It was just like at the emperor level, only peak-level invincible emperors could be addressed as god lords. The 7 luminaries' divine lord was a handsome and stalwart man whose eyes were glowing with rainbow radiance and had rainbow patterns on his skin. He asked, "Where is he now?" He was here for the high-class universe artifact. To top-notch demigods, a high-class universe artifact might not be as valuable as a peak-level half-divine artifact. But to a peak-level demigod who possessed a peak-level half-divine artifact, a high-class universe artifact was even more valuable than a peak-level half-divine artifact. A while ago, he had just hosted a banquet and his current whereabouts are unknown. The god of golden light replied honestly. Let me know when he appears again. The 7 luminaries' divine lord's figure vanished. Inside the Death God Cave, Li Fuchen still didn't know that he was targeted by a peak-level demigod. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Just a moment ago, he obtained a normal half-divine artifact. Normally, a normal half-divine artifact wouldn't be worthy of his excitement. However, this normal half-divine artifact wasn't a normal half-divine artifact, it was a half-divine artifact that contained the calamity power. I will definitely break through. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that he would definitely break through this time. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen held the dart-like normal half-divine artifact with his right hand. Buzz! The dart-like half-divine artifact shook violently and emitted an intense radiance that wanted to envelop Li Fuchen's body. How could Li Fuchen allow it to happen? Once the dart-like half-divine artifact's radiance enveloped his body, the power in his body would gradually turn into half-god power, and it wasn't something he wanted to see. Absorb. Activating the calamity power, Li Fuchen started to absorb the calamity power from the dart-like half-divine artifact. At the start, Li Fuchen could only absorb it bit by bit. Gradually, it turned into strands and then into waves. The dart-like half-divine artifact had spirituality, and after sensing that it wasn't able to baptize Li Fuchen, it gradually became docile and allowed Li Fuchen to absorb the calamity power. Boom! The terrifying calamity power swept across the sky above the Death God Island. If this place wasn't the Death God Lake and didn't have the protection of the Death God's power, the entire Death God Lake would probably be destroyed by the terrifying calamity power. Li Fuchen's body gradually floated up while emitting a misty white light. After a long time, when the white light scattered, Li Fuchen descended. This is the late stage of the Hand of Calamity's myriad tribulation immortal body. Li Fuchen felt that his body contained the presence of the terrifying Great Tao. If he had to describe it, it was similar to the primordial bracelet. A high-class universe artifact was very hard to destroy. Even if Li Fuchen's current 10,000 calamity immortal body wasn't as tough as a high-class universe artifact, it wasn't too far off. Most importantly, his current calamity power, be it the quality or intensity, had increased by more than 10 times or dozens of times. Before his calamity power was exhausted, his 10,000 calamity immortal body was truly indestructible. When Li Fuchen was at the mid-stage of the Hand of Calamity, demigods might be able to break his myriad tribulation immortal body easily, but it was because his calamity power was too little. A demigod would be able to exhaust his calamity power in an instant. If Li Fuchen had enough calamity power, even if he was at the mid-stage of the Hand of Calamity, a demigod would find it hard to break his myriad tribulation immortal body. Right now, be it the quality or intensity of his calamity power, it had increased by several times. It was impossible for regular demigods to exhaust his calamity power in an instant. Furthermore, even if his calamity power was exhausted, his body toughness was already close to a high-class universe artifact and wasn't as weak as before. The undying god who cultivated the Hand of Calamity to the perfection rank is at least a peak-tier demigod. He might even be an invincible demigod. I really don't know how he perished. Li Fuchen didn't believe that over a dozen peak-tier demigods were able to kill the undying god. There must be some secret behind this. Li Fuchen believed that if he was the undying god, let alone over a dozen peak-tier demigods, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were dozens of peak-tier demigods. Subsequently, Li Fuchen obtained another life-class low-class universe artifact. It is about time for the Tree of Life to break through. Li Fuchen took out 17 life-class peak-tier treasures and 2 life-class low-class universe artifacts from the Vitality Gourd. He had obtained these during the primordial banquet. The Tree of Life flew out from his body and started to devour the life source of these life-class treasures. 400 million miles. 500 million miles. 900 million miles. 1 billion miles. When the Tree of Life grew to a height of 1 billion miles, boundless vitality burst out from the Tree of Life. In the next moment, above the Death God Lake, endless life source essence surged into the Tree of Life. 2 billion miles, 3 billion miles, 4 billion miles, as compared to devouring the life source essence from other treasures, absorbing the life source essence from the universe would bring greater growth to the Tree of Life. 10 billion miles, 20 billion miles, 30 billion miles, 100 billion miles. 150 billion miles. 300 billion miles. After growing to a mid-class universe artifact, the Tree of Life had grown from 1 billion miles to 300 billion miles. As compared to the Tree of Life, Li Fuqian and the others weren't even considered dust. Furthermore, the fruit of life that was only 30% to 40% ripened had instantly ripened. Not only that, there were also plenty of fruits of life growing on the other branches, and some of them had also ripened. Of course, Li Fuqian could see that according to the order of ripening, the first fruit of life that ripened contained the purest life source and also the best quality. The Tree of Life is indeed formidable. This vitality is too horrific. Not even 1,000,000 of me can compare with it. Li Fuqian could imagine how hard it would be to kill it with the Tree of Life. Even if the Tree of Life's energy was exhausted and without any protection, it would still be able to last for a very long time. Furthermore, this was a mid-class universe artifact Tree of Life. If it was a high-class universe artifact Tree of Life, it would be unimaginable. It was no wonder the entire universe had a war because of a high-class universe artifact, the World Tree. In comparison, Li Fuqian's primordial beginning bracelet paled in comparison. Chapter 1052. After plucking 2 fruits of life, Li Fuqian handed them to Yan Qinggu and the werewolf clone. This fruit of life is the purest low-class universe artifact. It can increase your survivability by several times. Yan Qinggu and the werewolf clone didn't have vigorous vitality. A single fruit of life contained vitality that was at least 100 times more than them. With the support of 100 times more vitality, unless the duo encountered an enemy that was much stronger than them, they would be able to exhaust their enemies to death. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 24th time, Li Fuqian obtained a peak-class half-divine artifact. This peak-class half-divine artifact was a Fire Dao half-divine artifact. A peak-class half-divine artifact is already very good. Li Fuqian didn't have extravagant hopes of obtaining a high-class universe artifact or a peak-class half-divine artifact. It was obvious that it was the final treasure of the Death God Cave's treasury and it was extremely difficult to obtain it. Even if Li Fuqian's luck was heaven-defying, it was impossible to be heaven-defying to this extent. It seems like I have to do my best to search for the Stone of the Grim Reaper. If he couldn't obtain a high-class universe artifact or a peak-class half-divine artifact after 28 chances, what about 50 chances? What about 100 chances? Li Fuqian didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to obtain it. 25th chance, 26th chance, 27th chance, there was only 1 chance left. Success or failure will depend on this. Li Fuqian took a deep breath and leaped. After exiting, Li Fuqian let out a bitter smile. He didn't know if he should be happy or disappointed. This time, his luck was actually extremely good, but it wasn't to the extreme. After obtaining the Fire Dao half-divine artifact, he obtained another peak-class half-divine artifact and it was a Sword Dao half-divine artifact. If he was willing, he could immediately accept the baptism of this Sword Dao half-divine artifact and become a half-god. Li Fuqian was the strongest Sword Dao emperor. If he accepted the baptism of a peak-class half-divine artifact, he would be a peak-class half-god and not just a peak-class half-god. It was enough for him to become a powerhouse in the universe. Below the invincible half-god realm, there weren't many that could deal with him. But Li Fuqian wasn't willing. A peak-class Sword Dao half-divine artifact was still lacking. If he accepted the baptism of a peak-class half-divine artifact, it would be hard for him to reach the pinnacle of Sword Dao before he ascended to become a god. He probably wouldn't even be in the top 20 in the universe. This wasn't something he wished to see. I'll leave it to Wu Zhuo. Beside Li Fuqian, Wu Zhuo was definitely the strongest swordsman. He was currently a City Lord class Heaven Monarch and this Sword Dao half-divine artifact was enough for him to become a top-notch demigod. Let's go. Come again next time. Li Fuqian was already considering how to obtain a large number of Reaper stones. It was impossible to rely on oneself to slowly collect, so there had to be a more convenient method. After leaving the Death God Lake, the trio returned to the deep blue plain. Let's cultivate the Fire Dao first. Li Fuqian felt that it was too wasteful to not use a top-notch Fire Dao half-god artifact. Since he had nothing better to do, he was planning to use it himself. Of course, the prerequisite was to cultivate the fire Tao to a certain level. In fact, during the initial stages, Li Fuchen had some knowledge of the fire Tao. Back then, his cultivation technique was a blazing flame cultivation technique, his sword art was also a blazing flame sword art. Later on, even his bone frame had turned into the blazing flame bone frame. Even now, the radiant sword art that he had already abandoned actually involved a portion of the fire Tao. Therefore, when cultivating the fire Tao again, Li Fuchen felt nostalgic. With Li Fuchen's perception and mental state, when he fully comprehended the fire Tao, his improvement speed could only be described as the shifting of the stars. In less than a year, Li Fuchen had comprehended the fire Tao to the mid-stage star field class. Of course, it was less than a year in the heart of the world. If it was in the outside world, Li Fuchen's improvement speed wouldn't be so fast and it was impossible for him to be so fast. Apart from that, the Chaos Flame Lotus had also helped him greatly and allowed him to save plenty of cultivation time. 10 years had passed in the heart of the world. Li Fuchen's fire Tao had reached the late-stage star field class. It is enough. If Li Fuchen had enough time, it would be easy to increase his fire Tao to the perfection rank. But after he became a half-god, he could continue to increase his fire Tao rank. After taking out the fire Tao half-god artifact, Li Fuchen started to accept the baptism of the fire Tao half-god artifact. Blaze. The fire Tao half-god artifact was a scarlet bronze necklace and it was called the Scarlet Blaze Necklace. When Li Fuchen activated the Scarlet Blaze Necklace's power, a scarlet radiance burst out. In just an instant, Li Fuchen was enveloped by the scarlet radiance. Such terrifying power. Li Fuchen could feel an extremely fearsome blazing power seeping into his body and transforming his fire Tao bloodline. The baptism of the half-god artifact was actually transforming the bloodline. Only by transforming the bloodline into the half-god bloodline, would one be able to constantly produce half-god power in the future. The transformation process was very fast. In just a few hours, Li Fuchen's fire Tao bloodline had transformed into the fire Tao half-god bloodline. At the same time, Li Fuchen had naturally become a top-notch fire Tao half-god. This is the power of a half-god. Li Fuchen's body floated up and he felt that the world had become weaker. No, it wasn't the world that had become weaker, he had become stronger. His fire path demigod power contained the fire path law. It was still at the late-stage star domain grade, but it still contained a layer of fire characteristics. This layer of fire characteristics was incompatible with this universe. It was extremely domineering and overbearing. After becoming a half-god, my saint spirit and spirit soul have been enhanced. My body toughness has also been enhanced, but it isn't significant. Especially my spirit soul, it has only been enhanced by a trace. Be it Li Fuchen's saint spirit soul or body toughness, they were far superior to ordinary people. It was already good enough to have a certain enhancement. Blaze. Li Fuchen clenched his right fist and surged with flames. He lowered his head and saw that everything within the range of the flames had been burnt into a primal state, just like the chaos ruins. Master. On this day, Wuzhuo was brought into the world heart by Li Fuchen. As a city lord class heaven monarch, Wuzhuo was qualified to cultivate in the world heart. Your perception is rather good. You have already become a city lord class heaven monarch. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with Wuzhuo. In terms of perception, apart from himself and his wolfman incarnation, only Yan Qingwu was comparable with Wuzhuo. The reason why Yan Qingwu was progressing faster was mainly because Yan Qingwu's cultivation realm was higher than Wuzhuo's at the start, allowing her to use the world heart to cultivate first. As the saying went, when Wuzhuo used the world heart to cultivate, it was possible for him to catch up to Yan Qingwu. Wuzhuo said, "This is all thanks to Master's full nurturing." Without the world fruit, without the Sword Dao Peak class artifact, or even the Sword Dao Universe Cardinal artifact, Wuzhuo knew clearly that he wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. In fact, apart from himself, none of the people around his master were progressing slowly. Everything was because of the fortune that his master bestowed to them. Do you wish to become a half-god? Li Fuchen suddenly asked. Wu Shuo's breathing was a little hurried as he looked at Li Fuchen with a puzzled expression. Li Fuchen took out a silver sword from his spatial ring. Before the sword was unsheathed, there was already a horrific sword qi overflowing. The void was sliced into a primal state and cracks were extending out. This is a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact. After accepting its baptism, you will immediately transform from a city lord class heaven monarch to a top-notch half-god. It is truly a step into the heavens. The difference between a city lord class heaven monarch and a top-notch half-god was impossible to calculate. After all, there were still emperors in between. Any random emperor could easily kill a city lord class heaven monarch, while any random half-god could easily kill an emperor. Master, what about you? Wu Shuo asked. This was a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact. As for a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact, Wu Shuo didn't even think about it. Li Fuchen smiled and said, your master doesn't think highly of top-notch sword Dao half-god artifacts. How about it? Have you thought it through? You have to know that once you accept the baptism of a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact, your future accomplishments will be limited. Wu Shuo has thought it through. Wu Shuo wasn't a person that was ambitious. He might be able to obtain a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact in the future, but what if he couldn't? He wouldn't be able to become a half-god his entire life. Therefore, it was already very rare to obtain a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact. After all, he wasn't his master was the strongest emperor. It was destined that only a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact was worthy of him. Alright, receive the sword. Li Fuchen handed the silver longsword to Wu Shuo. After taking a deep breath, Wu Shuo received the silver longsword. With Li Fuchen's indication, the sword Dao power in his body poured into the silver longsword. Cling! The silver longsword burst out with resplendent silver sword radiance. Wu Shuo's entire body was enveloped by the silver sword radiance and he looked like a silver sun that was extremely dazzling. Ah! It was obvious that Wu Shuo's baptism with the half-god artifact was much more commotion than Li Fuchen and it was also much more painful. This was related to the individual's strength. Wu Shuo's city lord class heaven monarch strength was rather weak, therefore, the process of the baptism was naturally much more difficult. The baptism lasted for a month. 1 month later, Wu Shuo's hair had turned silver and it was sharp and pure silver. How do you feel? Li Fuchen smiled and looked at Wu Shuo. Wu Shuo's qi presence was more than 1,000 times stronger and his sword qi felt as though it could pierce through the universe. Too powerful, too mystical. Wu Shuo felt that his spirit soul and saint spirit were greatly enhanced. His body was also nourished by the half-god power and was constantly getting stronger. Most importantly, his sword Dao bloodline had been modified into the sword Dao half-god bloodline and a steady flow of sword Dao half-god power was surging out. Congratulations, you are one step ahead of us to become a half-god. Yan Qinggu and the werewolf incarnation walked over. Li Fuchen only obtained a total of 5 half-god artifacts in the Death God Cave. There were 2 normal half-god artifacts, 1 high-class half-god artifact, and 2 peak-class half-god artifacts. None of them were suitable for Yan Qinggu and the werewolf incarnation. However, Li Fuchen had already planned for the 2 of them. It was best for Yan Qinggu to have a peak-class Saber Dao half-god artifact while the werewolf incarnation would need a peak-class darkness half-god artifact. In the Death God Cave, one of the 5 peak-class half-god artifacts was the darkness armor and it was very suitable for the werewolf incarnation. After becoming a peak-class half-god and residing in the heart of the world, Wu Shuo's improvement speed had reached an astounding level. In just a few years, his sword art had progressed from the City Lord class to the Star Field class. After a few more years, his sword Dao cultivation technique had reached the normal supreme rank. At this moment, even if he didn't become a half-god, his strength was already at the level of a regular emperor. My fire Dao is also at the perfection rank. Without any suspense, Li Fuqian naturally comprehended the fire Dao to the perfection rank of the star field class. At this moment, his strength was already comparable with the Heaven Piercer Sword God. The Heaven Piercer Sword God had cultivated his sword art to the perfection rank, and with the P-class Sword Dao half-god artifact, his strength was between a P-class and a P-class half-god. Chapter 1053. Have you heard? Yung Imperial Emperor is buying stones of Reaper without restraint. I really don't know what he needs so many stones of Reaper for. Is he planning to send his men of sacrifice into the cave of Reaper to try their luck? What's the price? I have a stone of the Grim Reaper here. 1 Death God stone can be exchanged for a top-notch treasure. More than 25 Death God stones can be exchanged for a low-grade universe treasure. More than 100 Death God stones can be exchanged for an ordinary half-god artifact. More than 200 Death God stones can be exchanged for a high-grade half-god artifact. What? Emperor Yung even has ordinary and advanced demigod artifacts. I don't know. There should be. It was unknown when, but in the universe, the news of Li Fuqian purchasing the Stone of Death God had started to spread. After obtaining this news, everyone went crazy. This was an ordinary or high-grade demigod weapon. It was enough to create 2 demigods and 2 superpowers. However, everyone knew that it was basically impossible to obtain more than 100 Death God stones. Firstly, Death God stones were extremely rare. Secondly, collecting more than 100 Death God stones wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Perhaps it would take tens of millions of years before there was any hope. By then, it would be too late. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world, and one could not rule out the possibility of someone possessing more than 100 stones of death. Previously, Li Fuqian's 28 stones of the Reaper were obtained from a dangerous ruin by the god of scorched earth. There might be others who obtained a large number of stones of the Reaper in some special places. Why is he collecting so many stones of death? The demigods of the various super factions were suspicious. They suspected that Li Fuqian's half-divine artifacts were obtained from the Death God Cave, but there were some things that couldn't be explained clearly. The Death God Lake didn't prohibit demigods from entering, but the evil nature of the Death God Cave was something that even demigods were extremely fearful of. There was once a top-notch demigod who did not believe in the supernatural and jumped into the Cave of Death. In the end, he never came out again. Since then, no demigod dared to enter the Cave of Death anymore. Perhaps a top-notch demigod could come out safely after entering the Cave of Death. However, a top-notch demigod already had a top-notch demigod weapon. Why would they jump into the Cave of Death? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? As for sending death warriors into Death God Cave, it was a bit unrealistic. The death rate in Death God Cave was more than half. Out of 100 people who entered, no more than 50 people would be able to come out alive. Among these less than 50 people, it would not be easy to obtain a demigod artifact. Furthermore, not everyone could enter the Death God Lake. The death chi in the Death God Lake was extremely dense. Those below sovereign emperors would not be able to reach Death God Island alive. Those below unrivaled sovereign emperors would not even be able to get close to Death God Cave. If one were to send a death warrior into Death God Cave, the death warrior would have to be an invincible imperial lord. It would be normal to send 1 or 2 invincible imperial lords, but sending 10 or even 100 invincible imperial lords would be rather ridiculous. How many invincible imperial lords were there in the entire universe? Could it be that he can guarantee that he won't die in Death God Cave? A demigod thought of a possibility. Li Fuqian was the same as the Death God Cave, they were both too evil. This possibility couldn't be eliminated. Maybe a high-grade universe treasure can isolate the evil nature of Death God Cave. The hearts of the demigods were burning with passion. High-grade cardinal treasures had too many miraculous uses, and even peak-stage demigods would flock to them like ducks. As time elapsed, more and more people came over to trade for the Reaper stones with Li Fuqian. Most of them only had 1 or 2 Reaper stones and could only trade for 1 or 2 P-class treasures. But to most of the demigods, P-class treasures were definitely the best treasures they could obtain. Low-grade universe treasures were things that even invincible imperial lords would yearn for, let alone them. After accumulating for less than a century, Li Fuchen had 25 Reaper stones and the price he paid was just 25 P-class treasures. Li Fuchen had obtained over a dozen P-class treasures in Death God Cave and he had plenty of P-class treasures. Primary Extreme Emperor, I have 22 Reaper stones and 2 P-class treasures. I wonder if I can trade for a low-grade universe treasure. On this day, a P-class demigod emperor arrived at the deep blue plain and asked carefully. Sure, you can pick. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, over a dozen low-grade universe treasures floated out. Originally, this amount of Reaper stones wasn't enough to trade for low-grade universe treasures. But there weren't many people who could take out 22 Reaper stones at once, therefore, Li Fuchen wasn't going to let them go. Most importantly, it might not be worth it for others, but for Li Fuchen, it was very worth it. Previously, 28 Reaper stones allowed him to obtain 2 mid-class universe treasures, 5 half-divine artifacts, and plenty of low-grade universe treasures. Many thanks, Primary Extreme Emperor. The demigod emperor carefully picked a low-grade universe treasure and left with excitement. 47 Reaper stones. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Black Mist God, I, Tai Qianqiu will definitely take revenge on you. Definitely. In the universe starry sky, there was a stream of light that was advancing rapidly. Within the stream of light was a youth with a pale face and eyes that were filled with grief and indignation. Tai Qianqiu, the successor of the Tai clan. His father, Tai Qianren, was an ordinary demigod. As the successor of the Tai clan, Tai Qianqiu had a glorious life. But a few hundred years ago, the Tai clan was eradicated by another great clan, the Black Mist clan. Back then, Tai Qianqiu was outside, therefore, he managed to escape the calamity. His clan was eradicated, his father was killed, and the half-divine artifacts were seized. Furthermore, for the past few hundred years, the Black Mist clan had been pursuing him and the other Tai clan clansmen. Even his wife had perished while escaping. Everything made Tai Qianqiu hate the Black Mist clan and the Black Mist god. He remembered that his father once saved the Black Mist god's life. Who would have thought that the person he saved was an ingrate? I have to head to the horizontal river star region and exchange for the half-divine artifacts from the Primary Extreme Emperor. Tai Qianqiu knew clearly that in order to take revenge, he had to become a demigod first. And the crux for him to become a demigod was the Reaper Stone. No one knew that he, Tai Qianqiu, had once obtained a large batch of Reaper Stones in a ruin. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to dispose of these Reaper Stones and sell them to those invincible emperors who were in a hurry to break through and didn't care about life and death. He didn't expect for these Reaper Stones to become his only hope. Tai Qianqiu wasn't willing to gamble his luck at the Death God Cave. He wasn't afraid of death. Firstly, his strength had yet to reach the level of an invincible emperor and he wasn't able to get close to the Death God Cave. Secondly, the mortality rate in the Death God Cave was too high. If he died, wouldn't it benefit the Black Mist clan and the Black Mist god? He still wanted to take revenge. Black Mist god, wait for me. Tai Qianqiu clenched his fist tightly and increased his speed. The Reaper Stones are getting lesser. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen slowly let out a breath. On the 100th year, he had traded for over 40 Reaper Stones. On the 200th year, he only had over a dozen. I reckon there are a lot of people who aren't willing to trade. Li Fuchen could understand some people's thoughts. A single Reaper Stone could only be exchanged for one P-class artifact. A P-class artifact's value wasn't high or low, but it wasn't enough to make people lose their rationality. However, a Death God Stone was different. Some of the invincible sovereign emperors who had become indifferent to life and death would choose to go to Death God Cave at some point in time to gamble their luck. Indeed, the chances of obtaining a quasi-divine tool might not even be 1 in 100. However, what if they succeeded? Of course, it was mainly because everyone had too few Reaper Stones. If they had more than 25 Reaper stones, they would be willing to exchange for a suitable low-class universe artifact. Someone is here. In the surroundings of the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen had set up plenty of spirit soul markers. If anyone approached the spirit soul markers, Li Fuchen would be able to sense them. With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived in front of this person. I am Tai Qianqiu. Greetings to the primary extreme emperor. Tai Qianqiu cupped his fist and greeted with respect. You have the Reaper Stone? Li Fuchen asked. Tai Qianqiu replied, yes. How many? Li Fuchen had a premonition that the primary extreme emperor had plenty of Reaper stones. Tai Qianqiu's heart was beating rather fast as he said nervously, the primary extreme emperor is a man of his words. He was afraid that the primary extreme emperor wouldn't be able to take out a half-divine artifact and would forcefully seize his Reaper stone. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile and waved his hand. A large number of peak-class artifacts, low-class universe artifacts, 2 ordinary half-divine artifacts, and 1 high-class half-divine artifact floated out. I, the primary extreme emperor, am a man of my words. I will accept all the Reaper stones you have. Half-divine artifacts. Tai Qianqiu's heart was about to jump out as he stared at the 3 half-divine artifacts. Gritting his teeth, Tai Qianqiu took out a spatial ring from his left hand and tossed it to Li Fuchen. There is a total of 235 Reaper stones inside. I want the high-class half-divine artifact. At this moment, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen didn't have a choice. After all, he was already at his wit's end. Incredible. Li Fuchen couldn't help but be shocked when he opened the spatial ring. He found it hard to imagine how Li Fuchen accumulated so many Reaper stones. Alright, this high-class half-divine artifact belongs to you. Li Fuchen flicked his finger and sent the only high-class half-divine artifact to Tai Qianqiu. After receiving the high-class half-divine artifact, Tai Qianqiu was ecstatic and his body started to tremble. In addition, you can choose 2 more low-class universe artifacts and less than 10 peak-class artifacts. Consider it as an additional gift from me. Li Fuchen knew that he had profited greatly, therefore, he took the initiative to give some benefits to Tai Qianqiu. Many thanks, primary extreme emperor. Tai Qianqiu was rather touched. There is no need to thank me. You have already obtained what I need. Also, it is best for you to accept the baptism of the half-divine artifact here to prevent any unexpected problems. Li Fuchen reminded. Alright. Tai Qianqiu also knew that it was best to become a half-god as soon as possible. One day later, Tai Qianqiu became a high-class half-god. Every move he made was surging with half-god power. Tai Qianqiu couldn't help but let out a long yell while his eyes were filled with warm tears. Primary extreme emperor, Tai Qianqiu will never forget today's favor. Farewell. He was going back for revenge. No matter how powerful the Black Mist God was, he was just a regular half-god, while Tai Qianqiu was now a high-class half-god. Take care. Chapter 1054. On this day, Li Fuchen brought Yan Qinggu, the Wolfman clone, and Wu Zhuo to the Death God Lake. Come out. At the entrance of the Death God Lake, Li Fuchen looked into the void. What a good Empyrean emperor. His senses are so sharp. 2 dazzling figures appeared out of nowhere. One of the figures was none other than the god of golden light. The other figure was glowing with rainbow radiance and looked much stronger than the god of golden light. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool and guessed that this person should be a peak-grade demigod. God of golden light, do you think you can keep me here? Li Fuchen asked the god of golden light. The god of golden light said, I can't stop you, but you can't escape this time either. In the universe, the strongest monarch was almost unstoppable. However, how would one know without trying? After all, a pinnacle demigod was many times stronger than a top-notch demigod. Is that so? Then I want to try. Primary extreme sword escape. Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and instantly vanished. 7 luminaries divine domain. The god of golden light did not move. Instead, the seven luminaries' divinity, which was glowing with a seven-colored light, took the initiative. It opened its arms as if it was hugging the sun. A dazzling seven-colored halo instantly expanded. That terrifying momentum seemed to split the heavens and earth. Li Fuchen felt as though he was stuck in a layer of glue and his hands and feet were tied up. No wonder he's a peak demigod. No wonder he's a peak demigod of the Protoss. There was a difference between the peak demigods of the other races and the peak demigods of the celestial race. The celestial race was rumored to be the descendants of the gods. Deep in their blood, there was a trace of the gods' characteristics. After revealing his body, Li Fuchen looked at the seven luminaries' divine lord with a grave expression. Seeing this, the god of golden light heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Emperor Yuanji, don't waste your energy. The seven luminaries' divine master is a peak half-god of the Protoss. You have no chance." A god territory operated by a peak demigod and a god territory operated by a top-notch demigod were two completely different things. That's not necessarily true. Li Fuchen activated his Fire Dao half-god bloodline and surged with Fire Dao half-god power. As expected, you've become a demigod. The god of golden light's pupils constricted. From Li Fuchen, he could feel a chi presence that wasn't inferior to the heaven-piercing sword god. It was said that the other party could guarantee that he would not die in Death God's cave. At first, the god of golden light did not believe it, but now, he was a little convinced. Otherwise, how could he have gotten his hands on a demigod artifact? Furthermore, judging from the fact that he was buying up the Death God's stone without restraint, it was clear that he had more than one demigod artifact. Kill. There was a dazzling golden radiance as the god of golden light wielded the golden spear and thrust at Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen's strength had already surpassed him. Good timing. The scarlet flame necklace lit up and Li Fuchen clenched his right fist. Astounding Fire Dao half-god power gathered on his fist before he smashed at the golden spear. Boom! The universe's starry sky was stirred into a chaotic paste by the terrifying shockwave. One side was red, and the other side was gold. However, the gold was quickly overwhelmed, and the red was like a fire dragon, wreaking havoc toward the god of golden light. The god of golden light let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. His expression was quite ugly. His opponent's strength had undoubtedly surpassed his own, and was clearly not inferior to the Skypiercer sword god. If you are not a peak-tier demigod, you will not be able to withstand a single blow. The seven luminaries' divine lord made a move and also blasted a fist. The seven luminaries' divine lord's fist was like a sun that was emitting seven-colored radiance. It was blasting straight at Li Fuchen. Boom! The chaotic paste was torn apart and Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power was immediately dispersed upon contact. Li Fuchen was sent flying. Incredible! The primordial bracelet on Li Fuchen's wrist turned into the primordial armor and covered his body. Boom 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 boom, countless dazzling seven-colored fists assaulted. Apart from defending, Li Fuchen didn't have a trace of strength to retaliate. A peak-tier demigod is indeed a peak-tier demigod. It is a pity that you can't do anything to me. With the primordial armor, the indestructible body, and the fact that he was a peak-tier Fire Dao half-god, Li Fuchen might look pathetic, but he didn't suffer any injuries. 100 Split Divine Bird Fist. The seven luminaries' divine lord's peak-tier half-god artifact was a pair of gloves. The gloves were called the 100 Split Gloves. When the seven luminaries' divine lord activated the 100 Split Gloves' source power, a giant bird flew out and lunged at Li Fuchen. It is truly powerful. Li Fuchen could only resist with brute force. If it was any other peak-tier demigod, he would have been injured by now. What a great high-class universe artifact. The seven luminaries' divine lord attributed everything to Li Fuchen's primordial bracelet. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's primordial bracelet's defense wasn't inferior to regular defensive peak-tier half-god artifacts. Golden Light God, make your move. The Golden Light God might only be a peak-tier demigod, but he was able to exhaust Li Fuchen's demigod power. No matter where, a demigod's weakness was the amount of demigod power. Unlike emperors, it was hard for demigods to replenish their demigod power. Wuzhua, go and try it. Li Fuchen released Wuzhua. Yes, master. Wuzhua drew his silver sword and lunged at the Golden Light God. Cling cling clang clang. Wuzhua's strength was definitely weaker than the Golden Light God. If Wuzhua was a regular peak-tier demigod, then the Golden Light God was a first-rate peak-tier demigod. However, they were both peak-tier demigods and it wasn't possible to determine the victor within a short period of time. Another peak-tier demigod? The 7 luminaries Divine Lord squinted his eyes. This battle lasted for a long time and both sides were locked in an intense battle. Seeing that Wuzhua was gradually unable to endure, Li Fuchen waved his hand and kept Wuzhua into the world heart. He then turned and flew towards the Death God Lake. Where are you going? The 7 luminaries Divine Lord circulated the 7 luminaries Divine Domain with all his strength. Break! Before Li Fuchen was a demigod or the strongest emperor, he would suffer a backlash if he burst out with 2 times the primordial origin essence. 8 times the primordial origin essence was already his limit. Now that he was a peak-tier demigod, he was able to burst out with multiple times the primordial origin essence. PFFF. A passage instantly penetrated through the 7 luminaries' divine domain and led straight into the depths of the Death God Lake. Damn it! The 7 luminaries' Divine Lord didn't expect a high-grade universe cardinal artifact to have such a miraculous effect. By the time he reacted, Li Fuchen had already vanished. Chase! The 7 luminaries' Divine Lord rushed into the Death God Lake. The Golden Light God gritted his teeth and followed. He actually burst out with 50 times the primordial origin essence, and this isn't the limit. The primordial origin passage vanished and Li Fuchen arrived at the Death God Island. He reckoned that the 7 luminaries' Divine Lord and the Golden Light God would need a period of time to catch up. After all, the Death God Lake wasn't like any other place. This place contained the Grim Reaper's power and demigods could only fly slowly. Only high-grade universe cardinal artifacts could use the universe's power to take shortcuts. In the end, this was still the universe and even gods wouldn't be able to contest with the entire universe. Holding a Reaper's stone, Li Fuchen jumped into the Death God Cave. In order to contest with the 7 luminaries' Divine Lord, Li Fuchen had to obtain a peak-grade half-divine artifact. Furthermore, it had to be a peak-grade half-divine artifact that was suitable for the werewolf transformation. Otherwise, if Li Fuchen encountered the 7 luminaries' Divine Lord, he would have to flee and it wasn't something he wished to see. Peak-grade treasures, peak-grade treasures, peak-grade treasures, low-grade universe cardinal artifacts, regular half-divine artifacts, low-grade universe cardinal artifacts, peak-grade treasures, high-grade half-divine artifacts. With sufficient Reaper stones, Li Fuchen entered the Death God Cave as though there was no one around and brought out a large number of treasures. It was a pity that high-grade universe cardinal artifacts and peak-grade half-divine artifacts were too hard to obtain. Let alone these 2 items, even peak-grade half-divine artifacts and mid-grade universe cardinal artifacts weren't that easy to obtain. After consuming over 20 Reaper stones, Li Fuchen didn't even see a single decent artifact. After consuming more than 40 Death God stones, a peak-grade half-divine artifact armor. This time, Li Fuchen obtained a great artifact. Wuzhua, take it. Li Fuchen tossed the armor to Wuzhua. In the universe, there weren't many individuals who possessed 2 peak-grade half-divine artifacts. Even the Golden Light God only had 1 peak-grade half-divine artifact, the Golden Light Spear, and a normal half-divine artifact armor. If Wuzhua was considered a regular peak-grade half-god previously, he was now a 2nd or 3rd-rate peak-grade half-god. In terms of defense, he was even superior to the Golden Light God. After consuming over 60 Reaper stones, Li Fuchen obtained a mid-grade universe cardinal artifact, Heaven Dao Sword Essence. If Li Fuchen wasn't the strongest Sword Dao Emperor, the Heaven Dao Sword Essence would definitely be very useful to Li Fuchen as it would allow him to rapidly increase his Sword Dao rank. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was already the strongest Sword Dao Emperor and his Sword Dao rank was already at the extremity. If he broke through again, he would be at the God's realm. Wu Zhuo, keep it. Wu Zhuo's Sword Dao rank was too low and his sword art was only at the mid-stage of Star Field class. His cultivation technique was also at the City Lord class. The appearance of the Heaven Dao sword essence was enough for Wu Zhuo to save countless years of hard work. Yes, Master. Wu Zhuo was in a daze. He felt that he didn't have to worry about anything when he was following behind his master and he could get whatever he wanted. In terms of rarity, mid-grade universe artifacts were even rarer than peak-grade half-divine artifacts. They were only inferior to peak-grade half-divine artifacts. My luck is much worse this time. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already used 150 Reaper Stones. He obtained a total of 2 peak-grade half-divine artifacts and 3 mid-grade universe artifacts. Previously, he only used 28 Reaper Stones and obtained 2 peak-grade half-divine artifacts and 2 mid-grade universe artifacts. But after thinking about it, it was normal. Luck was something that was never accurate and would fluctuate. Sometimes, your luck would explode, sometimes it would be normal and sometimes it would be bad luck. No one's luck would always be heaven-defying, unless you were the creator and the entire universe was created by you. Li Fuchen jumped into the Death God Cave for the 151st time. Li Fuchen's luck exploded and obtained another peak-grade half-divine artifact. Scarlet Flame Armor. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This Scarlet Flame Armor was actually a set with the Scarlet Flame Necklace. If it was an entire set of peak-grade half-divine artifacts, the value would probably exceed peak-grade half-divine artifacts. It is a pity that there are only 3 Fire Dao half-divine artifacts in the Death God Cave's treasure vault. I wonder if the remaining one is part of them. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the Fire Dao half-god power into the Scarlet Flame Armor. Blaze! In an instant, a horrific scarlet radiance enveloped Li Fuchen. Furthermore, the blazing power permeated deep into the Fire Dao half-god bloodline and continued to modify Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god bloodline. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. As a part of the Scarlet Flame set, the Scarlet Flame Armor was able to continue to cleanse the body and strengthen the body's Fire Dao half-god bloodline and Fire Dao half-god power. The second cleansing wasn't considered significant and 2 pieces weren't comparable to peak-grade half-divine artifacts. But what about 3 pieces, 4 pieces, or even an entire set? Chapter 1055. With the baptism of the Scarlet Flame Armor, Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power was stronger by another level. It might still be inferior to the 7 Luminaries' Divine Lord, but it wasn't too far off. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 199th time, Li Fuchen finally obtained a peak-grade half-divine artifact. Furthermore, this peak-grade half-divine artifact just happened to be that Darkness Attribute Armor. My luck has finally come. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He was truly afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain a peak-grade half-god artifact after using up all the Reaper Stones. After receiving the armor, the werewolf incarnation circulated the power of darkness and began to accept the baptism of the armor. This armor was called the Mobi's Armor. As the werewolf incarnation activated the Mobi's Armor's origin power, a terrifying black light seeped into the depths of the werewolf incarnation's body and rapidly transformed its dark werewolf bloodline. Ah! The werewolf avatar howled at the sky. The baptism of a pinnacle demigod artifact was extremely violent. He felt as if his insides and outsides had been torn apart and then kneaded back together. Such a powerful aura. Is this a peak demigod? Although the Death God Lake was huge, the flying speed of a peak demigod and a top-notch demigod was extremely fast. In just a short while, the 7 Luminaries' Divine Lord and the God of Golden Light had arrived near the Death God Island. The 7 Luminaries' Divine Lord's expression changed when he sensed the powerful aura that the werewolf's incarnation was giving off. Die! The 7 Luminaries' God Lord punched at the werewolf avatar. The werewolf incarnation was currently undergoing the baptism of a pinnacle semi-divine weapon. He absolutely could not let it succeed. Radiant Crimson World. Li Fuchen executed a blazing fist that clashed with the 7 luminaries' divine lord. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying while the 7 luminaries' divine lord was also shaken. His strength? The 7 luminaries' divine lord frowned as he felt that Li Fuchen's strength had increased significantly. 100 splitting divine bird fist. The giant bird flew out and split up to envelop Li Fuchen and the Wolfman incarnation. Bang 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 bang, the premier bracelet transformed into a huge shield, blocking the splitting of the giant bird. Damn it! The 7 luminaries' god lord had not expected the primordial bracelet to be so difficult to deal with. It was practically omnipotent. I'll hold him back. You go interrupt the baptism, God Lord's 7 luminaries said to the god of golden light. All right. The god of golden light knew that the situation was urgent and he must not allow Li Fuchen to have another peak-tier demigod. Your opponent is me. Wu Zhuo was released by Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, after exchanging a few moves, the god of golden light was shocked to discover that Wu Zhuo's strength had increased by a lot. His defense had also increased by countless times. When his attacks landed on Wu Zhuo, they couldn't even make him retreat. A top-notch demigod armor. The god of golden light's gaze landed on Wu Zhuo's armor. Impossible, it shouldn't be. The god of golden light was extremely upset. As a veteran top-notch demigod, he was only wearing an ordinary demigod armor. His opponent had only been a demigod for a short period of time, yet he already had a top-notch demigod armor. This was simply too unfair. Unfair people must be destroyed. In the end, the 7 luminaries' god lord was unable to stop the werewolf incarnation from breaking through. Roar! The werewolf avatar, who had become a peak demigod, casually swung its claws. A black claw radiance tore through the primal chaos and sent the 7 planets' divine lord flying. Even peak-level demigod artifacts had different levels. The werewolf's Mobi's armor was undoubtedly a first-rate peak-level demigod artifact, while the 100 rupture gloves of the 7 luminaries' god lord were just ordinary peak-level demigod artifacts. Of course, the fact that he was sent flying just now was partly due to his carelessness. Mobi's growl. The werewolf avatar didn't give up and activated the Mobi's armor's source power. Behind the werewolf avatar, a giant and horrific shadow appeared. As the shadow let out a growl, the horrific darkness power blasted at the 7 planets' divine lord in the form of sound waves. The 7 planets' divine lord could feel that his half-god power was being rapidly consumed. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, he wouldn't mind fighting with the werewolf avatar. But with the addition of Li Fuchen, if the battle continued, he would definitely be defeated. Let's go. The 7 planets' divine lord made a prompt decision and ordered the god of golden light to retreat. Don't give chase. Li Fuchen shook his head and stopped the werewolf avatar. The werewolf avatar's strength might be superior to the 7 planets' divine lord, but in terms of half-god power, the werewolf avatar wasn't comparable to the 7 planets' divine lord. Let me familiarize myself with the Mobi's armor first. The werewolf avatar withdrew his half-god power so that Li Fuchen could store him in the world heart. Previously, when he was baptized by the Mobi's armor, he wasn't able to enter the world heart at all. It was probably because the power was too powerful and had exceeded the world heart's tolerance. Alright. Li Fuchen stored the werewolf avatar and Wu Zhuo inside. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 235th time, Li Fuchen obtained a second peak-grade half-god artifact. It was a necklace, a metallic necklace. The pendant of the necklace was engraved with the image of a female battle goddess. This metallic necklace was called the Necklace of Victory. Li Fuchen had a premonition that this necklace should be a part of the set. A peak-grade half-god set would give one goosebumps just by thinking about it. If a full set of peak-grade half-god set was superior to most of the peak-grade half-god artifacts, then what about a full set of peak-grade half-god artifacts? Yan Qinggu might be most suited for Saber Dao half-god artifacts, but she didn't reject the Necklace of Victory. Of course, the most important thing was where was she going to find a peak-grade Saber Dao half-god artifact? It was already very good to have a peak-grade half-god artifact, furthermore, it was just a part of a peak-grade half-god set. After receiving the baptism of the Necklace of Victory, Yan Qingguo became a peak-grade half-god just like the werewolf avatar. But even peak-grade half-gods had differences. The werewolf avatar was definitely a first-rate peak-grade half-god. After all, his peak-grade half-god artifact was a first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. Before the baptism, the werewolf avatar was also a peak-grade invincible emperor. Yan Qingguo was a regular peak-grade half-god and her individual Necklace of Victory was also a regular peak-grade half-god artifact. Furthermore, Yan Qingguo was only a regular peak-grade invincible emperor previously and wasn't outstanding enough. But when Li Fuchen jumped into the Death God Cave for the 278th time and brought back the second part of the set of victory, the Belt of Victory, Yan Qingguo's strength had a rapid improvement. After the baptism of the Belt of Victory, Yan Qingguo's half-god power continued to strengthen and was already extremely close to the werewolf avatar. The current Yan Qingguo might not be a first-rate peak-grade half-god, but she was definitely a second-rate peak-grade half-god. Right now, both of your strength has already surpassed me. Li Fuchen laughed. The current Li Fuchen was finally fully fledged and had formed his own powerful faction. After all, they had 3 peak-grade half-gods on their side and he was barely considered a peak-grade half-god. There was also a top-notch half-god. If there weren't any mishaps, there would be more and more half-gods by her side and they would eventually become the 10th major faction in the universe. Once you become an unrivaled half-god, no faction will dare to fight with us. Yan Qingguo said. The 9 major factions had plenty of peak-grade half-gods and it wasn't too safe. Let's see. If Li Fuchen wanted to obtain a peak-grade Sword Dao half-god artifact, he would have to try his luck in the battlefield of gods. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 288th time, Li Fuchen brought back a peak-grade Claw Dao half-god artifact. It was just nice for the werewolf avatar to use. It might not be able to increase the werewolf's strength by a lot, but it would be able to increase the werewolf avatar's strength significantly. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 295th time, it is actually a part of the Scarlet Flame set. Li Fuchen was astonished to see the Scarlet Flame gloves in his hand. After the baptism of the Scarlet Flame gloves, Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power had finally reached a new level and reached the peak-grade half-god level. Furthermore, he wasn't considered weak among the peak-grade half-gods and was reckoned to have the strength of a second- or third-rate peak-grade half-god. Finally, there was only 1 Reaper's Stone left. Li Fuchen's harvest was rather bountiful. He obtained a total of 3 peak-grade half-god artifacts, 10 peak-grade half-god artifacts, and 14 mid-class universe artifacts. Li Fuchen couldn't even be bothered to count the miscellaneous items. I wonder what is the last chance. Li Fuchen leaped in. The last chance was definitely when Li Fuchen had the best luck. This time, he obtained the high-class universe artifact, the Heart of the Plane. The Heart of the World played a huge role in allowing Li Fuchen to reach this stage in a short period of time. Yan Qingguo, the werewolf avatar, and Wu Zhuo were also able to take charge. It could be said that without the Heart of the World, Yan Qingguo, Wu Zhuo, and Wu Zhuo would need to spend tens of millions of years to improve themselves. Even Li Fuchen would need to spend tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Heart of the World was definitely more useful than peak-grade half-god artifacts and the primordial beginning bracelet, even though it was only a mid-class universe artifact. A single Heart of the World was already so useful. As the upgraded version of the Heart of the Plane, Li Fuchen couldn't imagine how useful it would be. A high-class universe artifact is enough to change the fate of anyone in this universe. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen fused the Heart of the Plane into his body. With a large number of universe artifacts, half-god artifacts, the Heart of the World, and the Heart of the Plane, Li Fuchen already had the foundation to create a powerful faction. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen was given enough time, his faction might even be able to contest with the divine race. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could become an invincible half-god. Otherwise, an invincible half-god would be enough to wipe out everything. After returning to the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen continued to purchase the Reaper's Stone. As for Yan Qingguo, the werewolf avatar, and Wu Zhuo, they started to cultivate in the heart of the plain. After some research, Li Fuchen realized that the heart of the plain was the same as the heart of the world. The space-time acceleration limit was 10,000 times and the bottom line was 100 times. Regular peak-grade invincible emperors would only be able to maintain the space-time acceleration of 100 times in the heart of the plane. It was the same for demigods. Li Fuchen guessed that the crux of the space-time acceleration wasn't the strength, but the difference in cultivation level. There wasn't any difference in cultivation level between peak-grade invincible emperors and demigods. In fact, there were some demigods whose cultivation level wasn't even comparable to peak-grade invincible emperors. Of course, it didn't mean that the strength wouldn't affect the heart of the plane and the heart of the world. Yan Qingguo, the werewolf avatar, and Wu Zhuo were all peak-grade and top-notch demigods. Their strength was too powerful, and if they maintained the extreme cultivation speed in the heart of the world's source essence would be exhausted in a short period of time. Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about the heart of the plane. Chapter 1056. The Stone of the Reaper was ultimately limited. It would already be great if Li Fuchen could exchange for one Stone of the Reaper every 10 years. After all, he had already exchanged for what he needed, and those who didn't want to exchange wouldn't come back. After visiting the Death God Lake again and not obtaining any peak-grade half-god artifacts or high-class universe cardinal treasures, Li Fuchen decided to head to the half-god region. In the universe, there were actually some ruins with half-god artifacts, but some didn't allow demigods to enter, while some allowed demigods to enter. Places that didn't allow demigods to enter were demigod cemeteries like the Water God Tomb. These places were very sensitive to mutated demigod powers. Once they sensed the mutated demigod powers, they would immediately burst out with power to attack. If a peak-grade demigod entered and couldn't destroy it, the tomb would instantly self-destruct and perish together with the peak-grade demigod. Over the countless years, such incidents had happened before. Therefore, places that didn't allow demigods to enter normally wouldn't allow demigods to enter. The ruins that allowed demigods to enter were all extremely dangerous, like the Death God Lake, the Universe Grand Canyon, and the Insect God Battlefield. The main reason for the Death God Lake was because the Death God was too powerful and the power left behind was enough to threaten the life of a peak-grade demigod. The Universe Grand Canyon was similar to the outer region of the half-god region. It was the deepest wound in the universe, and it was said that if one exited this wound, they would be able to leave this universe. As for if it was true, no one knew. The Insect God Battlefield was much more dangerous than the Universe Grand Canyon. As of now, no one knew the origins of the insect race and no one knew what dangers were hidden inside. Li Fuchen had already obtained plenty of treasures in the Death God Lake. If he went to other places, it would be dangerous and he might not be able to obtain anything. Rather than that, he might as well head to the half-god region. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter an invincible demigod, he would still be able to protect himself. Li Fuchen was thinking if he should bring everyone to the half-god region. There was no doubt that with the heart of the plane, he was able to do it. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him. Forget it, I will ask if they are willing. Li Fuchen was more inclined to bring everyone. It was unknown why, but he had a strong premonition that he might not be able to return after countless years. Just in case, it was better to bring everyone. Of course, if they weren't willing, he wouldn't force them. After all, there were countless people in the Sword Sect, and there would always be some who were unwilling to go. Just as Li Fuchen expected, there were indeed people who weren't willing to leave the deep blue plain and their hometown. But such people were in the minority and didn't even make up 1/10,000 of the total population. Furthermore, most of the people had already treated the Sword Sect as their hometown. After all, the Sword Sect had too many people and everyone was intermarrying in the Sword Sect. Their children and grandchildren were also intermarrying in the Sword Sect. A Sword Sect was a world, and as long as they were still in the Sword Sect, it didn't matter where they went. Before leaving, Li Fuqian made arrangements for his funeral. For example, giving Heng He primogenitor a low-level universe treasure. Previously, he had promised to let primogenitor Heng He comprehend the world fruit for 100,000 years. Now that he was leaving, he might as well give him a low-grade universal treasure. He had plenty of low-grade universal treasures anyway. It was the same for the 100-flower Empress and the Heaven Monarch of Myriad Spirit. Li Fuqian gave each of them a low-class universe artifact. As a fellow member of the Horizontal River Starfield, Li Fuqian hoped that the Horizontal River Starfield would become stronger. At the front of a boundless chasm, 4 figures appeared. This is the universe chasm. Yan Qinggu looked at the universe chasm that was emitting a dark purple qi presence and raised her brows. Wu Zhuo said, "This qi presence is much more horrific than the primal chaos qi presence." Li Fuqian said, "This is the combination of the primordial purple qi and the half-god domain qi presence. The primordial purple qi here might be very thin and the purity was far inferior to the primordial purple qi in the primordial gourd, but there was a lot of it." However, Li Fuqian wasn't able to absorb it as it was mixed with the half-god domain qi presence. "Let's go." Li Fuqian and the Wolfman incarnation instantly rushed into the universe chasm while Yan Qinggu and Wu Zhuo followed closely behind. In the chaos ruins, there was no concept of time and space. In the universe chasm, there was no concept of time and space. After an unknown period of time, the 4 of them finally passed through the universe chasm and arrived at a beautiful and majestic world that was desolate and terrifying. A completely different qi presence of laws. The 4 of them didn't need to guess to know that this was the half-god domain. Compared to the universe on the other side of the natural moat, the laws of the demigod region were too foreign to them. They were also too condensed. If the laws of the universe were like threads, then the laws of the demigod region were like iron wires. The degree of toughness had increased by many times. Furthermore, as compared to the universe's laws, the laws here were much more mystical. Li Fuqian believed that his sword Dao and fire Dao were already at the perfection rank. But in the half-god domain, he realized that his sword Dao and fire Dao still had room for growth. The God Realm. Li Fuqian's eyes burst out with radiance. So that was the case. He understood that it was only possible to ascend to the God Realm in the half-god domain. Or it should be said that it was easier to ascend to the God Realm. This is truly a great place. Li Fuqian finally understood why the demigods weren't willing to return. It was because only in this place would there be a chance to ascend to the God Realm. The half-god domain was very dangerous. To invincible rulers, this place was filled with danger. It was a very normal natural phenomenon in the outside world, but in here, the power was unbelievable. When a gust of wind blew past, Li Fuqian reckoned that if a regular invincible ruler didn't put up any defenses, they would be turned into dust. Of course, the 4 of them were demigods and the half-god domain wasn't dangerous to them. The half-god domain was separated into the inner area and the outer area. The inner area was close to the battlefield of gods and it was a forbidden area for invincible rulers. It was where the demigods resided. The outer area was where the invincible rulers resided. After arriving at the inner area, Li Fuqian felt that the natural environment here was even harsher. Regular invincible rulers wouldn't even be able to survive for 15 minutes. Only peak-level invincible rulers would be able to barely hold on, but they would only barely be able to hold on. Boom crack. In the sky, there was rumbling thunder and a thunderbolt suddenly struck down at Li Fuqian and the others. TSS. Wu Zhuo released a sword qi to extinguish the thunderbolt. Such power, it is actually at the demigod level. Wu Zhuo was astonished. Li Fuqian said, the laws determine the strength of the natural environment. The half-god domain is indeed superior to the universe. In the outer area, the 4 of them didn't see a single demigod. After arriving at the inner area, a demigod passed by and was obstructed by Li Fuqian. The high-class demigod didn't dare to get angry and asked respectfully, "May I know what business do the lords have?" While speaking, the high-class demigod was curious, when did the half-god domain have 3 unfamiliar peak-level demigods and a top-notch demigod? Furthermore, from the looks of it, they seemed to have just arrived in the half-god domain. Wuzhua asked, "We have just arrived in the half-god domain and aren't familiar with the situation here. Tell us about it." "That's right, what is your name?" "My name is Sa Guang. It is my honor to introduce the lords to the half-god domain." Sa Guang cleared his throat and said, "The half-god domain is separated into the inner area and the outer area. I believe the lords should know about it. Putting aside the outer area, the inner area of the half-god domain is huge. To be honest, no one knows how big it is because apart from the place we live, there are plenty of places that are covered in thick fog. The fog would expand and shrink at times. Therefore, the living areas in the inner area of the half-god domain are constantly changing. Today, it might be a sunny place, but tomorrow, it would be covered by thick fog. Today, it might be an unexplored land with thick fog, but on the next day, it would become a new living area." "Is there any danger in the thick fog?" Yan Qinggu asked. Sa Guang said, "There are half-god beasts living in the thick fog. Half-god beasts are very terrifying. As of now, the weakest half-god beasts are already at the pinnacle of the half-god realm. The powerful half-god beasts are even stronger than unrivaled half-gods. But these half-god beasts wouldn't normally appear in places without thick fog." "Half-god beasts?" Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with astonishment. Sa Guang could see that Li Fuchen was the pillar of support for the 4 of them. He explained, "Half-god beasts are the natives of the half-god domain. Some people suspect that they are the descendants of the divine beasts and their bodies have traces of divine power. That is why they are stronger than regular half-gods." "I see." Li Fuchen nodded. "Continue." "The demigod territory is currently divided into 13 forces, which are the 8 super forces of the universe and the great 5 alliances of the universe. These 13 forces occupy the best living areas in the inner area of the demigod territory. As for the smaller forces, they can only live in the corners and are always on guard against the expansion of the thick fog. Among them, the Divine Temple of the Divine Clan is the strongest. They have always occupied the center of the living areas in the inner area of the demigod territory. There were 9 great factions in the universe. The reason why there were only 8 here was because the Undead Legion was excluded. As one of the 9 great factions in the universe, the Undead Legion was a little ashamed of their position. They were a massive faction and only had one demigod, which was the Undead Monarch. Of course, the Undead Monarch was definitely a legend. He wasn't just the strongest ruler, he was also an invincible demigod. But a long time ago, the Undead Monarch fell into a deep slumber and wasn't able to obtain any demigod weapons for the Undead Legion. As such, the Undead Legion had always been lacking in manpower and didn't have any new demigods. Of course, it was hard to say if there were any new demigods now. It was possible that the Undead Legion already had a few demigods in the dark. But no matter what, as long as the Undead Monarch didn't perish, none of the great factions would dare to suppress the Undead Legion. An invincible demigod's fury wasn't something that a regular person could endure. The Saber Union's location should be around here. The Swordsman Guild's location should be around here. Sa Guang took out a simple map of the inner area of the half-god domain and pointed around. As for here. Chapter 1057. From Sa Guang's explanation, the 4 of them had a rather deep understanding of the half-god domain. "That's right, what is this?" Li Fuchen took out a smooth and round stone from his spatial ring. It might look like a smooth and round stone, but it contained shocking demigod power. Furthermore, it was demigod power that didn't have any attributes. Any demigod could absorb it and use it. This stone was discovered by Li Fuchen using his spirit soul power underground. He wasn't a fool and immediately knew that it was a good item. Sa Guang gulped, "This is a half-divine stone and it is one of the most precious resources in the half-god domain. You should know that be in the outside world or in the half-god domain, it is extremely difficult to recover demigod power. Demigods without half-divine stones would need to go into seclusion for a long time to recover demigod power. But it is different with half-divine stones. This half-divine stone is a low-grade half-divine stone. In normal situations, it can replenish a regular demigod's demigod power. If it is a mid-grade half-divine stone, it can replenish a high-grade demigod's demigod power. High-grade half-divine stones are for top-notch demigods, and above high-grade half-divine stones are peak-grade half-divine stones. As a high-grade demigod, Sa Guang didn't have a single low-grade half-divine stone. Normally, only the bases of the 8 great factions would have a chance to excavate half-divine stones. Even the Great Five Alliance's bases rarely had any. What is the use of peak-grade spirit stones here? Li Fuchen continued to ask. He had a few trillion peak-grade spirit stones. Sa Guang said, the peak-grade spirit stones are useful too. As long as there is a massive amount of peak-grade spirit stones, it can be used to set up peak-grade supreme arrays. A single layer of peak-grade supreme arrays is enough to block attacks from regular demigods. 2 layers of peak-grade supreme arrays can block attacks from high-grade demigods, and so on. The Divine Race's temple has a total of 7 layers of peak-grade supreme arrays. Furthermore, using the Divine Bridge to head to the battlefield of gods requires peak-grade spirit stones too. 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones might not seem a lot, but after accumulating, it will be quite a lot. 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones per trip, 100 trips would be 100 trillion. I see. Li Fuchen nodded and said to Sa Guang, many thanks. If you have any matters in the future, you can look for me at the Swordsman Guild. Alright, can I leave now? Sa Guang was under a lot of pressure when facing 3 peak-grade demigods and a top-notch demigod. Of course. Li Fuchen smiled. Hearing this, Sa Guang turned into a beam of light and left in a hurry. It seemed like he was heading for the Bridge of Spirits. Come, let's go to the Swordsman Guild first. Li Fuchen was an elder of the Swordsman Guild after all. Now that he was in the half-god region, he had to go to the Swordsman Guild. The Swordsman Guild was established in a mountain range. There were many dangerous peaks, and the sharp sword chi could be felt from far away. The main peak of the Swordsman Guild was called Divine Sword Peak. Inside the Divine Sword Peak's Guild Hall, the Swordsman Guild's vice-leader, Void River Sword God, was entertaining Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already stored Yan Qinggu and the others into the heart of the plain. He didn't want the Swordsman Guild to misunderstand. After all, the guild leader and the experts weren't around. If there were 2 peak demigods and a top-notch demigod, the Swordsman Guild might not even let them in. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, since you can come to Swordsman Guild, it means that you are already a demigod. I wonder what level your natal demigod weapon is. The natal demigod weapon was the first baptism of the demigod weapon, and it was also the most important one. Li Fuchen revealed the scarlet flame gloves and said, it is a top-notch fire Dao half-god weapon. Li Fuchen had 3 natal demigods, but it wasn't necessary to reveal all of them. Top-notch fire Dao half-god weapon. The Void River Sword God felt it was a pity. He already found out from the sky-piercing sword god that Li Fuchen's sword Dao had reached the strongest emperor level. If Li Fuchen obtained a top-notch sword Dao half-god weapon, his strength would be comparable to a peak-grade demigod. Of course, a top-notch fire Dao half-god weapon wasn't bad either. Then I will have to address you as the primary extreme sword god from now on. The Void River Sword God's tone had a subtle change. Be it the half-god region or the Swordsman Guild, strength was still important. In the half-god region, top-notch demigods were considered the backbone. Peak-grade demigods were the pinnacle of strength. Before the guild leader returned, the Void River Sword God arranged a mountain peak for Li Fuchen to reside in. Once the guild leader returned, he would arrange for Li Fuchen's specific duties and residence. The half-god region is indeed formidable. After cultivating for a few days, Li Fuchen realized that his sword Dao actually had traces of loosening. It meant that if he had enough time, he would be able to increase his sword Dao to a higher level in the half-god region. That higher level would be the god realm. The Swordsman Guild had their own stone mine, and the so-called stone mine was naturally the half-god stone mine. Of course, it might be called a mine, but it was actually a massive valley. It was entirely up to luck if one could excavate half-god stones. As a member of the Swordsman Guild, everyone was qualified to enter the stone mine, including Li Fuchen. In the stone mine, Li Fuchen saw plenty of Swordsman Guild members, but they were all emperors. Even the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor were here. This was the benefit of joining the 9 Great Factions or the Great Five Alliance. After entering the half-god region, one didn't have to stay in the outer region and would be brought to the inner region. With the protection of the garrison array, the inner region's natural environment wouldn't harm the emperors. Primary Extreme Emperor. When the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor saw Li Fuchen, they quickly welcomed him. "Are you excavating half-god stones?" Li Fuchen asked. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, "This is one of our missions. Every 10,000 years, we have to excavate half-god stones in the stone mine for 500 years. It doesn't matter if we excavate anything or not, we will still be rewarded with 1 half-god point. 5,000 half-god points is enough to exchange for a regular half-god artifact." It also meant that one could only exchange for a regular half-god artifact after excavating half-god stones for 5 million years. Li Fuchen raised his brows as half-god artifacts were much more precious than he imagined. "What if we excavate a half-god stone?" Li Fuchen asked again. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor said, "If we excavate a low-grade half-god stone, we will be rewarded with 500 half-god points. If we excavate a mid-grade half-god stone, we will be rewarded with 5,000 half-god points. High-grade half-god stones will be rewarded with 50,000 half-god points, while peak-grade half-god stones will be rewarded with 500,000 half-god points." From the duo, Li Fuchen found out that members of the Swordsman Guild that were below the demigod realm would need to complete plenty of missions. Basically, every 10,000 years, they would have to complete missions for 3,000 years and the remaining 7,000 years would belong to them. In addition, a regular half-god artifact would require 5,000 half-god points, but half-god artifact shards wouldn't need that much. With more than 100 half-god points, one would be able to exchange for a regular half-god artifact shard. Of course, unless one had decided to head to the battlefield of gods, otherwise, no one would be willing to exchange for a half-god artifact shard. After all, it wasn't easy to become a demigod and no one would be willing to squander it. In the half-god region, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could only penetrate 100 feet underground. He wouldn't be able to sense anything below 100 feet. If Li Fuchen was in such a state, the other demigod's spiritual awareness would naturally be even worse. According to what Li Fuchen knew, half-god stones were normally deep underground. Only by continuously excavating and using spiritual awareness would there be a chance to obtain half-god stones. Apart from spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen still had his spirit soul power. As compared to spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's spirit soul power could penetrate 10,000 feet underground. This was also why he was able to discover a half-god stone when he just arrived at the half-god region. The Swordsman Guild is indeed the Swordsman Guild. The stone mine was massive. Li Fuchen found a spacious and uninhabited place and started to release his spirit soul power to search for half-god stones. A few days later, Li Fuchen had a total of 12 low-grade half-god stones and 1 mid-grade half-god stone. It is unknown how long it would take for others to excavate these half-god stones. These 13 half-god stones were all found a few hundred feet underground, especially that mid-grade half-god stone which was a few thousand feet deep. It meant that others would have to dig a few hundred feet or a few thousand feet before they could use their spiritual awareness to search. Furthermore, they had to ensure that the deviation wasn't too big. Li Fuchen was a pinnacle half-god and the low-grade and mid-grade half-god stones weren't very useful to him. Therefore, he planned to stay in the stone mine for a few more days. As for Yan Qingguo and the others, Li Fuchen didn't ask them to come out. Firstly, it wasn't good to be seen by others. This was the Swordsman Guild after all. Secondly, it was useless for them to come out. They might as well stay inside the heart of the plain and cultivate. 100 years later, Li Fuchen had over 80,000 low-grade half-god stones, over 5,000 mid-grade half-god stones, over 100 high-grade half-god stones, and even a few peak-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that the stone mine was large enough and the area that Li Fuchen had explored for the past 10 years wasn't even 0.1% of the entire stone mine. Otherwise, the area within 10,000 feet of the stone mine would be a dead mine and there wouldn't be any half-god stones. With these half-god stones, I should be able to contest even if I am facing an invincible half-god. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Invincible half-gods might be strong, but they wouldn't be able to kill a pinnacle half-god so easily. Therefore, as long as Li Fuchen's half-god power could keep up, he would be able to stall for time with an invincible half-god. If the invincible half-god power was exhausted, Li Fuchen might have a chance to counterattack. Of course, the precondition was that the invincible half-god didn't have enough half-god stones. If the invincible half-god stone had more, Li Fuchen would still have to desperately flee. Continue to dig. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to head to the battlefield of gods. He understood that sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. After over 800 years, Li Fuchen's low-grade half-divine stones had increased to over 500,000 low-grade half-divine stones, over 40,000 mid-grade half-divine stones, close to 1,000 high-grade half-divine stones, and over a dozen peak-grade spirit stones. In the half-god region, it was already extremely rare for regular and high-class demigods to have one or two low-grade half-god stones or mid-grade half-god stones as backup. Elite demigods wouldn't have a lot of half-god stones either. It was reckoned that only pinnacle half-gods and invincible half-gods could truly control a large number of half-god stones. But did they have a few 100,000 half-god stones? Li Fuchen grinned. When others dug for half-god stones, they relied on luck. When he dug for half-god stones, he just needed to use his spirit soul power to sweep. The efficiency was more than 1,000,000 times higher. Chapter 1058. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to excavate more half-divine stones, but on this day, the Swordsman Guild leader returned. The Swordsman Guild leader might not be an invincible half-god, but he was one of the strongest pinnacle half-gods in the half-god domain. His natal half-god artifact was one of the three ancient divine swords, the Bright Moon Sword. The leader of the three ancient divine swords was the joint heaven sword that Li Fuchen was familiar with. In the guild hall, Li Fuchen met with the Bright Moon Sword God. Beside the Bright Moon Sword God was the Heaven Piercer Sword God. Just like his name, the Bright Moon Sword God's aura looked very pure, just like a bright moon. You must be the primary extreme sword god. I heard about you from the Heaven Piercer Sword God. The Bright Moon Sword God smiled. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and bowed, greetings to the guild leader and vice-guild leader. The Heaven Piercer Sword God said, you have chosen a top-notch half-god artifact for the Fire Dao. In the future, you must choose a top-notch half-god artifact for the Sword Dao, otherwise, you would rather give up. As long as one of the Daos was cultivated to the perfection rank, a half-god would be able to accommodate many types of half-god powers. As the strongest Sword Dao ruler, it would be a pity if Li Fuchen didn't choose a top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifact as his natal half-god artifact. Understood. Li Fuchen nodded. The Bright Moon Sword God sighed and said, how can it be so easy to obtain a top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifact? Among the 10 known divine swords, there are only 2 top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifacts. In fact, be it a top-notch half-god artifact or other half-god artifacts, they were all extremely difficult to obtain. The Swordsman Guild only had a few demigods that possessed 2 or more half-god artifacts. Of course, the Swordsman Guild's treasury did have some half-god artifacts, but they had to be exchanged with demigod points. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen and could easily obtain a large number of half-god artifacts. It is naturally difficult for us to obtain them by ourselves. But it is possible for a top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifact to appear in the Iron Blood City's auction. The Heaven Piercer Sword God said. Bright Moon Sword God smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about the fact that there's still a long time before the next auction. Even if a peak sword principal demigod weapon appears, we won't be able to compete with others with our wealth. Alright, let's not talk about these unreliable things. Primary Extreme Sword God, you're now a peak demigod. Before this, you were already a general elder. Now, I appoint you as a general elder. The head elder was only a head elder from the outside world. Upon arriving at the demigod territory, he would immediately be reduced to an ordinary member. As for the head elder, only demigods were qualified to take up the position. Thank you, guild leader. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and hesitated. President, where is the Iron Blood City you mentioned earlier? There were no cities in the half-god domain, and there were only so few people in the half-god domain, so there was no need to form a city. The sky-piercing sword god answered on behalf of the Bright Moon Sword God, you're already an elder of the headquarters, so you should know some secrets. In fact, the battlefield of gods isn't located in our universe, but between many universes. In other words, demigods of our universe aren't the only ones who can enter the battlefield of gods. Demigods of other universes can also enter the battlefield of gods. There are some ancient, dilapidated cities in the battlefield of gods, and Iron Blood City is one of them. Who controls Iron Blood City? Li Fuchen asked. The Bright Moon Sword God said, Iron Blood City is controlled by the Iron Blood Elder Society. The Iron Blood Elder Society has a total of 13 elders. Each elder is an invincible demigod and their strength is extremely formidable, much stronger than regular invincible demigods. Since entering the battlefield of gods, Iron Blood City has always been ruled by them. During this period of time, there have only been 2 or 3 changes of elders. The number 1 demigod of the divine race, Light Dark Divine Lord, once competed for the position of the Elder Society's elder. It is a pity that he failed and nearly perished. Even the number 1 demigod of the divine race, Light Dark Divine Lord, nearly perished. Li Fuchen finally understood how terrifying the Iron Blood Elder Society was. The Light Dark Divine Lord was this universe's number 1 demigod, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was half the ruler of this universe. But after arriving at Iron Blood City, he couldn't even compete for the position of an elder. Is there anyone who ascended to become a god in the battlefield of gods? Li Fuchen asked curiously. The Bright Moon Sword God nodded, yes, there is more than one. In the history of my Iron Blood City, there are more than 10 individuals who ascended to become gods. Ascending to become a god was the ultimate dream of demigods. Many of them had lived for too long and they yearned to enter a new world and start a new life. Is it possible to ascend to become a god as long as one's cultivation realm is sufficient? Li Fuchen asked again. The Bright Moon Sword God shook his head and said, I don't know either. But I am guessing that it should be related to the half-god power. Those who ascended to become gods would all have peak-grade half-god weapons. None of them are below the peak-grade half-god level. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. It also meant that in order to ascend to become a god, not only would one's cultivation realm be sufficient, one would also need to have sufficient strength. The Bright Moon Sword God continued, the next trip to Iron Blood City will be 500 years later. You better make some preparations. That's right, it is best if you prepare some half-divine stones. Everyone will need to pay 1 low-grade half-divine stone to enter Iron Blood City. Staying in Iron Blood City will also require half-divine stones. Cheap inns will only cost 1 low-grade half-divine stone for 100 years. The more expensive ones will cost around 2 or 3 low-grade half-divine stones. Of course, if you really lack half-divine stones, you can stay in the Bright Moon Inn temporarily. This is my personal property and it doesn't matter if you owe some fees. But if you have half-divine artifacts, you can sell them in Iron Blood City. It is the fastest way to obtain half-divine stones. He had already obtained information that Li Fuchen seemed to have obtained plenty of half-divine artifacts in the Death God Cave. How many half-god points or low-grade half-divine stones can a regular half-divine artifact be exchanged for in the guild? What about in Iron Blood City? Li Fuchen asked. On the side, the Heaven-Piercer Sword God said, it can be exchanged for 4,000 half-god points or 8 low-grade half-divine stones in the guild. In Iron Blood City, it can be exchanged for at least 10 low-grade half-divine stones. The Heaven-Piercer Sword God didn't hide anything, as Li Fuchen would find out sooner or later. Li Fuchen said, "Can I go to Iron Blood City and exchange the half-divine artifacts for half-divine stones before going to the guild to exchange them for half-god points?" This way, he would be able to obtain plenty of half-god points. The Bright Moon Sword God said, "Of course." This might seem like a loophole, but it was actually a reflection of personal freedom. Furthermore, to demigods like them, half-divine stones were more important than half-divine artifacts. Therefore, it didn't matter what Li Fuchen chose. "Do I need to contribute to the guild?" This was Li Fuchen's final question. The Bright Moon Sword God and the Heaven-Piercer Sword God looked at each other. The Bright Moon Sword God laughed and said, "There isn't a need. Everyone might have different positions, but we are actually supporting each other and helping each other out. If you lack half-divine stones, you can use half-god points or half-divine artifacts to exchange. If you wish to give a half-divine artifact to your kin or friends, you can use half-divine stones and half-god points to exchange." Li Fuchen took out 20 low-grade half-divine stones and handed them to the Bright Moon Sword God. "Guild leader, these 20 low-grade half-divine stones can be exchanged for 10,000 half-god points. Give 5,000 to the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the other 5,000 to the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor." 5,000 half-god points was enough to exchange for a regular half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen had a rather good relationship with the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't have the capability, but since he had the capability, he naturally had to help the duo. Otherwise, it was unknown when the duo would become half-gods. It wasn't very practical to give half-divine artifacts directly. To Li Fuchen, half-divine artifacts were much more precious than half-divine stones. He only had a few dozen half-divine artifacts with him. If he were to give them 2 this time and 2 more next time, he would be able to give them all in a short period of time. Of course, if he were to take out 20 low-grade half-divine stones at once, it would be suspicious, but Li Fuchen didn't care. In the future, the fact that he possessed a large number of half-divine stones would definitely be exposed. It wasn't a big deal to expose it now. The Origin Extreme Sword God is rather loyal. After receiving the low-grade half-divine stones, the Bright Moon Sword God said with admiration. The Bright Moon Sword God and the Sky-Piercing Sword God were indeed very surprised that Li Fuchen was able to take out 20 low-grade half-divine stones. Li Fuchen had only been in the half-god region for less than 1,000 years. How did he obtain so many half-divine stones? Furthermore, if he was able to take out 20 low-grade half-divine stones, it meant that he had more. But when thinking about Li Fuchen's past achievements, the duo didn't find it strange anymore. Some people were born to be different. Things that were difficult for others wouldn't be difficult for them at all. 500 years was still very early. Li Fuchen continued to excavate the half-divine stones in the stone mines. He didn't know the exact situation of the divine battlefield yet, but it wasn't a bad thing to prepare more half-divine stones. 500 years later, in the vicinity of the Divine Bridge. Origin Extreme Sword God, many thanks. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor had already become half-gods. They might only be regular half-gods, but the duo was already satisfied. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I will only help the 2 of you once. I won't help any more in the future. That is natural." The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor still cared about their reputation. Even if Li Fuchen helped them in the future, they would still reject him. "Let's go." Seeing that everyone was here, the bright moon sword god waved his hand and walked onto the divine bridge first. At one end of the divine bridge, there was a stone beast. The stone beast's mouth was wide open and 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones were required to enter the bridge. After crossing the bridge, the bright moon sword god took out a black iron ship and asked everyone to board it. Ship type half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen was shocked. This was his first time seeing a ship-type half-divine artifact. From what he knew, ship-type half-divine artifacts were extremely precious and were normally one level more valuable than other half-divine artifacts of the same class. The Bright Moon Sword God's ship-type half-divine artifact was actually a P-class half-divine artifact. It also meant that its value was comparable with a P-class half-divine artifact. No wonder he is the Swordsman Guild leader. He owned an inn in Iron Blood City, a P-class half-divine artifact, and a P-class half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Bright Moon Sword God must have a lot of half-divine stones. After everyone boarded the ship, the black iron ship turned into a black light and rushed towards the divine battlefield. Boom crack, the natural environment of the divine battlefield was even harsher than the half-god region. There were flashes of lightning, rumbles of thunder, violent winds, and dense fog. In such an environment, P-class invincible emperors wouldn't be able to survive for a long time. Unless they had some half-divine artifact shards or universe artifacts that were suitable for survival, they would barely be able to survive. Through the dense fog, Li Fuchen saw a skeleton. This skeleton was extremely huge. Compared to it, the black iron ship was not even as big as an ant. Whether it was in the demigod domain or the divine battlefield, the size of a creature's body was closely related to its strength. In the divine battlefield, the giant astral beasts were unable to maintain such a large body. Otherwise, they would instantly run out of energy. Even after death, this skeleton was already so massive. It was imaginable how powerful it was when it was still alive. The Bright Moon Sword God said, "This is a god corpse. In normal situations, there will definitely be half-divine artifacts beside the god corpse. However, the half-divine artifacts beside this god corpse have already been taken away." Chapter 1059. When passing above the god corpse, Li Fuchen could obviously feel the golden amulet vibrating a little. "Are you really from the world of gods?" Li Fuchen said to himself. The origin of the golden amulet was too mysterious. Until now, Li Fuchen didn't understand the golden amulet at all. He only knew that as compared to the golden amulet, half-divine artifacts weren't even worth mentioning. Even the legendary divine artifacts might not be comparable to the golden amulet. Perhaps only after he became a god would he be qualified to understand the golden amulet. Rumble. There was a sudden violent tremor. The horrific tremor had even affected the void, causing the black iron ship to sway as though it was drunk. What is going on? The Tai Chi Sword God and the Origin Bright Sword God thought someone was attacking the black iron ship and quickly drew their swords. The Bright Moon Sword God said, "Don't panic, this is an earthquake." In the battlefield of gods, earthquakes were very normal. But sometimes, earthquakes would bring out some good items from the ground. It was unknown if there were any this time. The Bright Moon Sword God controlled the black iron ship and flew towards the epicenter of the earthquake. At the epicenter of the earthquake, the battle was already in full swing. Half of a giant steel trident was revealed from the cracks in the ground. From the chi presence emitted by the steel trident, it was obviously a top-notch half-divine artifact. In Iron Blood City, a top-tier quasi-god weapon could be sold for at least 1,000 low-grade quasi-godly stones. 1,000 low-grade half-divine stones were enough to stay in the cheapest inn in Iron Blood City for 100,000 years. Boom! The black iron ship didn't slow down and charged straight at the giant steel trident. "Stay here. Don't even think about it." Waves of attacks blasted on the black iron ship. It was a pity that the black iron ship was a top-notch half-divine artifact and the attacks were only able to make the ship shake slightly. When approaching the steel trident, the bright moon sword god jumped off the black iron ship. Damn it, it is a peak-tier half-god. The bright moon sword god's chi presence was too powerful and was much stronger than regular peak-tier half-gods. Most of the half-gods here were high-class or top-notch half-gods. There wasn't a single peak-tier half-god. After all, even in the battlefield of gods, peak-tier half-gods were the pinnacle combat strength. Unequaled half-gods were the dominating combat strength. So what if he is a peak-tier half-god? There are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him? Waves of attacks blasted at the bright moon sword god. The bright moon sword god was collecting the steel fork. He was unable to move or counterattack, so he could only take it head-on. As for Li Fuqin and the others, they weren't able to attract much firepower. After all, there were too many demigods here and there were around 50 to 60 demigods while they had less than 10. The bright moon sword god's demigod power quickly dissipated. The armor on his body was only a top-notch demigod weapon. It could not withstand the attacks of so many demigods. If it was not for the high quality of his peak demigod power, he would have been annihilated in a single round of attacks. Of course, if it was Li Fuqin instead of the bright moon sword god, the situation would be different. With the scarlet flame armor, the primordial bracelet, the myriad calamity immortal body, and the tree of life, Li Fuqin's defense was at least 10 times or a few dozen times stronger than the bright moon sword god. It would be much easier to withstand the attacks. When 30% of the demigod's power was consumed, the bright moon sword god finally retrieved the giant steel fork and flew back to the dark steel ship. Go! The black iron ship turned into a streak of black light and quickly left. Behind them, the crowd cursed and stopped in their tracks. The speed of a top-notch ship-type semi-divine artifact was too fast, and they could not catch up at all. Even if they did, they would not be able to break through the defense. Congratulations, President. On the deck, everyone congratulated the bright moon sword god. This was a top-notch half-divine artifact and it could easily be sold for over 1,000 low-grade demigod stones. If they were lucky, it was normal to sell it for a few thousand low-grade demigod stones. The bright moon sword god was in a rather good mood and said, "Everyone has made contributions. When we reach the Iron Blood City, I will treat everyone to a drink." To him, over 1,000 low-grade demigod stones was considered a small fortune. As the saying went, sand accumulates into a tower, water accumulates into a river. He was able to have his current wealth and was even able to purchase an estate in the Iron Blood City. Wasn't it all because of the accumulation? The battlefield of gods was too massive. Until now, no one knew how big the battlefield of gods was. After traveling for over 50 years, everyone finally arrived at the Iron Blood City. The Iron Blood City looked like a dilapidated city. A portion of the city walls had collapsed and the traces on the walls were all evidence of the vicissitudes of time. 1 low-grade demigod stone per person. No one shall think of escaping. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to the Weeping Blood Ghost Mine to mine ores. At the city gates, 2 groups of demigod soldiers were guarding. The leader of the soldiers was actually a peak-tier demigod. He carried a large saber on his back and spoke with a powerful voice. Even the city guards are peak-tier demigods and the leader is a peak-tier demigod. The Tai Chi sword god and the Origin bright sword god were shocked. On the side, the Sky Piercer sword god said, "When I first arrived at the Iron Blood City, I was also shocked. But after a long time, I got used to it." The Bright Moon sword god said, "The Iron Blood Elder Guild controls the entire Iron Blood City. To us, the extremely precious peak-tier half-divine artifacts are easily obtainable by them. The reason why the Light and Dark God Lord didn't become an elder isn't because of his cultivation realm, but because he doesn't have a complete set of peak-tier half-divine artifacts." Li Fuqin nodded silently in response. Possessing one peak-tier half-divine artifact and possessing multiple peak-tier half-divine artifacts were 2 completely different things. For example, if you only possessed an offensive peak-tier half-divine artifact, then you would only have stronger offense. If you possessed a defensive peak-tier half-divine artifact, then you would only have stronger defense. On the other hand, the others didn't just possess offensive and defensive peak-tier half-divine artifacts, they also had other support-type peak-tier half-divine artifacts. How were they supposed to fight? After entering the city, everyone felt an invisible force suppressing them. In the face of this invisible force, everyone's strength was weakened by at least 1,000 times. This is the Iron Blood City. Looking at the passing demigods, the Tai Chi Sword God and the Origin Bright Sword God were shocked again. Demigods that were extremely esteemed in the outside world were just regular pedestrians here. The contrast was too strong. My Bright Moon Inn is right in front. The Bright Moon Sword God led the way at the front. A short moment later, everyone arrived at a rather desolate street. In the middle of the street, there was a not-so-small hotel. The Bright Moon Inn had a total of 30 rooms and it wasn't considered a small inn in the Iron Blood City. Of course, the Iron Blood City might have a lot of demigods, but the place was huge and the inn wouldn't always be full. According to the Bright Moon Sword God's calculations, the occupancy rate would be maintained at 30% to 40% and rarely exceeded 50%. The Bright Moon Inn's occupancy rate was 1 low-grade demigod stone for 100 years. If 30% of the 30 rooms were occupied, the Bright Moon Sword God would be able to earn 9 low-grade demigod stones in 100 years. 900 low-grade demigod stones in 10,000 years. 90,000 low-grade demigod stones in 1 million years. Of course, if one wanted to open an inn in the Iron Blood City, one would have to pay taxes too. The tax rate was 30%. It also meant that if the Bright Moon Sword God earned 90,000 low-grade demigod stones, he would have to pay 27,000 low-grade demigod stones. Li Fuchen didn't know how many demigod stones were needed to purchase a 30-room inn. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. If you don't mind, you can stay in the Bright Moon Inn for now. As for the accommodation fee, you can just owe it first. In fact, the Swordsman Guild's demigods were all staying in the Bright Moon Inn. Firstly, staying here meant that they could owe the demigod stones first. Secondly, staying in their own inn was more relaxing. As for free accommodation, it wasn't too realistic. The Swordsman Guild was the Swordsman Guild, the Bright Moon Inn was the Bright Moon Inn and the latter was the Bright Moon Sword God's personal business. The Bright Moon Sword God wasn't a saint and he didn't have the obligation to take care of everyone for free. I will not stay here, I will find a place myself. Li Fuchen had plenty of demigod stones and didn't need to stay in the Bright Moon Inn. Furthermore, Yan Qingguo and the others were still in the heart of the plain and it was time to let them out to experience it. Alright, remember to send a message if there is anything. The Bright Moon Sword God knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of demigod stones. After leaving the Bright Moon Inn, Li Fuchen walked towards the city gate again. It was possible to bring people into the Iron Blood City silently, but every person that entered the city would be given an identity token. If someone found out that the person didn't have an identity token in the city, they would be immediately arrested and imprisoned. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be apprehensive just to save 3 low-grade demigod stones. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen released Yan Qingguo and the others. He also released the Immortal Emperor at the same time. Li Fuchen had taken good care of the Immortal Emperor. After all, if the Immortal Emperor didn't have the World Fruit, Li Fuchen, Yan Qingguo, and the others wouldn't have improved so quickly. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to obtain an Undying Attribute Half-Divine Artifact for the Immortal Emperor, but such half-divine artifacts were too rare. Li Fuchen didn't see a single one in the Death God Cave. Ultimately, Li Fuchen gave a P-class half-divine artifact to the Immortal Emperor and allowed him to choose. The Immortal Emperor chose this P-class half-divine artifact as his natal half-divine artifact and became a top-notch half-god. After entering the city, the 4 of them obtained their identity tokens and their identity tokens were glowing faintly. It meant that they had paid the half-divine stones. Of course, once they exited the city, the identity token would dim down and they would have to pay the half-divine stones again to light it up. The accommodations in the Iron Blood City were separated into different grades. The cheap inns would only cost 1 low-grade demigod stone for 100 years. The more expensive inns would cost 2 or 3 low-grade demigod stones. The cheapest inns would cost 5 low-grade demigod stones and the most expensive ones would cost more than 10 low-grade demigod stones. Those who were more extravagant would be able to rent courtyards and the price would be above 100 low-grade demigod stones. However, a courtyard could accommodate plenty of people. Li Fuchen went to the property office to inquire and found out that purchasing a 10-room inn would cost around 20,000 to 30,000 low-grade demigod stones depending on the location. Purchasing a 30-room inn would cost around 100,000 low-grade demigod stones. Of course, if one wasn't trying to earn demigod stones and only wanted to stay, they could purchase residences. Residences were much cheaper. A 2-room residence would cost around 3,000 low-grade demigod stones. A 3-room residence would cost around 5,000 low-grade demigod stones. A larger 4-room or 5-room residence would cost around 10,000 low-grade demigod stones. Chapter 1060. There were many benefits to living in Iron Blood City. First, killing was prohibited in the city, so it was very safe. Second, it was easier to recover and strengthen demigod power than outside the city. Third, it was faster to increase one's realm. Fourth, one could find a job to earn demigod stones. Fifth, as long as one had the capital, one could buy what one wanted. It could be said that living in Iron Blood City had many benefits and no disadvantages. After settling down, the 5 started to walk around Iron Blood City. There were many types of shops in Iron Blood City, but most of them were demigod weapon shops. They randomly found a demigod weapon shop and walked in. Ordinary demigod artifacts cost between 10 low-grade demigod stones to 20 low-grade demigod stones. High-grade demigod artifacts cost between 100 and 200 demigod stones. As long as you have enough demigod stones, you can buy as many demigod artifacts as you want. Immortal Emperor sighed. Before coming to Iron Blood City, demigod weapons were extremely precious to him. After coming, he realized that demigod weapons were goods with a price tag in Iron Blood City. Of course, he was just sighing. These demigod weapons weren't free. They required demigod stones, which weren't as easy to get as demigod weapons. In fact, demigod stones were even harder to come by. After walking down the street, apart from the largest demigod weapon shop, the other shops didn't have top-notch demigod weapons. The price range of top-notch demigod weapons was much wider. The cheapest was 1,000 low-grade demigod stones, and the highest was more than 10,000. And it seemed that this wasn't the limit. I wonder how many demigod stones a top-notch demigod weapon is worth. Yan Qinggu asked curiously. Go to the largest shops in Iron Blood City and you'll know. Usually, the top-notch demigod weapons that appeared in auctions were more precious. The top-notch demigod weapons in the shops were more ordinary. After all, the precious ones wouldn't be sold. Zhejiang Weapon Pavilion. It was one of the largest demigod weapon shops in Iron Blood City. Zhejiang Weapon Pavilion had a total of 9 floors. The bottom 4 floors corresponded to normal demigod weapons, the 5th to 7th floors corresponded to high-grade demigod weapons, the 8th floor had top-notch demigod weapons, and the 9th floor had top-notch demigod weapons. Compared to the other demigod weapon shops, Zhejiang Weapon Pavilion had a wide variety of demigod weapons. They had all sorts of rare attributes. Immortal Emperor even saw an ordinary demigod weapon with an undying attribute and a curse-type ordinary demigod weapon. Anyone could come up to the first 7 floors, but on the 8th floor, one would need to show 2,000 inferior demigod stones or a top-notch demigod weapon. So expensive. This peak demigod artifact is worth 30,000 low-grade demigod stones. On the 8th floor, Wu Zhuo clicked his tongue. Li Fuchen said, this is a top-notch half-divine artifact that can increase speed. It is normal for it to be so expensive. They were fast, and if they encountered danger, they could quickly escape. In the battlefield of gods, survival was the most important thing, and strength was secondary. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. At the staircase of the 9th floor, the 5 of them were stopped by a man with a long face. Li Fuchen asked, "How many half-divine stones do I need to show?" The horse-faced man said, 20,000, and they are all mid-grade half-divine stones. 20,000 medium demigod stones? Li Fuchen was rather shocked. It meant that a peak-grade half-divine artifact was worth around 240,000 low-grade demigod stones. In terms of the demigod power contained, a single mid-grade demigod stone was equivalent to 10 low-grade demigod stones. A single high-grade demigod stone was equivalent to 10 mid-grade demigod stones or 100 low-grade demigod stones. But in normal situations, a single mid-grade demigod stone could be exchanged for 12 low-grade demigod stones. A single high-grade demigod stone could be exchanged for 12 mid-grade demigod stones. This was mainly because the higher the grade of the half-divine stone, the higher the absorption efficiency. During the moment of life and death, a huge amount of demigod power would be consumed. Everyone naturally hoped to have high-grade demigod stones to replenish the demigod power. Using low-grade demigod stones to replenish the demigod power was too slow. Low-grade demigod stones were normally used to replenish the demigod power during times of crisis, including peak-grade demigods. No one else had 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones, but Li Fuchen did. After seeing the 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones that Li Fuchen produced, the long-faced man's eyes flashed with a smear of surprise. It was rare to see someone with 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones. It was already good for regular peak-grade demigods to have a few hundred mid-grade demigod stones. Only those who became peak-grade demigods at a very early age would have such wealth. Please. The long-faced man took a step back. While going up the stairs, Yan Qinggu said, "There is something wrong with this person's eyes when he looks at you." Li Fuchen said, "It is very normal for wealth to move a person's heart. A large-scale inn with 100 rooms, even if the occupancy rate was 50%, the accommodation fee would be 2 low-grade demigod stones for 100 years. It would take around 240,000 years to earn back so many low-grade demigod stones. If it was after taxes, it would take 340,000 years to earn back so many low-grade demigod stones. The value of a large-scale inn was already a few 100,000 low-grade demigod stones. If Li Fuchen was able to produce 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones, it meant that he had more. How could anyone not be tempted? The 9th floor was very spacious, but there were very few display cabinets. There were only over a dozen of them, and only a few of them had peak-grade half-divine artifacts. That is simply too expensive. Wu Zhuo and the immortal emperor took a deep cold breath. In the display cabinet closest to them, there was a sawtooth will disc. It looked like a long-range offensive half-divine artifact. But when they saw the price, they were flabbergasted. No wonder they had to produce 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones. This sawtooth will disc's price was actually 25,000 mid-grade demigod stones. Even 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones wouldn't be enough. Everyone, this peak-grade half-divine artifact is called the soul-chasing slash. It has astounding power, and its greatest feature is that it can be controlled freely no matter how far away it is. It is the same as having a clone with astounding attack power. Of course, no matter how far away it is, there is still a limit, and the limit varies from person to person. A gray-haired elder who was emitting a top-notch demigod chi presence walked over and introduced the item to the 5. "This is a good item." Li Fuchen nodded. The soul-chasing slash wasn't suitable for direct combat, but it was more suitable for sneak attacks in a chaotic battle. But Li Fuchen might be good, but he wouldn't foolishly buy it immediately. Firstly, he didn't have a good understanding of the market price of half-divine artifacts. Secondly, unless the soul-chasing slash was an innate half-divine artifact or one had the power of a first-rate peak-grade half-god, the soul-chasing slash's lethality would ultimately be limited. Li Fuchen's current half-god power was only at the peak of second-rate or third-rate. Even if he used a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill a top-notch demigod. Thirdly, Li Fuchen was planning to personally search for half-divine artifacts in the divine battlefield. There wasn't a need to buy it with half-divine stones. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't really want to buy it. The gray-haired elder brought Li Fuchen to another display cabinet with peak-grade half-divine artifacts and continued to introduce. This peak-grade half-divine artifact is called the Blood Sun Hammer. It contains the dual attributes of the Blood Dao and the Yang Dao. Its lethality is above the soul-chasing slash, but it is only worth 15,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. It is a typical bargain. Li Fuchen smiled faintly. Even if it was a bargain, it depended on whether it was suitable. It was obvious that the Blood Sun Hammer was a rather unpopular half-divine artifact and there weren't many people who were suitable for it. The Heaven Fate Shield is our 9 River Weapon Pavilion's defining artifact. After refining it with half-god power, it will be able to communicate with your mind. It can even sense the murderous chi before you and block the enemy's attack in advance. Furthermore, its defense is much tougher than regular peak-grade half-divine artifact armors. Without considering the situation where the half-god power is exhausted, if a peak-grade half-god wields the Heaven Fate Shield, not even an invincible half-god will be able to break it. When introducing the last peak-grade half-divine artifact, the gray-haired elder was filled with pride. It was rare for other half-divine artifact shops to have such precious peak-grade half-divine artifacts. Even if they had them, they wouldn't sell them. It is great, but it is too expensive. I don't have that many mid-grade half-divine stones. Li Fuchen had a regretful expression but his eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. The Heaven Fate Shield was indeed a rare peak-grade half-divine artifact. If the werewolf's Mobi's armor was a first-rate peak-grade half-divine artifact, then the Heaven Fate Shield was definitely a first-rate peak-grade half-divine artifact. Furthermore, as it was a shield, its pure defense should be superior to the Mobi's armor. It was just that the defense wasn't as comprehensive as the armor, but it had the ability to sense the murderous chi in advance and it was able to make up for most of the flaws. Therefore, it wasn't too exaggerated for the Heaven Fate Shield to be priced at 100,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light because he could sense a powerful soul imprint from the Heaven Fate Shield. This soul imprint was too powerful and once the buyer refined the Heaven Fate Shield, the soul imprint would burst out at the crucial moment. It was enough to cause the buyer to be dazed for an instant and it might even cause severe damage to the buyer's spirit soul. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the 9 River Weapon Pavilion wasn't planning to sell this Heaven Fate Shield seriously. They were planning to scam people first before taking back the Heaven Fate Shield. As for the person that left the soul mark in the Heaven Fate Shield, it was probably the 9 River Weapon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, the 9 River Tyrant God. The 9 River Tyrant God was an unrivaled half-god and Li Fuchen guessed that he should be a Soul Dao half-god. Furthermore, his Soul Dao proficiency was extremely high and he might have obtained an incredible Soul Dao half-divine artifact. Otherwise, a pure Soul Dao proficiency wouldn't leave behind such an incredible soul mark. That is truly a pity. The gray-haired elder wasn't disappointed. These peak-grade half-divine artifacts had been placed here for a long time and it was obvious that they wouldn't be sold within a short period of time. The 9 River Weapon Pavilion didn't wish to sell it so quickly either, otherwise, they would have to replenish the stock. On the main street, Yan Qinggu asked, "Is there a problem with that Heaven Fate Shield?" It was unknown when she and Li Fuchen had a better tacit understanding. She could even notice the subtle changes in Li Fuchen's eyes. Li Fuchen said, "Someone left a trap inside. If we are going to purchase half-divine artifacts in the future, we will have to be more careful." Li Fuchen didn't mind as he had a powerful divine spirit and no one would be able to do anything under his nose. But Yan Qinggu and the others didn't have the ability and would be easily tricked. "I see." Yan Qinggu and the others nodded. After leaving the 9 River Weapon Pavilion, Li Fuchen and the others went to another famous half-divine artifact shop. Li Fuchen knew that the possibility of encountering a peak-grade Sword Dao half-divine artifact was very low, but he still wanted to try his luck. If it really wasn't possible, it wouldn't be bad to encounter a peak-grade half-divine artifact that was related to time and space. Chapter 1061. After strolling through the entire Iron Blood City, Li Fuchen didn't encounter any peak-grade Sword Dao half-divine artifacts. As for time-space half-divine artifacts, they were even rarer and high-grade half-divine artifacts couldn't be found. Occasionally, he would see ordinary time-space half-divine artifacts, and from the looks of it, they were in high demand and there wasn't a need to worry about selling them. "Come, let's find a place to eat," Li Fuchen said to the four of them as the aroma of food drifted out from several nearby restaurants. After a short moment, the five of them found a rather good restaurant and walked in. This restaurant was called the 1,000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant. According to the level, the prices were different. On the first floor, one low-grade half-divine stone could be used to eat and drink as much as you wanted. Furthermore, you could bring 9 people. On the second floor, it was 2 low-grade half-divine stones, 4 low-grade half-divine stones for the third floor, and 8 low-grade half-divine stones for the fourth floor. The 1,000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant had a total of 7 floors and the 7th floor was expensive as it required 64 low-grade half-divine stones. Li Fuchen didn't lack half-divine stones and didn't need to inconvenience himself. He immediately brought the 4 of them to the 7th floor. The dining table was soon filled with delicacies and wine. There were even more delicacies and wine on the side of the dining table. "Everyone, let's try the taste." Li Fuchen was the first to start. After eating a few mouthfuls of dishes and drinking a mouthful of wine, Li Fuchen paused for a moment and smiled. The delicacies of the divine battlefield are indeed extraordinary. He realized that the delicacies and wine didn't just have the effect of strengthening the half-god power, they could also strengthen the saint's spirit and the spirit soul. If one ate them every day, it would be hard for one's strength to not grow over time. It is just too expensive. I am afraid only the upper echelons of the Iron Blood City can afford to eat it every day. Yan Qinggu took a sip of the dark red wine and was in a good mood. The 5 of them ate until noon on the second day before leaving the 1,000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant with satisfaction. After living in the Iron Blood City for a period of time, Li Fuchen gradually had some understanding of the Iron Blood City. The strongest faction in the Iron Blood City was naturally the Iron Blood Elder Guild. The highest echelon of the Iron Blood Elder Guild was the 13 doyens and there were 36 generals below them. These 49 people were all invincible half-gods and had unparalleled strength. Those who were able to sit in their positions had relied on their own capabilities. The Council of Iron Blood Elders controlled 3 armies, the Core Iron Blood Army, the city guards that protected Iron Blood City, and the Wolf Fang that was responsible for completing special missions. In Iron Blood City, the Iron Blood Council of Elders was the ruling power. No one dared to provoke them. Under the Iron Blood Elders Council, there were a total of 8 non-official factions. Each of these 8 forces had quite a number of undefeatable demigods and owned a lot of property in Iron Blood City. For example, the 9 Rivers Tool Pavilion was the property of the 9 Rivers Gang, one of the 8 great forces. The pavilion master of the 9 Rivers Tool Pavilion, the 9 Rivers Hegemon God, was the president of the 9 Rivers Gang. The 1,000 Li Fragrance Restaurant was the property of the Drifting Fragrance Hall, one of the 8 great forces. Compared to these major forces, the Swordsman Guild is too weak. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. The Swordsman Guild had quite a number of demigods, close to 20. However, it depended on who they were compared to. For a major force like the 8 major forces, not to mention 20 demigods, they could even send out 20 pinnacle demigods easily. If they wanted demigods, they didn't have any property. It was extremely difficult to develop. Of course, it wasn't impossible for the Swordsman Guild to grow stronger. The prerequisite was to have an invincible demigod that could control the situation. Only with invincible demigods would they be able to attract other demigods to join. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the Dark Council and the Trials I were doing better than the Swordsman Guild in Iron Blood City. It was mainly because the Dark Council leader and the Trials God of Trial were both invincible demigods. My Fire Dao cultivation technique still isn't at the perfection rank. After cultivating in Iron Blood City for a few dozen years, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to cultivate his Fire Dao cultivation technique to the perfection rank of Star Field class. Once his Fire Dao cultivation technique was at the perfection rank, he would be the strongest Fire Dao emperor and would also become an invincible Fire Dao demigod. However, it wasn't an easy task to reach the perfection rank of the cultivation technique. It wasn't something that could be solved with a high perception, the body had to try again and again. It seems like in order to become an invincible demigod, I still need to obtain a pinnacle sword Dao half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen stood up and prepared to leave the city. They are preparing to leave the city. There were plenty of informants around Li Fuchen's courtyard. Once Li Fuchen made any movements, the information would immediately be sent up. After waiting for a few dozen years, we are finally leaving the city. How many half-divine stones do you think he has? I don't care how many half-divine stones he has, he belongs to our 9 River gang. There weren't a lot of people entering and exiting Iron Blood City. With eternal lifespan, everyone didn't live in a hurry. They would either be in seclusion for a long period of time or stay outside for a long period of time. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen's group sped up and quickly left Iron Blood City. Chase after them. At the back, dozens of demigods followed closely. These dozens of demigods were made up of top-notch demigods and peak-level demigods. Let alone 3 peak-level demigods and 2 top-notch demigods, they were enough to deal with regular invincible demigods. They are catching up. Yan Qinggu turned around and said, "You guys come in first." Li Fuchen stored the 4 of them into the heart of plain and extended a pair of giant flaming wings on his back. This was one of the set attributes of the Scarlet Flame set. It was able to increase Li Fuchen's speed by several times. Li Fuchen's Fire Dao was already a second or third-rate peak-level demigod. Now that his speed was increased by several times, apart from invincible demigods, it was rare for anyone to catch up to him. Not good, he has a speed-type peak-level half-god artifact. One of the peak-level demigods had a dark expression. "Get on the ship." Another peak-level demigod took out a large ship and boarded everyone. It was obvious that this was a peak-level half-god artifact. It was extremely fast, but it was still inferior to Li Fuchen. Space-time shackle. Right at this moment, the 3rd peak-level demigod had a cane in his hand. He swung it forcefully and sent an invisible force at Li Fuchen. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt that the void of the divine battlefield had turned into an iron board. Break! Li Fuchen turned into a spiral of flames and broke the shackle. However, his speed was slower and the large ship was gradually catching up. A peak-level space-time half-god artifact might not be able to completely shackle me, but it can slow down my speed. Space-time half-god artifacts were extremely precious. A peak-level space-time half-god artifact's price was already comparable with a peak-level half-god artifact. If it was a peak-level space-time half-god artifact that was used for escaping, the price would be even higher than regular peak-level half-god artifacts. It still depends on you. Li Fuchen took out the primordial bracelet and burst out with the primordial source essence. Boom! The void shook and a passage was instantly formed. Li Fuchen flapped the flaming wings on his back and entered the passage. Subsequently, the passage vanished. Damn it, he escaped. What kind of half-god artifact is that? It seems like a high-class universe artifact. The 9 River Guild's demigods had unpleasant expressions. They had mobilized so many people but were still unable to capture Li Fuchen. It made them feel very helpless and angry. With my peak-level Fire Dao half-god power, I am already able to burst out with 200 times the primordial source essence. In the void of the battlefield of gods, a passage appeared and Li Fuchen flew out from it. High-class universe artifacts were formed by gathering the essence of the universe and the chi fate of the Great Tao. The more Li Fuchen understood, the more he realized that high-class universe artifacts weren't inferior to peak-level half-god artifacts. In terms of the overall mysticism, they were even superior to peak-level half-god artifacts. The flaming wings vanished and Li Fuchen released Yan Qinggu and the others. The 9 River Guild really thinks highly of us. They actually sent out dozens of peak-level and peak-level half-gods. Yan Qinggu said. Li Fuchen said, "They have underestimated us. Otherwise, they would have sent out even more half-gods and other means." Even if one had sufficient half-divine stones, when facing enemies that were 10 times or even dozens of times their number, the half-god power would still be exhausted. If Li Fuchen stayed behind to resist, he might be able to resist more than most of the peak-level half-gods, but the final outcome would still be death. After all, facing a single half-god's attack and facing dozens of half-gods were two different things. The half-god power would be exhausted at a speed that was dozens or even 100 times faster. Iron Blood City, Nine River Guild's headquarters. He actually has a high-class universe artifact. No wonder he escaped. The one speaking was a bald elder. The elder had a fleshy feeler on his head and there was a dark green eyeball that was turning around. A strange and evil green light was illuminating the surroundings. He had a deeper understanding of high-class universe artifacts than Li Fuchen. It was said that high-class universe artifacts weren't comparable to peak-level half-god artifacts in terms of quality. It meant that their power was several times more vigorous than peak-level half-god artifacts. But the elder didn't think so. High-class universe artifacts were actually superior to peak-level half-god artifacts in terms of quality. However, it depended on the user. A few tens of thousands of mid-grade half-divine stones are nothing. A high-class universe artifact is worth it for me to make a move. The green eyeball on the elder's feeler burst out with a greedy and bloodthirsty expression. The divine battlefield was very desolate. There were sandstorms and lightning everywhere. The 5 of them had to use their half-god power to prevent themselves from being pushed away by the sandstorms. Half-god artifact shard. Wu Zhuo picked up a half-god artifact shard from the ground. Li Fuchen sized it up and said, "This is a peak-level half-god artifact shard. Let's look around. There might be a peak-level half-god artifact nearby." Half-gods weren't able to destroy half-god artifacts. Only true gods were able to do so. It was obvious that the half-god artifact shards in the divine battlefield were the masterpieces of a battle between gods. Since there was a half-god artifact shard here, it meant that there were 2 gods fighting nearby. In just a short moment, the 5 of them found a damaged peak-level half-god artifact and a giant god corpse. The god corpse's prowess was extremely shocking. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to get close and could only watch from afar. Why do I feel that this god corpse was a human when it was alive? The immortal emperor said. Aside from the fact that the god corpses were countless times larger, they looked exactly the same as humans. The only difference was that the god corpses would never decay, but if a demigod died, the corpse would gradually decay as the demigod's power dissipated. It is normal for it to be a human. Li Fuchen said. Searching for half-god artifacts in the divine battlefield was far more difficult than the 5 of them imagined. After countless years, all the half-god artifacts in the outer regions had basically been collected. There were rarely any that slipped through. Even if there were any that slipped through, they would probably be brought out from the depths of the earth by the earthquakes. Li Fuchen had already left a spirit soul mark in Iron Blood City. With the spirit soul mark, he could enter the divine battlefield without any worries and didn't need to worry about getting lost. Chapter 1062. Look, that earring. From far away, Yan Qinggu saw an earring on the earlobe of one of the god corpses. From the chi presence that the earring emitted, it was obviously a peak-grade half-god artifact. No one is able to get close to the god corpses. As long as it was with Li Fuchen, the werewolf incarnation would rarely speak. Wu Zhuo said, "It is hard to imagine how many half-god artifacts a single person can equip." In Wu Zhuo's opinion, half-god artifacts were the combination of weapons, armors, and cardinal artifacts. There were too many types. The commonly seen half-god artifacts were weapons, armors, gloves, necklaces, boots, helmets. The rarer ones were inner armor, belts, arm guards, wrist guards, leg guards, knee guards, and rings. The rarer ones were bracelets, cloaks, earrings, and earrings. let alone some special half-god artifacts. They were both invincible demigods, but one of them only had one peak-grade half-god artifact while the other had 3 or more. How were they going to fight? It was fortunate that a demigod's half-god power was determined by the innate half-god artifact, which was the first half-god artifact. Therefore, the invincible demigod's half-god power was basically on par. Otherwise, it would be even more impossible to fight. Others might not know, but the Iron Blood Elder Guild's Doyen should have all the most common peak-grade half-god artifacts. Li Fuchen knew clearly that it wasn't scary to be fully equipped, it was the entire set. If an invincible demigod was equipped with more peak-grade half-god artifacts, they would only be slightly stronger and more all-round without any shortcomings. But if an invincible demigod had a complete set of peak-grade half-god artifacts, their strength wouldn't just be slightly stronger, they would be much stronger and would be able to suppress other invincible demigods. Li Fuchen's Scarlet Flame set was just a set of peak-grade half-god artifacts. When 3 pieces were combined, it was already comparable to a second or third-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. Furthermore, it came with the set attribute, Scarlet Flame Wings. What about a complete set? Li Fuchen reckoned that it would at least be equivalent to a first-rate or super first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. With the complete set attributes, it would be immeasurable. For example, Yan Qingwu's victory suit was a pinnacle semi-divine equipment suit. When 2 pieces were combined, it would be comparable to a first-rate pinnacle semi-divine equipment. When 3 pieces were combined, it would probably be a super first-rate pinnacle semi-divine equipment. Moreover, once the attributes of the suit were activated, it would be even more impressive. By then, it wouldn't matter even if Yan Qingwu's realm was slightly lower. With the victory suit, she would be able to step into the unrivaled demigod level. Where can I find the rest of the set parts? Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. If the set couldn't be assembled, anything he said would be meaningless. Roar! An enormous figure suddenly charged out of the sandstorm. Its target was the weakest immortal sovereign. The flaming fist and the black claw flashed at the same time, and the huge figure was knocked off course, landing on a hill hundreds of meters away. Windrock Wolf. Li Fuchen sized up this wolf-like half-divine beast that was a few meters in size. This demigod beast was the most commonly seen demigod beast on the battlefield of gods. It was called the Windrock Wolf, and it was adept at hiding in the sandstorm and ambushing enemies. Of course, ambushing was just a habit. Even the weakest demigod beast had the strength of a peak-tier demigod. Furthermore, they were more all-round than regular peak-tier demigods. They were equivalent to peak-tier demigods that had a complete set of peak-tier demigods. Generally speaking, a few peak-tier demigods would be able to contest with the weakest demigod beast. Powerful demigod beasts were truly invincible. Perhaps only peak-tier demigods that had a complete set of peak-tier demigods would be able to contest with them. I will go first. The werewolf incarnation was like a werewolf as it engaged in battle with the Windrock Wolf. It was obvious that the werewolf incarnation's attack power was weaker than the Windrock Wolf, but its defense wasn't inferior at all. After all, the werewolf incarnation's innate half-god artifact was the Mobi's armor, which was focused on defense. I will go and help. As a peak-tier demigod, Yan Qingwu couldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, she had been wanting to temper her skills for a long time. Drawing the broken saber beauty saber, Yan Qingwu circulated her demigod power of victory and cleaved at the Windrock Wolf. Clang! Sparks burst out, but the saber wasn't able to cut open the Windrock Wolf's fur. Blaze! In the next moment, the ferocious flaming fist devoured the Windrock Wolf. It was Li Fuchen who made the move. As for the Immortal Emperor and Wu Zhuo, they didn't even have the chance to interfere. Even with the strength of peak-tier demigods, they weren't able to provide any help at this moment. After fighting for a long time, the trio's demigod power had been depleted, but they were only able to inflict minor injuries on the Windrock Wolf. Furthermore, these minor injuries didn't affect the Windrock Wolf at all. I have found its weakness, all of you will cooperate with me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. All right. After understanding Li Fuchen's intention, the werewolf incarnation and Yan Qinggu nodded. This is the time. A short moment later, the werewolf incarnation and Yan Qinggu stood on the left and right to seal off the Windrock wolf's movements. Li Fuchen flashed the scarlet flame wings on his back and instantly arrived in front of the Windrock wolf. He then thrust his blazing sword finger at the Windrock wolf's lungs. PFFF. The Windrock wolf's indestructible fur was only able to withstand for a split second in the face of the finger before it was shattered. This time, the Windrock wolf wasn't just simply injured. The power within its body had completely gone out of control and gathered at the lungs before exploding. Its body was blasted into pieces, especially its spirit soul, which had been blasted into nothingness. The only thing left was a green crystal core. How did you know that its weakness is here? Iron Blood City had all sorts of demigod beast manuals. Yan Qinggu remembered that none of them had a specific description of the Windrock wolf's weakness. Li Fuchen said, to be more specific, this isn't considered its weakness. It is just a temporary gathering point of its power. Li Fuchen's spirit soul had definitely reached the god's class, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call it the divine soul. With the scanning of the divine soul power, Li Fuchen was able to easily observe the circulation route of the Windrock wolf's half-god power. He was able to find the place where the half-god power was the most concentrated and break it in a single move. A half-god beast was ultimately a half-god beast. It might be very powerful, but as compared to a half-god, it had a huge weakness. Of course, Li Fuchen knew that it was only him. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to find the Windrock wolf's weakness so easily. Furthermore, there were a few places where the Windrock wolf's power gathered and it would change its location after a short period of time. It wasn't an easy task to accurately grasp it. Such concentrated Wind Dao half-god power. The Wolfman's incarnation picked up the green crystal core that the Windrock wolf dropped and commented. This was a half-god beast's crystal core, and it was the toughest part of the half-god beast's body. It was also the place where the half-god power was stored. In Iron Blood City, a single Windrock wolf's crystal core was worth a few thousand low-grade half-god stones. Had it not been for the fact that half-god beasts were too hard to surround and kill, where a weaker half-god beast would require at least a few peak-grade half-gods and multiple peak-grade half-gods, and there might even be casualties, there would definitely be plenty of half-god beast hunting organizations in Iron Blood City. Along the way, the five encountered another Jiao Leihu. The Jiao Leihu, as the name suggested, was a Thunder Dao half-god beast. Its strength was even stronger than the Windrock wolf, and the Thunder Dao half-god power that it released was enough to turn a peak-grade half-god into charcoal within a short period of time. The most terrifying thing was that the Jiao Leihu was adept at group attacks. If one didn't wish to pay a heavy price, the group that surrounded the Jiao Leihu would need to have an invincible half-god. Li Fuchen didn't have an invincible half-god on his side, but Li Fuchen had Li Fuchen. No matter how powerful the Jiao Leihu was, he wouldn't be able to render the trio defenseless. It was still possible to resist for a period of time. With the cooperation of Yan Qinggu and the Wolfman's incarnation, Li Fuchen spent some time to find the Jiao Leihu's weakness and killed it in a single move. A Windrock wolf's crystal core and a Jiao Leihu's crystal core. The total value is around 10,000 low-grade half-god stones. It is definitely a huge profit. Holding the green crystal nucleus and the blue crystal nucleus in his hand, Li Fuchen let out a smile. A regular top-notch half-god artifact would only be worth 1,000 or a few thousand low-grade half-god stones. 2 half-god beast crystal cores were equivalent to finding several top-notch half-god artifacts. It was enough to excite anyone. Li Fuchen felt that it was much more efficient to survive in the battlefield of gods as compared to excavating half-god stones in the stone mines. He had excavated for over 1,000 years and had only excavated around 1,000,000 low-grade half-god stones. Unknowingly, the five arrived at a deeper part of the battlefield of gods. This place was a place that only peak-grade half-gods would dare to enter. Even top-notch half-gods would have a slim chance of survival. When passing by a hill, Li Fuchen suddenly exclaimed softly. "What is it?" Yan Qinggu looked at Li Fuchen. There is something below. Li Fuchen waved his hand and the fire Dao half-god power was like a monstrous wave. It lifted half the hill and after a few times, the hill was blown away. A giant dark green battle boot was revealed in front of everyone. Peak grade half-god artifact. Yan Qinglu's eyes lit up. Furthermore, it is space-time. Li Fuchen laughed heartily and descended to collect the battle boot. In just a short moment, the battle boot was successfully collected. Without a doubt, this was a space-time peak-grade half-god artifact. Li Fuchen's space-time Dao was already at the perfection rank. He might not be considered the strongest ruler in the space-time Dao, but once he possessed a space-time peak-grade half-god artifact, it was enough for him to become a peak-grade space-time half-god. The space-time Dao was the hardest Dao to deal with. In normal situations, a peak-grade half-god wouldn't be able to survive from an invincible half-god. But a peak-grade space-time half-god would be able to survive from an invincible half-god and would be able to move freely. This was the terror of the space-time Dao. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen started to accept the baptism of the battle boot. This battle boot was called the Flying Shuttle Battle Boot and it was a second-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. With the baptism of the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, Li Fuchen's space-time bloodline rapidly transformed into the space-time demigod bloodline. There was an indistinct space-time wave that enveloped Li Fuchen, causing his figure to turn blurry. Finally, the baptism ended. Fuchen, what are the effects of this battle boot? Yan Qinggu felt that a space-time peak-grade half-god artifact should be very different, but she didn't know how different it was. Watch carefully. Li Fuchen didn't make any movements and instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the horizon. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's figure was everywhere and it was impossible to differentiate the real one. Or it should be said that they were all real. Space-time shuttle. Incredible. The four of them were excited. With the Flying Shuttle Battle Boot, they wouldn't have to work so hard if they encountered pursuers or half-god beasts. The figures in the sky vanished and Li Fuchen instantly appeared in front of the four of them. He said with pity, there is still one more. There is a flaw. Chapter 1063. With the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, Li Fuchen had a much easier time in the battlefield of gods. His traveling speed was more than 10 times faster. Heavens, it is the Sand Tyrant Dragon. Flee quickly. In the battlefield of gods, it was fine to encounter the Wind Rock Wolf and Jiao Leihu, but if they encountered the Sand Tyrant Dragon, it was basically a dead end. The Sand Tyrant Dragon didn't just have the strength of an unrivaled demigod, it was also adept at burrowing. It was hard to defend against sneak attacks. Apart from unrivaled demigods, even a peak-level demigod wouldn't be able to escape after being targeted. Let's go. Li Fuchen stored the four of them and vanished without a trace with a flash. For now, he didn't plan to encounter the Sand Tyrant Dragon. Even if he could find its weakness, he wouldn't be able to break through its defenses. This was the absolute difference in strength. The deeper into the battlefield of gods, the more terrifying the half-god beasts that Li Fuchen encountered. A half-god beast like the Sand Tyrant Dragon was nothing. The stronger Black Fire Divine Dragon could easily burn a peak-level demigod to death with a single breath. If an unrivaled demigod was hit by the attack, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. But there was the saying, riches are found in danger. The more dangerous the place, the lesser the number of people and the higher the number of half-god artifacts. Along the way, apart from obtaining a peak-level half-god Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, Li Fuchen also obtained 2 peak-level half-god artifacts and 5 high-class half-god artifacts. I sense something is summoning me. On this day, Yan Qinggu suddenly said. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and said, it should be a part of the victory set. The parts of the set were all connected. The stronger the set, the stronger the connection. The victory set was a peak-level half-god artifact set and the connection was naturally very close. Li Fuchen could sense the summoning even from far away. Following the summoning, Li Fuchen led Yan Qingguo and advanced quickly. Half a year later, the duo arrived at a barren canyon. It is in this canyon. It seems like a breastplate. Yan Qingguo could vaguely sense the appearance of the parts. Come, let's go in. Li Fuchen's divine spirit power discovered a half-god beast in the canyon. It was a spiked shadow demon wolf and its strength wasn't inferior to the sand tyrant dragon. But so what? Yan Qingguo was already a second-rate peak-level demigod. Once she obtained the third piece of the victory suit, her abilities would be close to that of an invincible demigod. Roar! The Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf's ability was very strong, but most importantly, it was very fast. It was like a shadow, constantly shuttling between reality and illusion. If Li Fuchen didn't have the shuttle battle boots, he wouldn't even be able to resist for a moment. Found it. On the other side, Yan Qingguo finally found the third part of the victory set in the depths of the canyon. Just as Yan Qingguo said, this piece was an exquisite breastplate. Go! After keeping Yan Qingguo, Li Fuchen quickly left. Roar! The Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf chased relentlessly, its wolf claws constantly slamming on Li Fuchen's back. A single flying shuttle battle boot would always have a flaw. If it was two flying shuttle battle boots, the Thorn Shadow Devil Wolf might not be able to catch Li Fuchen's traces. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had the primordial beginning bracelet, the myriad calamity indestructible body, and the tree of life. If it was any other peak-tier demigod, they would have been severely injured by the Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf's relentless attacks. Time flies. Li Fuchen activated the Flying Shuttle Battle Boot's source power. In the next moment, time and space turned viscous and the Thorn Shadow Devil Wolf's speed was slightly slower. Li Fuchen's figure was constantly elongated and ultimately turned into a shuttle before vanishing rapidly. PFFF-TSS. The Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf's claw missed and roared with unwillingness. It is fortunate that this is a half-divine beast. If it is an invincible demigod, it might not be able to escape so easily. Half-divine beasts were ultimately inferior in terms of intelligence and mastery of cultivation levels. Most of them relied on their instincts to fight. Li Fuchen only released Yan Qingguo after he was far enough away. If I didn't guess wrongly, the three parts of the victory set should be able to activate one set attribute. Li Fuchen's three parts of the Scarlet Flame set had the set attribute, the Scarlet Flame Wings. It was impossible for Yan Qingguo to not have the victory set. Let me try. Yan Qingguo started to accept the baptism of the breastplate of victory. As time elapsed, Yan Qingguo's half-god power was getting stronger. First-rate peak-tier demigod, super first-rate peak-tier demigod. The half-god power is around 10 times stronger than me. It should be at the invincible demigod level. Just the half-god power was already 10 times stronger and it was very terrifying. After all, the stronger the half-god power, the stronger the half-god power, the stronger the half-god power. Victory Halo. After the baptism, Yan Qingguo activated the attributes of the victory set with a thought. In the next moment, a bundle of resplendent radiance enveloped Yan Qingguo. What is the effect? Li Fuchen asked. Yan Qingguo said, I feel that the half-god power is several times stronger. No wonder it is a peak-tier half-god set. Li Fuchen praised. His Scarlet Flame set's attribute was only an increase in speed, but Yan Qingguo's set attribute was an increase in strength. It was hard to imagine how powerful the complete victory set would be. No matter what, with the addition of an invincible demigod in the team, Li Fuchen felt much more relaxed. Next up, Li Fuchen's target was to find a Saber Dao half-god for Yan Qingguo. Until now, Yan Qingguo was still using the damaged Broken Beauty Saber and it was truly a burden. If Li Fuchen could find a peak-tier Saber Dao half-god for Yan Qingguo, her strength would increase significantly. Kill. Let's capture him together. Damn it, don't let him escape. Death Cleave. Amidst the chaotic battle, Li Fuchen grabbed an armor and flashed before vanishing without a trace. Li Fuchen didn't know how many times he had snatched half-god artifacts, but the first few times were all peak-tier half-god artifacts. This time, he snatched a peak-tier half-god artifact. This peak-tier half-god artifact was a leg guard and it was perfect for the werewolf incarnation. Li Fuchen was planning to put in all his efforts to forge Yan Qingguo and the werewolf incarnation. Yan Qingguo had the victory set and was already an invincible demigod. The werewolf incarnation could only be forged with peak-tier half-god artifacts. There is a feeling of summoning. Li Fuchen looked up into the distance and could vaguely see another flying shuttle battle boot. This flying shuttle battle boot was worn by a peak-tier demigod. A single flying shuttle battle boot has a flaw. Only by possessing 2 flying shuttle battle boots will I be able to utilize the full potential of the flying shuttle battle boots. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. As of now, the flying shuttle battle boots were more important than a peak-tier sword Dao half-god artifact. A peak-tier sword Dao half-god artifact would only allow him to become an invincible sword Dao half-god. But the flying shuttle battle boots would allow him to break out of fatal encirclement with ease. The value of time-space half-god artifacts had always been 1 level higher than other half-god artifacts of the same class. A peak-tier sword Dao half-god artifact would be worth at least a few tens of thousands of mid-grade half-god stones. A peak-tier time-space half-god artifact would be worth at least 100,000 mid-grade half-god stones. At almost the same moment, the owner of the flying shuttle battle boots had also looked over. Another flying shuttle battle boot. The thunder god North Wind was startled at first before he was in ecstasy. A single flying shuttle battle boot allowed him to travel freely in the battlefield of gods. He was able to escape from many encirclement attacks with ease and had even fought with an invincible demigod before escaping with ease. It was obvious how effective 2 flying shuttle battle boots were. I must obtain it, definitely. The thunder god North Wind clenched his fist tightly while bursting with murderous aura. The 2 of them walked towards each other at the same time. Die! Finally, the duo encountered each other. The thunder god North Wind produced a lightning awl. He brandished it at Li Fuchen and blasted a large area of thunderbolts. The thunder god's lightning awl was a peak-tier thunder Dao half-god artifact. Be it a group attack or a single attack, it was extremely incredible. Bang boom! Li Fuchen forcefully endured the attack and at the same time, he had also blasted out a flaming fist. Just like Li Fuchen, the thunder god North Wind didn't retreat or evade. He was extremely confident in his peak-tier half-god artifact armor. The duo exchanged blows and didn't retreat or evade like lunatics. His half-god power isn't as powerful as mine. He will never be able to defeat me. The thunder god North Wind sneered in his heart. His innate half-god artifact was the thunder god's lightning awl and it was a first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact. It meant that he was a first-rate peak-tier half-god. Li Fuchen was only a second or third-rate peak-tier half-god. As time elapsed, the half-god power within the duo was rapidly depleting. In normal situations, as a first-rate peak-tier half-god, the thunder god North Wind's half-god power should be at least twice as much as Li Fuchen. However, he had already depleted more than half of his half-god power and Li Fuchen's chi presence didn't weaken. Frowning, the thunder god North Wind was considering if he should use the high-grade half-god stone to replenish his half-god power. As for the peak-grade half-god stone, he didn't have any. Normally, only those invincible half-gods from major factions would have a small number of peak-grade half-god stones. But a single high-grade half-god stone could only replenish 10% of his half-god power. It was too wasteful and would delay his time. 40%, 30%, no, it is a trap. The thunder god North Wind reacted. He was only left with 30% of his half-god power and he couldn't take the risk anymore. It is too late to react now. Li Fuchen released Yan Qingguo and the others. The 4 of them were already prepared and immediately executed their strongest attacks. 20%. Another 10% of the thunder god North Wind's half-god power was destroyed. Yan Qingguo had contributed at least 80% of the effort. With the victory armor, her strength was already at the invincible half-god level. After activating the victory halo, her strength was increased by several times. Flee! The Thunder God North Wind panicked and quickly activated the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots ability. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuqian also activated the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots ability and caught up with ease. Damn it! The Thunder God North Wind was anxious and furious. How could he not see that Li Fuqian wasn't just a Fire Dao half-god, he was also a Time Dao half-god. Using the Time Dao half-god power to activate the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots was much stronger than using the Thunder Dao half-god power to activate the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots. If the Thunder God North Wind's half-god power was still at its prime, he could escape at all costs. Right now, his half-god power wasn't even at 20% and the chances of escaping were slim. It was mainly because he was too confident and careless. But who would have thought that Li Fuqian would bring along an invincible half-god and a first-rate peak-tier half-god? If he knew this was the case, he wouldn't have come. Die! Yan Qinggu slashed at the Thunder God North Wind with multiple sabers. Bang! Chapter 1064. As a first-rate peak-tier half-god, the Thunder God North Wind was definitely wealthy. In his spatial ring, there were 70,000 low-grade half-god stones, plenty of mid-grade and high-grade half-god stones too. But as compared to the 3 peak-tier half-god artifacts, these half-god stones weren't considered much. Of course, to Li Fuqian, the most important thing was the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots. After refining the second Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, Li Fuqian's time and space half-god power was stronger. Most importantly, when activating the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, there were no longer any flaws. Li Fuqian's time and space Dao was already at the perfection stage. With the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, Li Fuqian felt his body was countless times lighter. He could enter the flow of time at any time and travel through time. As for spatial shift, it was as simple as eating and drinking to Li Fuqian. Right now, in order to surround and kill Li Fuqian, one had to surpass Li Fuqian in the time and space Dao. For example, if someone reached the strongest time and space Emperor realm, they would naturally surpass Li Fuqian in the time and space Dao. Or if they obtained an even stronger peak-tier half-god artifact. If they couldn't surpass Li Fuqian in the time and space Dao, they would have to use absolute strength to crush everything. No matter how incredible the Dao was, it would still crumble in the face of unmatched strength. Qinggu, attack me. Li Fuqian said to Yan Qinggu. Alright. Yan Qinggu understood Li Fuqian's intention and slashed. The saber light flew but couldn't touch Li Fuqian at all. After activating the victory halo, Yan Qinggu's chi prowess surged. She brandished the beauty saber and the saber prowess felt like it was going to stir the time and space of the divine battlefield as she slashed at Li Fuqian. As expected, Li Fuqian felt his body getting a trace of attraction. It might be very weak, but it meant that Yan Qinggu's power had already affected him. No, I can't capture you. Yan Qinggu stopped attacking. Li Fuqian said, you might not be able to capture me, but you have affected me slightly. If you are a few times stronger, it might be hard to say. Li Fuqian didn't know what Yan Qinggu's strength was. Was she a third-rate or a second-rate invincible half-god? If she was a third-rate invincible half-god, then a second-rate invincible half-god might be able to threaten Li Fuqian. If she was a second-rate invincible half-god, then a first-rate invincible half-god might be able to threaten Li Fuqian. Of course, it was only a threat. It was still unknown if it could keep Li Fuqian here. Unless I can obtain the 4th piece of the victory suit, it's almost impossible for me to become several times stronger. Yan Qinggu was clear about her own situation. She was able to obtain her current strength mainly because of external help, unlike Li Fuqian who relied on himself. Without relying on the 4th part of the victory suit, there were only 2 ways for her to greatly increase her strength. The first was to perfect her sword Dao, and the second was to perfect her sword Dao cultivation technique. However, it was too difficult to achieve both of them. Even if she cultivated in the heart of the existential plane, it would be useless. Perfecting one's saber Tao was not a matter of time, but of one's talent and comprehension. Many demigods had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years or even their entire lives, but they were still unable to achieve perfection in any of the Tao they cultivated. As for obtaining a pinnacle saber Tao demigod weapon, to be honest, the increase in Yan Qingwu's power was limited. At most, it would double her power. After all, Yan Qingwu's natal demigod weapon was the victory suit. Obtaining other pinnacle demigod weapons would just be icing on the cake. After all, her victory demigod power was already very powerful. If she could obtain the fourth piece of the victory suit, her victory demigod power would be even stronger. By then, the peak-grade saber Tao half-god artifacts that didn't belong to the victory suit would be even less useful to her. Wu Zhuo and the Immortal Emperor were a little regretful. They regretted choosing the life half-god artifact too early. If they had endured a little more, they could have chosen a peak-grade half-god artifact as their life half-god artifact. The Immortal Emperor was still fine as he wasn't too close to Li Fuqian. He was already very grateful that Li Fuqian was willing to bring him to the battlefield of gods. Therefore, the regret was just a flash. After all, so what if Li Fuqian was a top-notch half-god or a peak-grade half-god? The Immortal Emperor's innate potential was just so. He was already satisfied to witness the majestic and mysterious battlefield of gods. As compared to the Immortal Emperor, Wu Zhuo was rather unwilling. He wasn't too fixated on the strength itself, he was fixated on not being able to help Li Fuqian. If he had the strength of a peak-grade half-god, he would be able to fight alongside Li Fuqian. This was his lifelong dream. How could Li Fuqian not see through Wu Zhuo's thoughts? He patted on Wu Zhuo's shoulder and said, "There is no need to be in a hurry. Striving to cultivate the sword Tao to perfection rank is the right path." To Li Fuqian, a half-god artifact was just an external power. External power could allow a person to shine for a moment, but it wasn't able to shine for a lifetime. In order to ascend to become a god, one's cultivation level was still required. "Yes, Master." Wu Zhuo nodded. For the rest of the time, Yan Qingwu wasn't able to sense the summoning of the fourth piece of the victory suit. Li Fuqian wasn't able to sense the summoning of the fourth piece of the Scarlet Flame set either. The duo knew clearly that it wasn't an easy task to gather an entire set of the victory suit. Even the Iron Blood Elder Guild's elders might not be able to gather an entire set. On this day, Li Fuqian and Yan Qingwu arrived in front of a blood-colored lake. That's right, it was a blood-colored lake. A deathly silent blood-colored lake. It was said that the blood-colored lake was formed by gathering divine blood, and there were plenty of it in the battlefield of gods. Therefore, the blood-colored lake was also known as the Divine Blood Lake. After seeing the Divine Blood Lake, it meant that the duo had arrived at the true depths of the battlefield of gods. It was said that the core of the battlefield of gods was a sea of blood, but no demigod had ever reached that place. It is the Dark Parliament's guild leader, Undead Ruler. The surroundings of the Divine Blood Lake were surrounded by plenty of demigods. Li Fuqian saw 3 demigods from the Dark Parliament. The 3 demigods were the Dark Parliament's guild leader, Undead Ruler, the Dark Parliament's 2 vice leaders, the Deer Worm God, and the Wolf Divine Monarch. The Undead Ruler was an invincible demigod in name, while the Deer Worm God and the Wolf Divine Monarch were also peak-grade demigods. In terms of elite combat strength, the Dark Parliament was definitely superior to the Swordsman Guild. This was mainly because the Dark Parliament had the Undead Ruler, an invincible demigod. They had more chances to obtain peak-grade half-god artifacts. The Divine Blood Island has appeared. The deathly silent Divine Blood Lake suddenly surged with waves. In the center of the Divine Blood Lake, there was an island. The island had mountain peaks, and a few of the mountain peaks were pierced with all sorts of half-god artifacts. The half-god power was dazzling. The Divine Blood Island would appear once every 10,000 years. Each time it appeared, it would bring out some half-god artifacts. Whenever the Divine Blood Island was about to appear, a large number of demigods would appear in the vicinity. It was fortunate that there were plenty of demigods on the Divine Blood Island, otherwise, the number of demigods would increase by 1,000 folds. It is better to come at the right time than to come early. Let's go. Chapter 1065. Countless demigods rushed to Divine Blood Island as well. Along the way, everyone had already started fighting. Many demigods fell into the Divine Blood Lake, and their flesh and bones melted away. To a demigod, God's blood was a deadly poison. Even if one had a demigod weapon to protect themselves, it would be useless. They could not come into contact with it. Those who were the first to ascend the island were naturally absolute experts. Li Fuqian took a look and saw that there were 3 unrivaled demigods. Including Yan Qingguo, there were 4. Of course, among the first batch, Li Fuqian was the fastest. The others had just arrived on the island, but he had already ascended a mountain peak with a half-divine artifact. If it wasn't for the time required to collect half-divine artifacts, Li Fuqian would have already collected countless half-divine artifacts. Courting death. A silver-haired, six-eyed invincible demigod waved his hand and a silver ribbon turned into a silver beast head that bit at Li Fuqian. With a flash, Li Fuqian avoided the silver beast head. Peak space-time demigod. The silver-haired, six-eyed invincible demigod squinted his eyes. The space-time Dao was known as one of the most difficult Daos to deal with, and it was not without reason. He would rather fight with a weaker invincible demigod than a pinnacle space-time demigod. Without bothering about Li Fuqian, the silver-haired, six-eyed invincible demigod ascended another mountain peak that had a half-divine artifact. The other invincible demigod that was covered in green scales originally wanted to deal with Li Fuqian, but after seeing that Li Fuqian was a pinnacle spatial-time demigod, the invincible demigod immediately dismissed the idea. At the current stage, it was better to collect more half-divine artifacts first and wait for the Divine Blood Island to sink before finding trouble with Li Fuqian. Interesting. The undead ruler's chi presence was slightly stronger than the silver-haired six-eyed invincible demigod and the green-scaled invincible demigod. The undead ruler had already recognized Li Fuqian. After all, Li Fuqian had created a huge commotion in the universe and it was hard for the undead ruler to not receive the news. Guild leader, this primary extreme sword god is truly a scourge. In such a short time, he has become a pinnacle spacetime demigod. Moreover, he is also at the strongest Sword Dao Imperial Emperor realm. Once he obtains a pinnacle Sword Dao demigod weapon, he will become an invincible demigod. The deer worm god sent a voice transmission to the undead ruler. The wolf god king also said, "In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Let's kill him later." If the 3 leaders of the Dark Council worked together, they had a high chance of getting rid of Li Fuqian. If they could invite 1 or 2 more helpers, it would be even more certain. There's no rush. I don't like doing things that I'm not confident in, the undead king said calmly. On Divine Blood Island, there were only so many mountains with demigod artifacts. Therefore, there were many demigods rushing up each mountain. At this time, no one cared if you were an invincible demigod or not. In front of so many demigods, even invincible demigods would have to retreat. If you really wanted to fight them head-on, you would be courting death. After all, Li Fuqian was the first to ascend the island and the first to ascend the mountain peak. By the time a large group of people arrived, he had already collected several half-divine artifacts, including a peak-grade half-divine artifact. This peak-grade half-divine artifact was a helmet and Li Fuqian immediately gave it to the werewolf incarnation. He intended to arm his werewolf incarnation to the teeth. Li Fuqian believed that if the werewolf incarnation was equipped with 5 or 6 peak-grade half-divine artifacts, it would be able to resist for a long time even if it was an invincible half-god. If Yan Qingguo was a spear, then the werewolf incarnation would be a shield. One for offense, the other for defense. Let's go. The competition for the half-divine artifacts was too chaotic. Basically, every peak-grade half-divine artifact had over 100 demigods fighting. The only remaining peak-grade half-divine artifact was being fought by over 1,000 individuals. Li Fuchen didn't think that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Most importantly, he didn't want to become a target for everyone. It was already considered a success to obtain a peak-grade half-divine artifact. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wanted to leave, but someone didn't want him to leave. Undead Spirit Universe. Li Fuchen finally witnessed how terrifying a great Tao universe executed by an invincible half-god was. In all directions, in the sky and on the ground, real and illusory, there were undead spirits everywhere. This was a universe that was formed by the undead spirits. Each of the undead spirits was trying their best to squeeze towards Li Fuchen and the others while reaching out to grab their bodies. In comparison, Yan Qingwu's strength might be formidable, but in terms of cultivation level, she was far superior to regular invincible half-gods. Break. Yan Qingwu activated the victory halo of her set and brandished the beauty saber. The saber light engulfed the sky and forcefully tore apart the undead spirit universe. The undead ruler didn't expect for Yan Qingwu's strength to be so formidable. Even among the invincible half-gods, she was considered a powerhouse. However, Yan Qingwu's saber art's proficiency wasn't high and it was purely in terms of power. Peak-grade half-divine artifact set. The undead ruler had roamed the battlefield of gods for countless years and had encountered all sorts of situations. He just took a moment to think and knew the reason. She actually possesses a peak-grade half-divine artifact set. She is truly fortunate. To be honest, the undead ruler was very envious and jealous. He could guess that Yan Qingwu's peak-grade half-divine artifact set wasn't complete, but so what? As long as she had a few components, she would have a chance to gather them all. As for them, they didn't even have a single component. It was truly infuriating to compare themselves with others. Since he couldn't be bothered to deal with Li Fuchen, the undead ruler shrunk the undead spirit universe and planned to fight Yan Qingwu alone. Primary Extreme Sword God, let me fight you. The deer insect god's body spun and turned into an insect wave that lunged at Li Fuchen. The deer insect god's innate half-divine artifact was very special. It was a peak-grade insect Dao half-divine artifact. This kind of half-divine artifact could allow the half-god's body to split into countless insects. As long as one insect didn't die, the half-god wouldn't die. Fire Dao Universe, Fire Dao 9 levels. Li Fuchen first released the Fire Dao universe and immediately after, he executed 9 punches at the insect wave. Boom 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 boom, the entire spatial zone felt as though it was ignited by flames and countless insects were burned into ashes. However, there were still countless insects that broke through the flames and bit Li Fuchen's body. If it was a regular peak-grade half-god, they would have been bitten into a bloody mess. But to Li Fuchen, it was just a drizzle. The biting force of the insects was barely able to pass through the primordial armor and reach the indestructible body. Swish! The insects gathered back into the deer insect god's body and he had an unpleasant expression. Earlier on, he had exhausted plenty of half-god power, but he didn't even injure a single hair on Li Fuchen. I have underestimated you. The deer insect god gave up the intention to take down Li Fuchen by himself. He was planning to wait for the undead ruler and the wolf divine monarch to end their battle before working together to take down Li Fuchen. On the other side, the wolf divine monarch and the werewolf incarnation were in a great battle. The two of them were werewolf race's half-gods and their combat styles were extremely berserk and explosive. Every move and stance was extremely violent. As my werewolf race's half-god, you are actually helping an outsider. You are truly depraved. The wolf divine monarch was very suspicious. Since when did their werewolf race have another peak-grade half-god? Furthermore, it was such a powerful peak-grade half-god. It was as though he appeared out of nowhere. At our level, is there a need to differentiate races? Aren't demigods the largest race? The werewolf incarnation said indifferently. Is that so? Die. The wolf divine monarch's claw light was like black lightning as it twined around the werewolf incarnation. Clang 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 clang, the werewolf incarnation's defense was too tough. It had 3 peak-grade half-divine artifacts and all of them were defensive half-divine artifacts. When the Wolf Divine Monarch's Claw light landed, there were only some sparks and the werewolf's claw was in pain. Damn it! The Wolf Divine Monarch burst in retreat and was bewildered. It is my turn to attack. The werewolf incarnation gave up on defense and had an even more explosive combat style. One had to admit that there was a huge difference between invincible half-gods with or without a great Tao universe. In the Departed Spirit Dominator's Departed Spirit universe, Yan Qinggu was greatly restricted. She would only be able to use 30% or 40% of her strength, while the Departed Spirit Dominator could use 120% of his strength. In addition, the Departed Spirit Dominator's undead Tao was extremely strange and tyrannical. He could summon undead half-gods to battle and wear down Yan Qinggu's half-god power. If it wasn't for the set attributes, Yan Qinggu would have already been defeated. Fire penetrates the 9 hells, time like saber. With Li Fuchen's cultivation level and willpower, it was extremely easy to use 2 kinds of half-god power at the same time. Li Fuchen's left hand gathered astounding fire Tao half-god power, while his right hand gathered astounding time and space half-god power. The 2 kinds of half-god power formed a kill move and blasted at the Deerworm God. Ah! The Deerworm God was able to withstand the fire Tao kill move, but not the time and space kill move. The half-god power flowed out like water. How can this be? How can he use 2 kinds of half-god power at the same time? The Deerworm God was flabbergasted. He had seen plenty of half-gods that possessed 2 kinds of half-god power, but he had never seen anyone that could use 2 kinds of half-god power at the same time. In his opinion, if 2 kinds of half-god power were to be used at the same time, his body would definitely explode. After all, a half-god couldn't be considered to have perfect control of the half-god power. It was just that after the baptism of the half-god artifact, they possessed the half-god power. Fire spiral sky, time like arrow. Thick pillars of fire pierced through the sky and engulfed everything in a frenzy. Invisible arrows were shot at the Deerworm God. It didn't matter if the Deerworm God turned into countless insects or giant strange insects, he would still be injured by the invisible arrows. It felt as though these arrows could directly attack the main body. I can't hold on anymore. The pitiful Deerworm God was a pinnacle demigod after all. When encountering Li Fuchen, who was a pinnacle demigod, apart from being evenly matched at the start, he was utterly defeated and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. However, he couldn't be blamed. If it was any other pinnacle demigod, they wouldn't be able to handle Li Fuchen, who could use 2 kinds of half-god power at the same time. Especially since the time and space Tao was too hard to defend against. If the time and space Tao was changed to another Tao, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to suppress the Deerworm God so easily. Green Scales Ruler, 6-eyed Heavenly Venerate, if the 2 of you aren't going to make a move, what are you waiting for? Chapter 1066. Ha, Undead Ruler, I thought you would be able to settle it. It seems like I still need to make a move. But it is very expensive for me to make a move. I, the Green-Scaled Ruler, want 30% of their artifacts. The Green-Scaled Ruler was the invincible demigod that was covered in green scales. He flew over with his hands behind his back. Since the Green-Scaled Ruler wants 30%, I, the 6-eyed Heavenly Venerate, naturally want 30% too. The silver-haired, 6-eyed invincible demigod followed closely behind and flew over. Alright, I agree. The undead ruler nodded. Great, leave this kid to me. The green-scaled ruler chuckled and charged at Li Fuchen, who was fighting with the Deerworm God. Leave that Wolfman race kid to me. The 6-eyed Heavenly Venerate charged at the Wolfman incarnation. As for Yan Qinggu, she was an invincible demigod after all. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to take her down in a short period of time. It was better to deal with the weaker ones first before dealing with Yan Qinggu. Kid, prepare to die. As the green-scaled ruler grabbed across the air, a giant green scaled claw enveloped Li Fuchen. Time shuttle. Li Fuchen flashed and broke free from the green scaled claw. He instantly arrived beside the Wolfman incarnation and stored it into the heart of the plane. PFFFTSS. There was a flash of silver light. The six-eyed heavenly venerate squinted his eyes. If Li Fuchen didn't keep the Wolfman incarnation, his attack would have hit the Wolfman incarnation. But how did Li Fuchen do it? It was rare to see an artifact that could store a peak-tier demigod. High-class universe artifact. The six-eyed heavenly venerate's eyes lit up. To him, a high-class universe artifact was much more valuable than a peak-tier demigod artifact. Six-eyed silver world. The six-eyed heavenly venerate's six eyes burst out with six silver lights. The six silver lights intertwined and formed a perfect hexagonal boundary. The six-eyed silver world was the six-eyed heavenly venerate's proudest move. When encountering slippery peak-tier demigods, his six-eyed silver world would be able to capture them. But this time, he failed. His attack was fast, but Li Fuchen was faster. The six-eyed silver world only sealed one of Li Fuchen's mirages. Yan Qingguo, who already had a telepathic connection with Li Fuchen, didn't need Li Fuchen to enter the netherworld personally. She immediately cleaved open the netherworld and entered the heart of the plane. After doing everything, Li Fuchen's main body rapidly left, leaving behind an illusion. In fact, these weren't considered phantoms. If Li Fuchen was willing, these phantoms could turn into the real body at any time. You want to leave? Dream on. The azure-scaled hegemon let out an explosive roar, and his body expanded to 10 times its original size as he swiped out with his claws. Rumble. The void seemed to have become a tidal wave, undulating up and down. What a domineering power. In the depths of time and space, Li Fuchen was nearly jolted out. Eye of Destruction. The six-eyed heavenly premier's six eyes once again emitted 6 beams of silver light. These 6 beams of silver light converged together, condensing into a massive silver pupil. As the silver pupil opened, crackling sounds came from the depths of space-time. Not good. Li Fuchen could sense that the six-eyed heavenly venerate's ability was able to counter the time and space Tao. Open. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen frantically activated the Primordial Origin Bracelet's Primordial Origin Source Essence. 100 times, 200 times, 500 times, 1000 times, 2000 times, the Primordial Origin Source Essence that was far superior to the past burst out and a void passage appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Swish. Li Fuchen skimmed into the passage. Just as the passage was about to close and vanish, a pair of undead spirit hands supported the passage. Swish. The undead king's figure followed closely behind and entered the tunnel. Crack. The passage exploded and the undead ruler retreated miserably. The power of a high-grade universe artifact was much stronger and more mystical than he imagined. He was a little careless. Damn it, he actually escaped. The azure-scaled hegemon and the six-eyed heavenly premier didn't have great expressions. If the 3 unrivaled demigods couldn't even capture a peak-tier demigod, they would definitely be a joke. A high-grade universe artifact is truly mystical and unfathomable. After seeing it today, it is indeed so. The undead ruler took a deep breath and felt it was a pity. If he couldn't capture Li Fuchen this time, it would be even harder to capture Li Fuchen next time. Of course, it wasn't impossible. As long as Li Fuchen didn't become an unrivaled demigod, he would still be prey. It wasn't easy to become an unrivaled demigod. Peak-grade sword Dao half-divine artifacts weren't cabbages and could be found everywhere. If one was unlucky, they might not be able to find one even after tens of millions of years. Bursting out 3,000 times the primordial origin source essence has already started to damage the primordial bracelet. Li Fuchen could feel the pain from the primordial bracelet. In fact, a high-grade universe artifact was equivalent to a demigod. They would also be injured and their power would be exhausted. My strength is still a little lacking. Li Fuchen decided to make a trip back to Iron Blood City. It didn't matter how long he would be in seclusion, he had to cultivate his fire Tao cultivation technique or space-time cultivation technique to the perfection rank. As such, he would be able to move freely when facing an unrivaled demigod. There weren't a lot of people entering and exiting Iron Blood City. Li Fuchen released Yan Qingguo and the others and lit up their identity tokens before entering the city. This time, I plan to be in seclusion for a long time. You guys can use these half-divine stones first. After Li Fuchen gave some half-divine stones to Yan Qingguo and the others, he immediately entered the heart of the plain and started his seclusion. 9 River Guild Headquarters Main Hall, Vice Guild Leader, they have returned to the city. Once Li Fuchen returned, the bald elder immediately received the news. Keep a close watch on him. Once there are any movements, inform me immediately. The bald elder's eyes flashed with radiance. A high-grade universe artifact and at least a few tens of thousands of mid-grade half-divine stones were enough to tempt him. Furthermore, Li Fuchen already had a high-grade universe artifact, who knew what other treasures he had. Yes. The person who made the report left the headquarters main hall and ordered more people to keep a close watch. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, it was too difficult to cultivate the cultivation technique to the perfection rank. Li Fuchen would have to deduce it again and again. Each time, he would exhaust a huge amount of energy and a long time. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's perception was strong enough and his divine spirit power was vigorous and vast, allowing him to deduce the cultivation technique again and again. If it was someone else, putting aside the fact that they might not be able to deduce the complete cultivation technique in 2,000 years, even if they could deduce it quickly like Li Fuchen, their spirit soul wouldn't be able to take it. It was just like an ordinary person overusing their brain. Deducing a cultivation technique was much more serious than overusing their brain. My Saber Dao cultivation technique is finally at the mid-stage star field class. In the heart of the plain, Yan Qingguo opened her eyes and let out a turbid breath. Cultivation techniques were truly too difficult to break through. Her Saber Dao was already at the late-stage star field class, but her cultivation technique was only at the mid-stage star field class. This was also with the help of the heart of the plain, otherwise, she might not be able to break through in this lifetime. After breaking through, Yan Qingguo felt much more relaxed. Right now, her cultivation level was the same as most of the demigods. It wasn't a strength, but it wasn't a weakness either. If she wanted to increase her cultivation level in the future, she would have to rely on time to slowly grind. After all, strictly speaking, her innate potential was already exhausted. With all sorts of universe artifacts, her innate potential could continue to burst out and even overdraft. However, the further she progressed, the greater the resistance. In the unseen world, there was an invisible law restricting everything. As compared to Yan Qingguo, the werewolf incarnation's cultivation level was slightly higher. Its dark werewolf bloodline had already reached the peak of the late-stage star field class. As compared to martial Dao cultivators, it was the same as having martial Dao and cultivation technique that were at the late-stage star field class. I wonder how is Li Fuchen's progress? Yan Qingguo looked at Li Fuchen, who was in the depths of the heart of the plain and was in a daze. 2,500 years. 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, it was unknown how many times Li Fuchen had derived the fire Dao cultivation technique. Right now, the fire Dao cultivation technique that he derived was already extremely close to perfection rank. What he lacked was that final bit of inspiration, that bit of opportunity. Fire, brightness, warmth. Fire, ferocious, burst. Fire, blazing, purification. Li Fuchen summarized all the characteristics of the fire Dao. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's entire body combusted. This wasn't the entire body combusting, it was the most minute combusting. Even the fire Dao demigod bloodline was combusting. Fire, it is fire. Li Fuchen was enlightened and felt that his body was a part of the fire Dao. As the fire Dao cultivation technique broke through to the perfection rank, endless fire Dao source essence surged out from the depths of the heart of the plain and poured into Li Fuchen's body. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's Fire Dao demigod power was gradually getting stronger. Second-rate peak-level demigod. First-rate peak-level demigod. Invincible demigod. Finally, Li Fuchen's Fire Dao demigod power had reached the invincible demigod level. Whether one was at the strongest emperor's level or not would have a huge influence on one's strength. It was a huge leap in strength. If one wasn't at the strongest emperor's level and obtained a peak-level half-god artifact, they would only be a peak-level half-god. If the strongest emperor obtained a peak-level half-god artifact but became an invincible demigod, this was the difference. Is it the Scarlet Flame Helmet? The instant Li Fuchen walked out of the heart of the plane, there was an indistinct summoning that broke through time and space and was captured by Li Fuchen. Could it be because the Fire Dao demigod power is getting stronger, the summoning between the components is also getting stronger? Li Fuchen felt that the possibility was very high, otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Of course, it didn't matter if it was a coincidence or not, Li Fuchen had to obtain the Scarlet Flame Helmet. With 3 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set, he wasn't considered strong among the invincible demigods. But if he had 4 pieces, even if he encountered the departed spirit ruler, the 6-eyed heavenly venerate, or the green scale ruler, Li Fuchen was confident he could crush any one of them. Vice Leader, they are leaving the city. In the main hall of the 9 River Guild's headquarters, the bald elder who had waited for over 3,000 years finally received a piece of good news. They are finally leaving the city. It wasn't in vain that I, the Flood Lake Venerate, had been eyeing you for so long. Chapter 1067. Damn it, didn't they say he is a Fire Dao demigod? How did he become a time and space demigod? Outside of Iron Blood City, the Flood Lake Venerable was enraged after losing track of Li Fuchen. If he knew that Li Fuchen was a pinnacle time and space demigod, he would definitely be prepared. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will emerge victorious. The 9 River Guild's vice president, Flood Lake Venerable, one of the veteran invincible demigods in Iron Blood City. His strength is probably above the undead ruler and the others. Li Fuchen wasn't confident to deal with the Flood Lake Venerable in a one-on-one. If he worked together with Yan Qingguo and the werewolf incarnation, Li Fuchen was rather confident. But it was just a little bit of confidence. The Flood Lake Venerable wasn't an undeserved title as the vice president of the 9 River Guild. With rapid speed, Li Fuchen flew straight towards the Scarlet Flame Helmet. 1 year. 10 years. Li Fuchen still couldn't sense the exact location of the Scarlet Flame Helmet. This meant that the Scarlet Flame Helmet was extremely far away. This direction seems to be the ancient Kiln City. Unknowingly, over 80 years had passed and Li Fuchen wasn't far from the other city in the battlefield of gods, the ancient Kiln City. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Scarlet Flame Helmet was indeed in the ancient Kiln City and it was in the hands of a top-notch demigod. When Li Fuchen sensed the demigod also sensed Li Fuchen. A component of the Scarlet Flame Helmet? The Flying Fire God frowned at first before he thought of something and relaxed his brows. The Scarlet Flame Helmet wasn't his innate half-divine artifact. It wasn't unacceptable to exchange it, but the prerequisite was that the demigod was willing to pay a sufficient price. I shall wait for him here. Soaring Fire God entered a restaurant, found a private room and sat down. Just like Iron Blood City, everyone had to pay 1 low-grade half-divine stone to enter the ancient Kiln City. After entering the city, Li Fuchen followed his senses and arrived at the restaurant where the Flying Fire God was staying. Bang bang bang, Li Fuchen knocked on the private room's door. Come in. The Flying Fire God's voice echoed. I am the primary extreme sword god, may I know your esteemed name? Li Fuchen greeted. Flying Fire God. The Flying Fire God sized up Li Fuchen and when he noticed that Li Fuchen was an unrivaled Fire Dao demigod, the Flying Fire God's eyes lit up and he had a plan. Li Fuchen observed the Flying Fire God and let out a sigh. He was probably going to be slaughtered this time. He could only hope that the other party wouldn't be too greedy and stop while he was ahead. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I need your crimson flame helmet. Name your price. When Li Fuchen saw the scarlet flame helmet, he knew that the scarlet flame helmet definitely wasn't the scarlet flame helmet's life half-divine artifact. Otherwise, the scarlet flame helmet wouldn't be sitting here waiting for him. Soaring Fire God said with a smile, I'm guessing that you have more than one part of the scarlet flame set on you, there should be 3. Why do you say that? It's very simple. One piece of the scarlet flame set is just an ordinary peak half-divine tool. 2 pieces added together cannot compare to a peak half-divine tool. 3 pieces can match a peak half-divine tool. Furthermore, I'm guessing that you have already reached the strongest Fire Dao Sovereign Emperor, and the Scarlet Flame set is your life half-divine tool. The Flying Fire God was very excited. The more important the Scarlet Flame set was to Li Fuchen, the more chips he had. An unequaled demigod would definitely have a lot of wealth. Li Fuchen declined to comment. Before he came, he had already expected such a situation. He didn't have a choice. If he wanted to sense the Scarlet Flame helmet, he wouldn't be able to conceal his Fire Dao half-god power. Otherwise, he would be able to disguise himself as a peak spatial time demigod. In fact, he could even use his divine spirit talent to completely conceal his chi presence. Of course, it wasn't necessary as it would only make the Flying Fire God suspicious. 3 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set is at least comparable with a third-rate peak-grade half-divine tool. With 4 pieces, it should be comparable with a second-rate or first-rate peak-grade half-divine tool. Therefore, my Scarlet Flame helmet is very important to you. You should understand. The Flying Fire God took a sip of wine and said indifferently. That's right. State your price. Li Fuchen nodded. He was willing to pay a certain price, but the prerequisite was that the Flying Fire God didn't ask for an exorbitant price and treat him like a fool. I need a peak-grade half-divine tool, 100,000 low-grade half-divine stones, 10,000 mid-grade half-divine stones, and 500 high-grade half-divine stones. The Flying Fire God stared at Li Fuchen. Isn't that too much? Li Fuchen raised his brows. It was equivalent to 2 peak-grade half-divine tools. It isn't much for you. You should be glad that I didn't ask for an exorbitant price. The Flying Fire God chuckled. Let me consider it. Li Fuchen said. Li Fuchen was certain that the Flying Fire God was testing him. As long as Li Fuchen was interested, the Flying Fire God would definitely increase the price at the last moment, and it wasn't something that Li Fuchen wanted to see. Why? You aren't willing to pay such a small price? The Flying Fire God's face turned dark. Li Fuchen said, do you think that peak-grade half-divine tools are like cabbages? If you want me to pay the price of 2 peak-grade half-divine tools, I naturally have to consider. The Scarlet Flame helmet was highly valued by Li Fuchen and others didn't. Therefore, if the Flying Fire God didn't trade with Li Fuchen, the Flying Fire God would suffer a greater loss. Right now, it was time to see who would be impatient first. Hearing the statement, the Flying Fire God's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He thought about it and felt that the price wasn't low. Many invincible half-gods would only have 1 peak-grade half-divine tool. Only a minority of formidable invincible half-gods or those with better luck would have 2 or more peak-grade half-divine tools. As for those who had plenty of peak-grade half-divine tools, they were normally invincible half-gods with great backgrounds. Like the old Kiln city's ruler, the senior generals, or the various leaders of the major factions. However, the Flying Fire God wasn't willing to accept it. He knew clearly that if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have such a fated encounter again. Primary Extreme Sword God, I know you are definitely able to pay this price. How about you add another 50,000 low-grade half-divine stones and 5,000 mid-grade half-divine stones? I can swear that I will not increase the price at the last moment. The Flying Fire God reached out and grabbed at his head. An illusory scarlet helmet gradually materialized. What else could it be if it wasn't the Scarlet Flame helmet? Li Fuchen took a deep look at the flying fire god and activated his divine spirit power to seep into the depths of the flying fire god spirit. Alright, it is a deal. If you increase the price at the last moment, I will rather give up. Judging from the flying fire god's spirit wave, this was indeed his final price. Of course, a human's spirit was fickle and no one knew if the flying fire god would change his mind at the last moment. Don't worry, this is my final price. Seeing that Li Fuchen agreed, the flying fire god let out a breath of relief. It was impossible for him to increase the price again. After all, if he was too greedy, he might end up with nothing. Furthermore, if he were to really anger the flying fire god, who knew how the flying fire god would deal with him? After the transaction was completed, the flying fire god and Li Fuchen both revealed a smile. You are very lucky to meet someone as easy to talk to as me. After suddenly obtaining a peak-grade half-divine artifact and a large number of half-divine stones, the flying fire god was in an extremely good mood. He was also looking at Li Fuchen with an extremely amiable expression. Li Fuchen played with the scarlet flame helmet in his hand and said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, "You are the lucky one." A peak-grade half-divine artifact is exchanged for 2 peak-grade half-divine artifacts. These are just external possessions. With this scarlet flame helmet, your strength will increase drastically. You might even be able to fight against the leaders of the major factions. I hope so. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression, but he was rather excited in his heart. The flying fire god had underestimated the value of a peak-grade half-divine artifact set. With the scarlet flame helmet, let alone the leaders of the major factions, Li Fuchen was even confident in fighting against the veteran generals of the Iron Blood City and the ancient Kiln City. After leaving the restaurant, Li Fuchen looked for a courtyard to stay in. I wonder how much will the 4th piece of the scarlet flame set strengthen my fire Dao half-god power. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen circulated the fire Dao half-god power and poured it into the scarlet flame helmet. Blaze! The pure scarlet flame helmet's source power exchanged with Li Fuchen's fire Dao half-god power and fused into Li Fuchen's fire Dao half-god bloodline. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's fire Dao half-god bloodline started to strengthen, and so did his fire Dao half-god power. Such powerful fire Dao half-god power. By the side, Yan Qingguo could obviously feel that Li Fuchen's fire Dao half-god power was already far superior to her victory half-god power. It was the same even if she activated the victory halo. After the fire Dao half-god power expanded to the limits, it started to shrink slowly. When all the fire Dao half-god power had shrunk into the fire Dao half-god bloodline, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. Scarlet flame wings. Li Fuchen's back extended out a pair of giant flame wings. This pair of flame wings was nearly twice as large as before, and the fire Dao half-god power was several times purer. Swish! In the sky above the courtyard, flames were circulating and large patches of scarlet radiance were extending and distorting. My speed has increased by several times again. The flames dispersed and Li Fuchen's figure rapidly condensed. Pure speed seemed a little lacking when compared to the spacetime Dao, but in fact, both had their own uses. The spacetime Dao focused on being impossible to guard against, focusing on being able to come and go as one pleased. As for pure speed, it allowed one to attack faster, react faster, and be faster in all aspects. Especially when the spacetime Dao was restrained, speed was even more important. I didn't even gather 4 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set. It seems like there is a 5th piece. Li Fuchen grinned. To him, it was naturally better to have as many components as possible. If the Scarlet Flame set could have 7 or 8 components, regular peak-grade half-divine equipment sets wouldn't even be comparable. After all, most of the sets only had 3 components. Yan Qingwu's victory set was obviously not a regular peak-grade half-divine artifact set. Therefore, there was a 4th piece and there might be a 5th piece. I have already reached the extremity in the Fire Dao. It is time to consider the Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's Fire Dao and Sword Dao might be advancing side by side, but if they were to fight, the Fire Dao would never be a match for the Sword Dao. In addition, Li Fuchen's sword Dao had some new comprehension, and it was obvious that he was advancing towards the god's realm. This was something that the fire Dao couldn't compare with. Chapter 1068. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good. He had just arrived at the ancient kiln city for a few years, and he was already in time for an auction. This auction was organized by one of the 7 major factions of the ancient kiln city, the Clear Heart Hall. It was said that the finale item was an incredible peak-grade half-god artifact. Li Fuchen wanted to try his luck and participated in the auction. The competition in the auction was very intense. Even in the battlefield of gods, auctions weren't frequently held. They would normally be held once every few million or tens of millions of years. After all, it wasn't an easy task for a major faction like the Clear Heart Hall to auction so many half-god artifacts. Normally, they would hold an auction when they had too many half-god artifacts in stock. They would then exchange the half-god artifacts for half-divine stones and continue to strengthen their faction. It was an unwritten rule to auction peak-grade half-god artifacts. If you didn't have a peak-grade half-god artifact, it meant that your faction wasn't good enough. No faction would feel that they weren't good enough. Therefore, in normal auctions, not only would there be peak-grade half-god artifacts, but they would also be good ones. To the major factions, it wasn't a big deal to take out some incredible peak-grade half-god artifacts every few million or tens of millions of years. The auction was nearing its end and there were all sorts of bids. I bid 32,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. I bid 33,000. 34,000, this was the second last auction item and it was a mirror-type peak-grade half-god artifact. It was a rather rare item. Those who participated in the bidding were basically the leaders and upper echelons of the other factions. There were even some upper echelons of the ancient kiln city's officials. Ultimately, the auction item was won by another faction's leader and upper echelon for 36,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. The next item is the last item of this auction, as well as the climax of the auction. Through our verification, the quality of this item has reached the level of a peak first-rate half-god artifact. We are honest with you. On the auction stage, the auctioneer looked around and was anticipating everyone's reaction. First-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. As expected, everyone's reaction was intense. Peak-grade half-god artifacts had different grades too. The higher the grade, the more precious it was. They didn't expect for the Clear Heart Hall to auction a first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. It wasn't like the Clear Heart Hall's style. What kind of semi-divine artifact is it? Someone asked loudly. No matter how good a first-rate peak half-god artifact was, everyone already had a life half-god artifact, so there was no way for them to be baptized again. Therefore, they had to see if this first-rate peak half-god artifact was suitable for them. If it was not suitable, they would not bid. Even a fool would know how expensive a first-rate peak-level half-god artifact would be. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "I won't beat around the bush. This peak half-god weapon is a sword. Please take a look." The auctioneer lifted the cloth on the stage, and a sword shining with divine light entered everyone's eyes. What a domineering sword. Some people's eyes were reflected by the sword light and immediately felt a piercing pain in their pupils, as if they were being poked by needles. It is actually a sword. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. A pinnacle first-rate sword principal semi-divine artifact was already in line with his requirements. As for a pinnacle first-rate sword principal semi-divine artifact, it was something that could only be chanced upon. He wasn't stupid enough to reject a sword principal semi-divine artifact that wasn't a pinnacle first-rate sword principal. I, the heavenly tiger sword god, just happened to lack a sword. Among the crowd, there were a few individuals whose eyes burst out with intense desire and radiance. The heavenly tiger sword god was one of them. The heavenly tiger sword god wasn't a pinnacle sword Dao emperor, but his sword Dao was already at the perfection rank. With 2 pinnacle half-god artifacts, his strength was definitely at the level of an unrivaled demigod. His only shortcoming was that the sword in his hand wasn't a pinnacle half-god artifact, it was a P-class half-god artifact. If he could obtain this sword, his strength wouldn't be weak even among the unrivaled demigods. Therefore, he had to obtain this sword. This sword is mine. The demon eye sword god's giant eye was flickering with terrifying radiance. He was a pinnacle ruler, but it was a pity that his innate half-god artifact wasn't a pinnacle sword Dao half-god artifact. It was a pinnacle half-god artifact armor. But it didn't matter. With this sword, he would be able to attack and defend at the same time. Among the unrivaled demigods, only a few would be a match for him. Everyone knows that I, the ghost sword god, am adept at dual swords. It is a pity that I only have one pinnacle sword Dao half-god artifact. Now, the opportunity is here. The ghost sword god's eyes were scarlet red. Seeing that the atmosphere had been stirred up, the auctioneer said loudly, "The name of the sword is Heaven Abyss. The starting price is 50,000 mid-grade half-god stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100 mid-grade half-god stones. The bidding shall begin now. 55,000, 60,000. 65,000, 70,000. The price of the Heaven Abyss sword was constantly climbing. Even Li Fuchen was speechless. After giving the flying fire god 15,000 mid-grade half-god stones, Li Fuchen was only left with 70,000 mid-grade half-god stones. It was fortunate that he still had 2,000 high-grade half-god stones and 30 peak-grade half-god stones. A single high-grade half-god stone could be exchanged for 12 mid-grade half-god stones. 2,000 would be 24,000 mid-grade half-god stones. 30 peak-grade half-god stones would be equivalent to over 4,000 mid-grade half-god stones. In addition, Li Fuchen still had 1 million low-grade half-god stones. Even if he used 13 mid-grade half-god stones to exchange for 1 mid-grade half-god stone, it would be worth over 70,000 mid-grade half-god stones. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to afford the price. The price of the Heaven Abyss sword quickly rose to 80,000. Right now, those that were participating in the bidding were basically sword Dao demigods that were determined to obtain the Heaven Abyss sword. I bid 80,000. I hope that everyone will give me, the Tiger Sky Sword God in my demonic chi pavilion some face. The Tiger Sky Sword God was one of the 7 major factions of the ancient Kiln City and was the demonic chi pavilion's assistant pavilion master. He stood up and cupped his fist to everyone. Tiger Sky Sword God, your face isn't useful. I bid 82,000. The Demon Eye Sword God glanced at the Tiger Sky Sword God and sneered. 83,000, the Ghost Sword God frowned. If the opponents were the Tiger Sky Sword God and the Demon Eye Sword God, they might not be easy to deal with. In terms of strength, the Tiger Sky Sword God was far from being a match for him. The Demon Eye Sword God was also slightly inferior to him, but one of them was from the Demonic Chi Pavilion while the other was from the Demon God Mountain. Both of them were extremely wealthy. 84,000, 85,000. 80 to 90,000 mid-grade demigod stones was not a small amount to anyone. The Ghost Sword God and the other two naturally had more than 80 to 90,000 mid-grade demigod stones. However, the pure mid-grade demigod stones were only about 100,000. I bid 90,000, the Tiger Sky Sword God said, gritting his teeth. This price was close to his limit. If he bid any more, he would only be able to sell some of his treasures. 91,000, the Demon Eye Sword God followed closely. 92,000, the Ghost Sword God's voice was very calm. 100,000. I bid 100,000. If anyone bids more than this, I, the Tiger Sky Sword God, will give up. The Tiger Sky Sword God suddenly stood up and roared. He only had a total of 90,000 mid-grade demigod stones on him. He had almost 10,000 mid-grade demigod stones left. He would have to sell many treasures to gather that amount. 101,000. 102,000. Unfortunately, the Tiger Sky Sword God did not manage to scare off the Demon Eye Sword God and the Ghost Sword God. Not only were they stronger than the Tiger Sky Sword God, but they were also richer. Humph. Seeing this, the Tiger Sky Sword God sat down with a gloomy expression. Demon Eye Sword God, we can't go on like this. Why don't we each write a price and bid together? Whoever offers the highest price will get the Heavenly Abyss Sword. What do you think? The Ghost Sword God said to the Demon Eye Sword God. If the two continued to fight, it would only benefit the Clear Heart Hall. All right. The Demon Eye Sword God thought about it and agreed to the Ghost Sword God's strategy. 120,000. 125,000. The Demon Eye Sword God's bid was 5,000 higher than the Ghost Sword God's. This was something the Ghost Sword God did not expect. Ghost Sword God, looks like the Heavenly Abyss Sword is mine. The Demon Eye Sword God was both pained and excited. 125,000 mid-grade demigod stones was the wealth he had accumulated over countless years. If it was a peak half-god weapon, he would be able to buy 6 of them. The Ghost Sword God did not say anything. He regretted his lack of determination. 125,000 mid-grade demigod stones going once. 125,000 mid-grade demigod stones going twice. The auctioneer raised his hammer and was about to slam it down. 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Who? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It is an invincible Fire Dao demigod. He is a Fire Dao demigod, why would he need a Sword Dao demigod weapon? Who knows, he might even be a Sword Dao demigod. Everyone was in a heated discussion and looked like they were watching a good show. Anyone who saw a cooked duck flying away would be enraged. As the Demon God Mountain's Vice Mountain Lord, the Demon Eye Sword God wasn't very broad-minded. Are you intentionally making life difficult for me? The Demon Eye Sword God's voice was as cold as a blade as it transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen replied, this is an auction, I have the authority to bid. Good, very good. I shall temporarily place the Heavenly Abyss Sword with you. I will definitely come back for it in the future. The Demon Eye Sword God gave up on bidding, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent that anyone could see. There is a chance. The Tiger Sky Sword God was rather unwilling, but it was useless. The Demon Eye Sword God wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that the item was in the Demon Eye Sword God's hands, the Tiger Sky Sword God could no longer obtain it. But now that Li Fuchen had interfered, the Tiger Sky Sword God saw an opportunity. In comparison, it was still unknown who was stronger between the Demon Eye Sword God and Li Fuchen. But to the Tiger Sky Sword God, strength wasn't important. He could simply lead a group of peak-grade and top-notch demigods to surround and kill the Demon Eye Sword God. This is the will of the heavens, ha! The Ghost Sword God, who was silently regretting, also saw an opportunity and was in an extremely carefree mood. The auctioneer didn't care about the schemes of the people below. He looked around and said with a beaming smile, 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones going once, 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones going twice, 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this friend. Chapter 1069. Li Fuchen had paid a significant price for 130,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. Firstly, the 70,000 mid-grade half-divine stones that he had were instantly wiped clean. Secondly, in the Clear Heart Hall's auction, the exchange rate of low-grade half-divine stones and mid-grade half-divine stones was actually 14:1. 14 low-grade half-divine stones were required to exchange for 1 mid-grade half-divine stone. After calculating it, Li Fuchen had spent 840,000 low-grade half-divine stones to make up for the remaining 60,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. Right now, Li Fuchen was only left with a few 100,000 low-grade half-divine stones, 2,000 high-grade half-divine stones, and 30 peak-grade half-divine stones. His wealth was almost gone. Of course, to Li Fuchen, the half-divine stones were just worldly possessions. It was fine as long as he had enough for the time being and there wasn't a need to feel too wasteful. Furthermore, once he was stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to earn more half-divine stones. The Heaven Abyss sword was indeed a first-rate peak-tier half-divine artifact. The moment Li Fuchen obtained it, he immediately felt a sharp sword chi flowing through his body. The intensity of the sword chi was something that Li Fuchen had never seen before. The purity of the sword chi was also something that Li Fuchen had never seen before. At the same time, the sword chi contained a sword Dao presence that intoxicated Li Fuchen. This sword Dao presence was obviously beyond the universe and it was a sword Dao presence from a higher level of time and space. Great sword. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The sword Dao was the Dao that he was pursuing after all. The moment he obtained the sword, he felt that his sword Dao level had actually loosened up. His sword Dao was already at the perfection rank and if it progressed further, it would definitely surpass the sword Dao of his universe. No wonder the Heaven Abyss sword was auctioned. But soon enough, Li Fuchen's eyes turned gloomy. Just like the 9 River Tool Pavilion's Heaven Fate Shield, the Heaven Abyss sword was also marked with a soul seal. Furthermore, this soul seal was even more vicious. With Li Fuchen's divine spirit power, he could easily see that this soul seal was able to subtly influence the Heaven Abyss sword's wielder's spirit willpower. It wasn't as simple and tyrannical as the Heaven Fate Shield's soul seal. I will let you stay for now. Li Fuchen's soul Dao proficiency wasn't high, but all soul Dao methods were just insignificant tricks in front of him and could be easily neutralized. After the auction ended, Li Fuchen was targeted by at least 3 or 4 parties. Li Fuchen didn't mind. In the battlefield of God, it was impossible to avoid being targeted, unless you were not outstanding enough. Not to mention him, even the leaders of some major forces and the senior generals of the city council would sometimes be intercepted and killed. Returning to his rented courtyard, Li Fuchen immediately began to accept the baptism of the Heaven Abyss sword. In the sky above the courtyard, the Heaven Abyss sword hung high above. A sword radiance that was like an aurora instantly poured onto Li Fuchen. Subsequently, Li Fuchen's sword Dao powers started to transform. It transformed into an even more transcendent, domineering, and mysterious sword Dao demigod power. Gradually, Li Fuchen's figure floated up. His sword Dao half-god power had evolved from a regular half-god to a peak half-god and was still increasing. Finally, Li Fuchen reached the unrivaled half-god level. When the sword Dao half-god power wasn't inferior to the fire Dao half-god power, the Heaven Abyss sword withdrew its sword radiance and returned to normal. It is also a half-god power, but the sword Dao half-god power is much more intimate. Sensing the sword Dao half-god power in his body, Li Fuchen felt like he was an exceptional divine sword that could easily break through all obstacles in the world. Li Fuchen was certain that his sword Dao attack power was definitely superior to the fire Dao attack power. He reckoned that he was only inferior in other aspects. After all, the Scarlet Flame set was an entire set and it was an all-round enhancement. This trip to the ancient Kiln City is truly fruitful. After sheathing the Heaven Abyss sword and withdrawing the sword chi, Li Fuchen landed on the ground with a smile. During this trip to the ancient Kiln City, he didn't just obtain the 4th piece of the Scarlet Flame set, the Scarlet Flame helmet, he also obtained the first-rate peak-grade half-god weapon, the Heaven Abyss sword. Both items had greatly increased his strength, especially the Scarlet Flame helmet. It allowed his attack power to reach an unimaginable level. If Li Fuchen encountered the Flood Lake Venerable again, he might have to exchange moves with him. I am not in a hurry to leave. I have just obtained the Heaven Abyss sword and haven't had the time to observe it. I would like to see what kind of sword Dao law is contained in a peak-grade sword Dao half-god weapon. It would not be realistic to say that the sword Dao laws of the universe and the sword Dao laws of the battlefield of gods were completely unrelated. However, there seemed to be a dividing line between the two. Li Fuchen was definitely stepping on the dividing line. Right now, he had to travel across mountains and rivers to cross this dividing line. The Heaven Abyss sword would definitely be able to speed up the process. Slash. A few dozen years later, Li Fuchen thrust his sword finger at the sky above the courtyard. PFFF. A sword scar instantly appeared and it was a ghastly sight. Such terrifying sword Dao law. After cultivating for a few dozen years, Li Fuchen's sword Dao had definitely broken through the shackles and contained a trace of a higher level sword Dao law. It might just be a trace and the increase in attack power wasn't significant, but it allowed Li Fuchen's sword Dao to have an otherworldly feeling. In the entire battlefield of gods, Li Fuchen was probably the only one that could make such a breakthrough in such a short period of time. It was known that everything was difficult at the beginning. Comprehending a higher level of great Dao law was the path to the god realm. It is time to meet a true expert. Li Fuchen pushed open the courtyard's door and walked out of the ancient kiln city. He has left the city. Isn't he courting death if he leaves the city now? It is indeed strange. Right now, there are at least 3 factions that wouldn't let him go. There are at least 7 or 8 factions that are eyeing him. Perhaps he has a way to escape. Let's go and take a look. It was unknown how many factions followed closely out of the city. There are quite a lot of people. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen extended a pair of flaming wings. Swish! Turning into a faintly discernible flame, Li Fuchen instantly vanished and rushed into the sky. He wants to escape, chase after him. A large number of people chased after him. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. He wanted to meet these invincible demigods, but it didn't mean that he wanted to fight a group of them. No matter how strong he was, he would definitely die if he were to face dozens or hundreds of peak-tier and top-notch demigods. Therefore, it was best to shake off at least 90% of the people. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast. Apart from a few individuals, everyone else was instantly shaken off. Void Suppression Tiger Talisman. Seeing as he couldn't close the distance with Li Fuchen, the Tiger Sky Sword God took out a tiger talisman from his spatial ring and tossed it at Li Fuchen. Immediately after, an illusory tiger appeared and roared at the sky. The void instantly froze. Let's see how you are going to escape. The Tiger Sky Sword God laughed sinisterly. He wasn't a fool and would definitely be on guard against Li Fuchen's escape. Therefore, he took out a Void Dao Pinnacle Half-God artifact, Void Suppression Tiger Talisman from the Demonic Chi Pavilion. With this Void Suppression Tiger Talisman, he could easily suppress a large area of the void and prevent enemies from escaping. Void Dao Pinnacle Half-God artifact Li Fuchen was an invincible demigod. Unless the enemy was an invincible demigod of the time and space Dao, otherwise, it was impossible to stop him. However, it was still possible to slow him down. The prerequisite was that Li Fuchen was purely an invincible fire Dao demigod. Activating the time and space half-god power, Li Fuchen's body distorted and instantly escaped from the Void Suppression Tiger Talisman. Peak-tier demigod of the time and space Dao. The Tiger Sky Sword God's face turned dark. In the entire ancient Kiln City, there were plenty of invincible demigods and plenty of peak-tier demigods. However, there were only a few peak-tier demigods in the time and space Dao. There wasn't a single invincible demigod. It could be said that any peak-tier time and space demigod was a target that all the major factions would fight for. Soul-chasing rope. The Tiger Sky Sword God wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen. The Demon Eye Sword God immediately made his move. There was an additional rope in his hand. As his half-god power was activated, the rope was like a giant snake that instantly grew countless times longer. It then tried to bind Li Fuchen. The soul-chasing rope was a capturing peak-tier half-god artifact. With the Demon Eye Sword God's invincible half-god power, it was enough to trap most of the invincible demigods. Just in time. Time and Space Shuttle. Li Fuchen had also activated the ability of the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots. In the sky, there were countless Li Fuchens. Bang boom. The soul-chasing rope might be incredible, but it wasn't able to instantly destroy all the mirages. Ghost God Flying Sword. Seeing that the Tiger Sky Sword God and the Demon Eye Sword God couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, the Ghost God couldn't be bothered to take out that entrapment peak tier half-god artifact. Instead, he took out his Ghost God Flying Sword and stepped on it. Swish! The Ghost God Flying Sword was a second-rate peak tier half-god artifact and was also a flying sword. It was abnormally fast, and when the Ghost God stepped on it, his speed was more than doubled. He quickly closed the distance between him and Li Fuchen. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, his speed would be even faster. It is about time. Li Fuchen burst out with his divine spirit power. He could see 3 large ships chasing after the trio at extreme speed. It was obvious that even a ship peak tier half-god artifact wouldn't be able to catch up to the trio's speed. Li Fuchen reckoned that it would take quite some time for the trio to catch up. It was enough for him to have a great battle. Thinking about this, Li Fuchen gradually slowed down. What is going on? The Tiger Sky Sword God was bewildered and didn't make a move immediately. To be honest, he wasn't confident in dealing with Li Fuchen in a one-on-one fight. Demon Eye, Kill Sword. The Tiger Sky Sword God didn't make a move, but the Demon Eye Sword God made a move. In the sky above his head, a giant eye of darkness and chaos appeared. Immediately after, countless sword lights burst out. Fire down 9th heaven. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike. The flaming fist was like a hot knife through butter and shattered countless sword lights. Let's attack together and kill him first. When the Ghost God saw Li Fuchen making a move, he knew that he wouldn't be able to take down Li Fuchen in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he made a move too. Swish swish swish, the Ghost God Flying Sword beneath his feet emitted countless black sword chi and shot at Li Fuchen. Dark Roaming Sky Tiger Secret Sword. Chapter 1070. Heavenly Flame Spiral. Li Fuchen's fists were like a whirlwind, sending out multiple punches in all directions. Boom boom boom, the 3 invincible demigods teamed up, creating a terrifying scene. However, Li Fuchen's Scarlet Flame set was a combination of offense and defense, and it also had speed. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they weren't able to suppress Li Fuchen. With the Scarlet Flame set, my Fire Dao strength might not be considered top-notch among the unrivaled demigods, but it is absolutely all-round and doesn't have any shortcomings. After a single exchange, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of his Fire Dao strength. The trio's attacks were getting stronger. They didn't wish to severely injure Li Fuchen, they only wished to delay Li Fuchen. Once the main group arrived, even if Li Fuchen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to avoid exhausting his half-god power and perishing. You guys should be honored to be the first to witness my demigod Sword Dao. The Fire Dao half-god power was instantly converted into the Sword Dao half-god power. Li Fuchen's chi presence turned from blazing and tyrannical to sharp and profound. Seeing this, the 3 of them came to a realization. No wonder Li Fuchen wanted to contest for the Heaven Abyss sword. It turned out that Sword Dao was Li Fuchen's main Dao. But so what? The Heaven Abyss sword was just a first-rate peak-grade half-divine artifact. It would at most allow Li Fuchen to have the strength of a first-rate invincible half-god. He didn't have much of an advantage against the 3 of them. Demon Eye Heart Sword. Ghost Sword Art. 9 Heavens Tiger God Secret Sword. The trio burst out with their kill moves at Li Fuchen. Boundless Sword C. The Heaven Abyss sword in Li Fuchen's hand spun and a silver sword C protected him. Bang bang bang, when the 3's killer moves landed on the silver sword C, the silver sword C only shook slightly. Myriad swords returned to origin. With a swing of the Heaven Abyss sword, the silver sword C that was protecting Li Fuchen suddenly burst out and turned into thousands of sword lights that pierced through the trio. Just this sword strike alone had annihilated a lot of the trio's demigod power. What a powerful sword move. The three of them were shocked. Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power was only stronger than them by one level, but Li Fuchen's sword moves were more than one level stronger than them. In the face of this terrifying sword technique, they were completely powerless to fight back. Return of sword chi. It was the same convergence of sword chi, but this time, it was completely different from the previous convergence of sword chi. The sword move had long since surpassed the original concept of chaos in the universe. It was as if it wanted to break through the space and time of the battlefield of gods, and its power was peerless. Ah! 3 people screamed. This sword move seemed to have been unleashed from within their bodies. The 3 of them had no way of dodging or hiding. They could only watch as countless sword chi burst out of their bodies and frantically annihilated their demigod powers. Strong, too strong. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the Pavilion Master. The Heavenly Tiger Sword God had fought with the Demonic Chi Pavilion Master before. The Demonic Chi Pavilion Master might be powerful enough to suppress the Heavenly Tiger Sword God, but the Heavenly Tiger Sword God's strength was obviously different from Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen's sword move was powerful and his cultivation level was powerful. The Pavilion Master of the Demonic Chi Pavilion had the power of a demigod and a powerful demigod artifact. Pu 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 pu. Sword chi crisscrossed and sword lights intertwined. In just a short moment, the trio's demigod power had already been depleted by more than 10%. Fortunately, at this time, the main force behind the 3 finally arrived, and countless attacks swept through the air. Li Fuchen didn't have the strength to contest with 100 peak-tier demigods or peak-tier demigods for now. After breaking countless attacks with a single sword, he turned and left quickly. There is no need to chase. The Ghost Sword God and the others waved their hands to stop the main force. At Li Fuchen's level, unless the enemy was completely trapped, it was useless to chase after them. The world is huge now, I can go anywhere I want. After verifying his sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen had a sense of propriety. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuchen released Yan Qinggu and the others. From now on, all of you don't have to enter the heart of the plane frequently. With sufficient strength, Li Fuchen wouldn't think about how to escape when he encountered trouble, he would think about how to solve the problem. Right now, there weren't many people or things that could make him escape. With his and Yan Qinggu's strength, if they worked together, let alone a major faction's leader, Li Fuchen was confident that he could even defeat the senior assembly's elders, unless the opposition had a peak-tier half-divine artifact set like Yan Qinggu. Big brother, is this the battlefield of gods? Li Fuxiang had also come out. As Li Fuchen's younger sister, Li Fuxiang had been cleansed by a large amount of resources since a young age. Furthermore, the more she progressed, the more precious the resources that Li Fuchen provided. It was as though he didn't care about anything. In terms of life experience and willpower, Li Fuxiang might be severely lacking, but in terms of innate potential, Li Fuxiang wasn't inferior to Yan Qinggu and Wu Zhua. Li Fuchen released her because she had already cultivated to the City Lord class Heaven Monarch realm. Li Fuchen simply gave her the peak-tier half-divine artifact armor that he obtained from the North Wind Thunder God, allowing her to become a peak-tier half-god. Right now, Li Fuchen still had a peak-tier half-divine artifact and it was the North Wind Thunder God's Thunder God cone. Li Fuchen didn't have any Thunder Dao cultivators by his side and it would be too wasteful to give it to them. It was better to use it to exchange for other peak-tier half-divine artifacts. Of course, Li Fuchen originally had another peak-tier half-divine artifact, but it was a pity that he had made a deal with the Flying Fire God. Not bad. You might have to participate in the upcoming battle and accumulate more combat experience against half-gods. To be serious, with the acceleration of time and space, Li Fuxiang's age was calculated in millions of years. But in terms of temperament and combat experience, Li Fuxiang was still very tender. Big brother, don't worry. I will perform well. After hearing that she was going to fight, Li Fuxiang was very expectant. The battle started very quickly. On the second day after Li Fuxiang was released, a sand tyrant dragon launched a sneak attack on Li Fuqin and the others. It might be called a sneak attack, but just as it was about to launch a sneak attack, Li Fuqin's sword slashed it out of the ground. Fuxiang, don't be afraid. It won't be able to kill you in a single move. Li Fuqin quickly said when he saw that Li Fuxiang was only concerned about escaping and didn't even bother to attack the sand tyrant dragon. With him around, the sand tyrant dragon wouldn't be able to kill Li Fuxiang. Therefore, Li Fuqin had to let the sand tyrant dragon build up some courage. Otherwise, if the sand tyrant dragon had to face a formidable foe alone in the future, it wouldn't be so helpless. Younger sister Fuxiang, you are already a peak-tier half-god. Your entire body doesn't have any fatal spots. The sand tyrant dragon will at most destroy a portion of your half-god power. Yan Qinggu cleaved the sand tyrant dragon and said to Li Fuxiang. Is that so? Li Fuxiang mustered up her courage and forcefully clashed with the sand tyrant dragon. As expected, Li Fuxiang felt that a portion of her half-god power had been depleted. As for her vitality, it was replenished by the fruit of life and was very full. She couldn't be blamed as she had never fought with anyone before. How would she know that after reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, there wouldn't be any fatal spots? Unless one's energy was depleted, vitality was depleted, or even bloodline was dried up. Otherwise, it would be hard to die even if one wanted to. The sand tyrant dragon might be powerful, but it was only a third-rate invincible half-god. Yan Qinggu alone was enough to suppress it. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Fuxiang wanted to experience the atmosphere of fighting with a martial expert, Li Fuqin was confident he could kill it in a short period of time. Fuxiang, this wind rock wolf's strength is around the same as yours. You will fight alone from now on. We will not help you. In the battlefield of gods, wind rock wolves were the most abundant. To be honest, the wind rock wolf's strength was naturally much stronger than Li Fuxiang. The so-called around the same was just referring to the strength of the half-god power. Li Fuxiang's performance was much better than before. She might have been suppressed by the wind rock wolf from start to end, but at least she had a trace of resistance. Big brother, I hit the wind rock wolf once. A few years later, Li Fuxiang spoke with excitement. For the past few years, she would fight with the wind rock wolf from time to time. But every time, she would end up in a miserable state and had never hit the wind rock wolf directly. Not bad, there is improvement. Li Fuqin smiled. Li Fuxiang's growth was indeed huge and she had improved in all aspects. Of course, he didn't expect her to be able to take charge by herself. He was only training her just in case. Rumble. The ground shook and sand was blown up. It is an earthquake. Let's go and take a look. Earthquakes in the battlefield of gods would usually bring out some good items. The epicenter was very far away from Li Fuqin. By the time Li Fuqin arrived, the scene was already rather chaotic. Plenty of demigods were attacking an invincible demigod, while this invincible demigod was actually collecting half-divine artifacts. It is a peak-grade Saber Dao half-god artifact. Yan Qinglu's eyes lit up. Her beauty saber was only an incomplete top-notch Saber Dao half-god artifact. Its power was already inferior to regular top-notch Saber Dao half-god artifacts, let alone a peak-grade Saber Dao half-god artifact. It is truly a small world for enemies. Li Fuqin revealed a sneer. The person collecting the half-god artifact wasn't anyone, it was the invincible demigod that was covered in green scales that attacked Li Fuqin with the undead ruler. Get lost. After activating the victory halo, Yan Qinggu brandished her saber and sent the powerful saber chi flying. Damn it. The green-scaled ruler looked at Yan Qinggu with apprehension. Her saber move was abnormally powerful. While collecting the half-god artifact, the green-scaled ruler wasn't able to resist it. Go collect the saber, leave him to me. While speaking, Li Fuqin's sword Dao universe swept out and engulfed the green-scaled ruler. How is this possible? After entering Li Fuchen's Sword Dao universe, the green-scaled ruler realized that his strength was greatly restricted. It meant that Li Fuchen's strength had already surpassed him. The green-scaled ruler remembered that Li Fuchen didn't display his powerful Sword Dao strength back then and had only been escaping. So what if his strength surpasses me? I have cultivated the chaos demonic body. The azure-scaled hegemon wasn't afraid at all. Although he wasn't very strong amongst invincible demigods, his defensive prowess was definitely above average. Even first-rate invincible demigods wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Sect Origin Swords. The Sword Dao universe restrained the green-scaled ruler while Li Fuchen instantly executed his sword move. Thousands of sword lights pierced through the green-scaled ruler's body. PFFF PFFF PFFF, fresh blood splattered. The green-scaled ruler looked down and saw that his indestructible chaos demonic body was actually broken. How is this possible? The green-scaled ruler was in disbelief. As long as the chaos demonic body wasn't broken, the amount of demigod power would be minimal. But once it was broken, the amount of demigod power would be the same as others. It is rather an incredible body refinement Dao. Chapter 1071. Sword Chi returned to origin. After the first slash, the second slash followed closely. This time, countless sword chi burst out from the ruler's body and made him look like a giant glowing hedgehog. This won't do. If this continues, the half-god power won't last for a long time. The azure-scaled hegemon swallowed a supreme-grade demigod stone and did his best to recover his demigod power. However, it was clear that the speed at which he recovered his demigod power couldn't keep up with the speed at which he used it up. In addition, a supreme-grade demigod stone was only able to recover 10 to 20% of his demigod power. Swish! The ruler waved his hand and a sailboat appeared before he jumped on it. Clang clang clang, when Li Fuchen's sword chi slashed on the sailboat, there were countless sparks. Ship-type half-god artifact. Li Fuchen raised his brows. The ruler's ship-type half-god artifact was only a top-notch half-god artifact, but it wasn't something that an invincible demigod could break. However, Li Fuchen didn't need to break the ship-type half-god artifact, he just had to exhaust the ship-type half-god artifact's power. After all, the ship-type half-god artifact required half-god power or half-divine stone. Of course, he could also use the ship-type half-god artifact's power, but it would be a huge waste of the ship-type half-god artifact. Origin Return Sword Form. Li Fuchen executed the primary extreme sword art's fourth move. In the sky, a giant sword shadow descended. Rumble. The radiance on the surface of the sailboat instantly dimmed. Boom 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 boom, subsequently, Li Fuchen constantly executed the Origin Return sword form. Damn it, how can his sword move's power be so powerful? The ruler felt anxious. Ship-type half-god artifacts would normally have a divine power pool. He had already filled the divine power pool with half-divine stones, but the supply speed was still slower than the consumption speed. Of course, it was mainly because he had placed most of the low-grade and mid-grade half-divine stones. If he placed high-grade and peak-grade half-divine stones, the supply speed would naturally be several times faster. But high-grade and peak-grade half-divine stones were too precious. The ruler didn't have a lot of them and was preparing to keep them for himself. At this moment, he was very regretful. He shouldn't have brought more demigods. Ship-type half-god artifacts would only be able to exhibit the greatest effect when used with many demigods. After all, with so many demigods providing power, even the most formidable invincible demigod would be powerless. Left with no other choice, Hegemon Azure Scale used demigod stones to replenish his demigod power while pouring demigod power into the sailboat to maintain a balance. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen's half-god power was endless. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao half-god power naturally wasn't limitless. In terms of the intensity of the half-god power, he was only a few times more than the green scale ruler. But in terms of the quality of the half-god power, he was also a few times better than the green scale ruler. With the addition of the exquisite and powerful sword moves, a single portion of the sword Dao half-god power was enough to exhaust at least 10 portions of the green scale ruler's half-god power. Brother, let us help you. Li Fuxiang and the werewolf avatar joined in the attack. Although the two of them were only peak demigods, and 10 portions of demigod power couldn't even exhaust a portion of the azure-scaled hegemon's demigod power, the two of them weren't part of the main force to begin with. They could attack the sailboat while replenishing their demigod power with demigod stones. As for Yan Qinggu, she was still collecting the Saber Dao demigod weapon. At the same time, the attacks of the demigods rained down on her. Clang! The black long saber broke through the ground and landed in Yan Qinggu's hand. Good saber. After pouring the half-god power into the black long saber, Yan Qinggu immediately knew the name of the black long saber. Dance of Destruction. The black long saber's name was Dance of Destruction. It was a very terrifying and beautiful name. Wielding the Dance of Destruction, Yan Qinggu swept across. The saber chi swept in all directions and extinguished countless incoming attacks. Everyone, attacked together. After seeing the peak of the Saber Dao demigod weapon in Yan Qinggu's hands, no one was willing to accept it. They had the advantage in numbers and attacked Yan Qinggu fearlessly. Yan Qinggu originally wanted to help Li Fuchen, but she had to take care of herself first. 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%, the sailboat's power was gradually weakening. Even if the green scale ruler poured in all her half-god power, it was useless. 30%, 20%, 10%, when the sailboat's power could only be maintained at 10%, the green scale ruler activated the sailboat's source power. 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, the sailboat's power instantly increased drastically. This sailboat isn't bad. If too much of the source power is depleted, it won't be easy to recover. Li Fuchen frowned. Ship-class half-god artifacts were things that could only be discovered and not sought. He didn't have any thoughts of peak-class half-god artifacts, but he was still able to obtain a peak-class half-god artifact. Perhaps I can try this move. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning and burst out with resplendent radiance. Immediately after, Li Fuchen slashed with his sword. The sword chi penetrated seamlessly and was countless times thinner than the thinnest thread. It instantly penetrated the interior of the sailboat. PFFF. The green scale ruler's body shook and half of the half-god power that was left in her body was instantly depleted. What? The green scale ruler was appalled to death. It is indeed effective, but it consumes too much half-god power. Executing this move would consume a lot more power than executing 100 moves of the origin return sword form. When Li Fuchen executed the second sword move, the green scale ruler's body collapsed and turned into ashes. Big brother, what move is that? It can actually attack him through the half-god artifact. Li Fuxiang asked curiously. Li Fuchen said, this move is called Seamless Sword Chi. Seamless Sword Chi was actually the highest level after the Sword Chi thread. It wasn't perfected yet. According to Li Fuchen's thoughts, the perfected Seamless Sword Chi wasn't a supreme martial art anymore, it was a god-class martial art. However, the current Seamless Sword Chi was still worlds apart from a god-class martial art. After all, Li Fuchen had only comprehended a trace of a higher-level Sword Dao law and it wasn't even considered a hair of it. Once the green scale ruler died, the sailboat immediately lost control. After boarding the sailboat, Li Fuchen poured the half-god power into the divine power pool and soon erased the half-god power mark left behind by the green scale ruler. Qinggu, board the boat. Li Fuchen controlled the sailboat and arrived beside Yan Qinggu. Swish! Yan Qinggu jumped up. Seeing the situation, many of the demigods started to attack the sailboat. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen used the Sect Origin Swords to neutralize all the incoming attacks. He then used the Origin Return Sword form to eliminate a slightly weaker top-notch demigod. In the past, they were weak and could only flee when encountering a large number of demigods. Right now, they didn't need to flee and could just kill. When over a dozen demigods perished, the remaining demigods were afraid and started to flee. It is too late to escape now. When the seamless sword Chi was released, a peak-tier demigod that had already fled far away was turned into ashes. Ultimately, less than half of the demigods managed to escape and 18 demigods were killed. So many half-god artifacts. On the deck of the sailboat, there were plenty of half-god artifacts. Among them, there were 4 peak-tier half-god artifacts and 25 peak-tier half-god artifacts. It is still faster to kill and seize wealth. With the addition of the half-god artifacts, Li Fuchen now had 5 peak-tier half-god artifacts and over 40 peak-tier half-god artifacts. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could create a group of demigods. Apart from the half-god artifacts, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 600,000 low-grade half-god stones, 50,000 mid-grade half-god stones, 3,000 high-grade half-god stones, and 20 peak-grade half-god stones. Li Fuchen had replenished half of his wealth from bidding for the Heaven Abyss sword. After using the half-god stones to recover his demigod power, Li Fuchen was considering if he should create a batch of demigods. With a ship-type half-god artifact, each demigod could be considered a source of power. If 50 peak-tier and peak-tier demigods were on the sailboat, let alone one invincible demigod, even 8 or 10 invincible demigods wouldn't be able to break the sailboat's defenses. After all, not every invincible demigod was like Li Fuchen and had such fearsome sword Dao attack power. The only problem was that after creating so many demigods and letting them cultivate in the heart of the plane, it would put a lot of pressure on the heart of the plane. Just like how demigods were unable to cultivate in the heart of the plane also had a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, the source essence would be consumed rapidly. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have mass-produced demigods and wouldn't have to wait until now. The heart of the plane is a high-class universe artifact after all. It shouldn't be a problem if I use it slowly. Ultimately, Li Fuchen decided to make the best use of it and create a batch of demigods. No matter what decision he made, it was a fact that he had more and more half-god artifacts. It was too wasteful to let so many half-god artifacts sit idle. One day later, there were more than 40 demigods on the sailboat. Among them were Li Fuchen's parents, Li Xiaodai, Zhao Mingyue, Shen Guanyu, Wu Shi, the vacant mountain emperor, and others. Basically, those who were close to Li Fuchen had all become demigods and they were all elite and peak-tier demigods. Of course, they were already at the Heaven Monarch realm, therefore, they were able to withstand the baptism of the half-god artifacts. I didn't think that I, Li Tianhan, would become a demigod one day. On the deck of the sailboat, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan looked at the scenery of the divine battlefield and were filled with emotions. Shen Yuyan said with satisfaction, "In fact, it isn't important to become a demigod. It is more important to be able to live together with my family forever." Shen Yuyan didn't mind her status as a demigod. "That's right, we aren't good at combat anyway." Li Tianhan nodded. Li Fuchen said, "Don't worry, we will live forever." He didn't mind how strong his parents were. To them, becoming a demigod was the greatest benefit of being able to live forever until the universe was destroyed. If they didn't become a demigod, they would only be able to live forever after becoming an emperor, but the difficulty was countless times higher. With more demigods, Li Fuchen had a lot more pressure. Since there were so many demigods, Li Fuchen would have to give them some demigod stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to give them demigod stones to replenish their demigod power during crucial moments. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen found a few more top-notch half-god artifacts in the divine battlefield, increasing the number of demigods on the sailboat. If others knew that Li Fuchen could find demigod artifacts so easily, it was unknown what they would think. Primary Extreme Sword God, there is a change in the half-god region. Return quickly. On this day, inside Li Fuchen's spatial ring, the communication-type demigod artifact that the Bright Moon Sword God gave him lit up and the Bright Moon Sword God's voice echoed. There is a change in the half-god region. Chapter 1072. The atmosphere in the half-god realm was extremely tense. The formations of the various factions were on high alert. No one had expected that the great five alliances of the cosmos would be annihilated in a single night. Although the Great Five Alliance could not compare to the 9 major factions in terms of top-notch combat power, they had more demigods than the 9 major factions. The Deputy Alliance Master and Alliance Master of the Great Five Alliance were both top-notch demigods and peak demigods. Logically speaking, even if they were besieged, they should be able to escape. The only explanation was that the existence that had destroyed the Great Five Alliance was very powerful. At the very least, it was an invincible demigod. When Li Fuchen arrived at the Swordsman Guild, all the demigods were basically here. Primordial Extreme Sword God, your strength? The Bright Moon Sword God could see that Li Fuchen's chi presence had reached the unrivaled demigod level. Li Fuchen said, I have already obtained a pinnacle Sword Dao half-artifact. Xiao Chen was the strongest Sword Dao sovereign emperor. Now that he had obtained a peak Sword Dao half-divine weapon, he was naturally an invincible demigod. There was no need for him to hide his demigod power. Congratulations, Primordial Extreme Sword God. All the demigods of the Swordsman Guild, including the Bright Moon Sword God, cupped their fists and congratulated him. In the past, Li Fuchen was only a pinnacle demigod and there were still people that could suppress him in the Swordsman Guild. But now, Li Fuchen was an unrivaled demigod and no one in the Swordsman Guild could suppress him anymore. Everyone's attitude had an imperceptible change and they had a trace of reverence. The Great Five Alliance was eradicated in a single night. After understanding the situation, Li Fuchen finally understood what happened in the half-god region. Although the Great Five Alliance's array could not compare to that of the 9 major powers, not just anyone could break it. Most likely, even an invincible demigod would not be able to break it. The Bright Moon Sword God said, if the other party can break the Great Five Alliance's array, it doesn't mean that they can't break the array of the 9 major factions. After all, the demigod domain is our root. We cannot afford to lose it. If they could not survive in the divine battlefield, they could retreat to the demigod domain. However, if the demigod domain was not safe, then there was really no safe place. Divinity is too little. I've only refined 6 points of divinity after so many demigods. At the edge of the living area, in the thick fog, 2 illusory figures stood in the void. 6 points of divinity is not bad. Normally, only 100 ordinary demigods can refine 1 point of divinity. The person who spoke was tall and straight, and there were white and dark patterns on the surface of his skin. His demigod power existed between light and darkness, as if he was the source of light and darkness. God Lord Light Darkness, the Great Five Alliance belongs to your Kunwu universe. Isn't it too much of a pity to destroy it all? The lanky figure with a pair of violet wings and azure bone armor licked his lips and turned to God Lord Darklight. God Lord Darklight said indifferently, existences that cannot be controlled by the god race do not need to exist. Hee, I think you're the one who looks down on them. However, unifying the Kunwu cosmos is indeed imperative. Our god race should rule over the various cosmoses. The lanky figure was from the divine race of another universe. The divine race had never been a specific race. As long as it was the bloodline left behind by the gods, it could be called the divine race. Some universes even had multiple divine races. Of course, the Protoss would also perish. In the long years of the multiverse, there were many cases of the Protoss being annihilated by the alliance of many races. It could be said that the god race and the other races were innately opposed. Who's our next target? The lanky figure casually asked. The Star Alliance. Although the Star Alliance was one of the 9 superpowers, its foundation was undoubtedly the shallowest. The other superpowers had at least 6 layers of supreme quality arrays. For example, the God Race Divine Palace had 7 layers of supreme quality arrays, while the Star Alliance only had 5. Of course, even though they only had 5 layers of supreme quality arrays, they were all interconnected and not something a few ordinary demigods could break. In the sky above the Star Alliance's camp, rumble. A pillar of light that seemed to exist between light and darkness descended from the sky with shocking momentum. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 5 layers of supreme quality arrays activated at the same time, instantly turning the sky above the Star Alliance's camp into a starry sky. The starry sky was covered in complex and unfathomable runes. Who is it? Why are you hiding? Most of the demigods of the Star Alliance had returned. Seeing that the murderer of the Great Five Alliance had dared to come to the Star Alliance, they were all filled with righteous indignation. The Star Alliance wasn't the Great Five Alliance. Whether it was in terms of individual strength or overall strength, they were far superior to the Great Five Alliance. If the murderer thought they were pushovers, then he was gravely mistaken. Lord God of Light and Darkness, the Star Alliance and your Divine Palace have never interfered with each other. Why are you attacking the Star Alliance? The leader of the Star Alliance was called the Original Beast Lord. He had the purest astral beast bloodline in the Kunwu universe. At the same time, he was also an extremely powerful peak demigod. Others might not have seen Lord God of Light and Darkness's demigod power, but he had, so he recognized it immediately. The dead don't need to know the answer. Lord God of Light and Darkness's figure appeared. With a flip of his right hand, a giant palm formed from the demigod power of light and darkness slammed toward the Star Alliance. Crack. A crack appeared on the Star Alliance's array. Impossible. The Original Beast Lord's pupils constricted. Even 10 invincible demigods wouldn't be able to crack the Star Alliance's array with a single palm. Since when was Lord God of Light and Darkness this strong? Break for me. On the other side, a tall, thin figure appeared. His right hand formed a claw and tore open the Star Alliance's array. Go. Fight them. We astral beasts don't have much, but we have more demigod power. Who's afraid of who? Astral beasts that could become demigods were no less intelligent than other races. They all knew where their advantages lay. Unfortunately, the tall, thin figure and Lord God of Light and Darkness were too strong. With a casual grab, they could crush Star Alliance demigods one after another. Even peak demigods couldn't withstand a casual squeeze from them. It didn't take long before only a few peak demigods were left in the Star Alliance, including the Original Beast Lord. Original Roar. The Original Beast Lord roared at Lord God of Light and Darkness, and a wave of light exploded. You overestimate yourself. Lord God of Light and Darkness allowed the wave of light to strike him. He stepped forward and smashed the Original Beast Lord into pulp. The Original Beast Lord truly lived up to his reputation as the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance. He had a terrifying amount of demigod power in his body. Lord God of Light and Darkness' palm hadn't destroyed all of it, only a small portion. Primordial Light. The Original Beast Lord ignored the other peak demigods of the Star Alliance. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared. You want to leave? No way. Lord God of Light and Darkness released his Light and Darkness divine domain, forcing the Original Beast Lord out of the void. Lord God of Light and Darkness, your god race will also be destroyed. In the end, the peak demigods of the Star Alliance, including the Original Beast Lord, were all killed. Before they died, they all cursed. 2 points of divinity. Not bad. Once I destroy the other 6 factions, I should be able to get 20. 2 dazzling specks of light floated in the tall, thin figure's hand. He licked his lips and swallowed them. In an instant, the tall, thin figure's demigod power skyrocketed as if he had eaten a great tonic. Lord God of Light and Darkness also had 2 dazzling specks of light. He said faintly, unfortunately, to form a god spirit, you need at least 10,000 points of divinity. Living beings had intelligence, and demigods had divinity. Normally, a normal demigod only had a sliver of divinity. Even peak demigods couldn't reach 1 point. Only invincible demigods could have 1 point of divinity. Very few people knew that there were 2 ways to become a god. The first way was to break into the realm of God. The second way was to devour enough divinity to form a god spirit. A god spirit was an evolution of a sacred spirit. It was just like how a sacred spirit was an evolution of a true spirit. However, not everyone could devour divinity. In reality, only demigod beasts and the god race had the talent to devour divinity. Moreover, they only had the talent. If they didn't awaken this talent, they wouldn't be able to devour divinity. A long time ago, Lord God of Light and Darkness had failed to become a patriarch of Iron Blood City and almost died. Perhaps because he had never suffered such a huge setback and humiliation, Lord God of Light and Darkness had awakened the talent to devour divinity. As he devoured more and more divinity, his demigod power grew stronger and stronger. This time, he had two goals. The first was to rule the Kunwa cosmos, and the second was to become a patriarch of Iron Blood City. Compared to others, we're already very lucky. At least there's hope. The tall, thin figure snickered. After a demigod chose a natal demigod weapon, it would be very difficult for their demigod power to increase greatly. Unless their first natal demigod weapon was an ordinary demigod weapon and their second natal demigod weapon was a peak demigod weapon, they would be able to forcefully transform their ordinary demigod power into a peak demigod power. Other than that, they could only rely on improving their own realm. But raising one's realm was easier said than done. Due to the limitations of innate potential, many demigods were stuck in a certain realm. But it was different for them. Every time they devoured a bit of divinity, their demigod power would grow stronger. One day, when they accumulated enough divinity, they could condense a god spirit and upgrade their life form to a god-class life form. Their bloodline would also become a god-class bloodline. After wiping out the Star Alliance, the duo immediately wiped out the Demon Palace and the God of War Pagoda. At the same time, their identities were spread out. I didn't expect Lord God of Light and Darkness to become even stronger than before. Swordsman Guild's Bright Moon Sword God had a grave expression. In the past, Lord God of Light and Darkness was already enough to make them breathless. It was fortunate that Lord God of Light and Darkness was defeated in the Iron Blood City Patriarch Assembly. Lord God of Light and Darkness had vanished for a long time, giving them some time to catch their breath. Now that Lord God of Light and Darkness had returned, he probably had great ambitions. Different situations call for different actions. I would like to meet this Lord God of Light and Darkness. Li Fuchen said. The Sky Piercer Sword God said, Primary Extreme Sword God, don't be careless. Lord God of Light and Darkness already had strength that was close to Iron Blood City's Patriarch Assembly a long time ago. Right now, he is definitely stronger and might even be stronger than regular patriarchs. In their opinion, Li Fuchen's strength was at most the leader of a major faction and was still lacking when compared to a city's patriarch. Guild leader, the Saber Union is requesting for reinforcements. Chapter 1073. Let's go. The Bright Moon Sword God hesitated for a moment before saying resolutely. The current Divine Lord Light and Dark was too powerful. If they didn't reinforce the Saber Union would definitely be destroyed. Once the Saber Union was destroyed, the Swordsman Guild wouldn't be a match for the Divine Lord Light and Dark. They might as well fight with the Saber Union against the Divine Lord Light and Dark. It was still unknown if Li Fuchen could defeat the Divine Lord Light and Dark. Furthermore, the Divine Lord Light and Dark had an invincible demigod who wasn't inferior to him. The other demigods of the Swordsman Guild didn't object. Swish! After everyone boarded the ship, the Bright Moon Sword God steered the ship towards the Saber Union. This ship-type half-god artifact is slightly inferior to mine. They might both be top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts, but Li Fuchen's sailboat was faster and had stronger half-god power. Saber Union, a 6th-layered Supreme Quality Array was clearly not something a 5th-layered Supreme Quality Array could compare to. God Lord Darklight and the Thin Figure's repeated attacks were only able to crack the Saber Alliance's array, but they were unable to completely break through. However, the Saber Union leader, the Chaos Whole Saber God, knew that the Saber Union's array would be broken soon. The 6th-layered peak-grade Supreme Array wouldn't be able to stop the Divine Lord Light and Dark. Otherwise, the Myriad Demon Palace and the Battle God Pagoda wouldn't have been destroyed. Divine Lord Light and Dark, receive my saber move. The Chaos Whole Saber God flew into the sky and drew his black saber before slashing at the Divine Lord Light and Dark. There was no sound. A pitch-black sphere of light appeared in the void. Chaos Everlasting, the Chaos Whole Saber God's strongest saber move. I didn't expect you to become an invincible demigod. It is a pity that the gap between us didn't shrink, it expanded instead. The Divine Lord Light and Dark pointed with a finger to eliminate the pitch-black sphere of light. Too powerful. The Chaos Whole Saber God had an unpleasant expression. Originally, his saber art was only at the perfection rank and his cultivation technique wasn't at the perfection rank. Therefore, just like the Bright Moon Sword God, he was considered a top-notch peak-grade demigod and was barely able to contest with regular invincible demigods. However, 1,000 years ago, he obtained another pinnacle demigod weapon. This pinnacle demigod weapon could greatly increase the power of a demigod. It was a rare amplification-type demigod weapon. With this pinnacle demigod weapon, his strength naturally rose and he reached the level of an invincible demigod. But from the situation just now, it was clear that his progress wasn't even worth mentioning in front of God Lord Darklight. Break. On the other side, the lanky figure condensed a green bone spear and pierced through the Saber Alliance's formation. Not good. The deputy chiefs of the Saber Alliance hurriedly brandished their sabers to attack the tall and skinny figure. You guys aren't enough. The tall and skinny man laughed out loud, and the cyan bone spear fiercely thrust forward. The spear images filled the sky like a rainstorm, and instantly pierced through the bodies of those people. Form the battle formation. The Sword Alliance had a total of 17 demigods. This time around, 15 demigods had returned. Under the guidance of the chaotic Whole Saber God, the 15 demigods instantly formed a battle formation that resembled a ferocious bird. Supreme battle formation. God Lord Darklight's eyebrows rose. Supreme arrays weren't rare, but supreme battle formations were extremely rare. Normally, only the Council of Elders of a city would have control over a few supreme battle formations. As the name implied, a battle formation could convert the energy of the person laying it into the power of the formation. However, normal supreme battle formations couldn't convert demigod energy into demigod energy. Only supreme battle formations could just barely do it. A puny battle formation. Watch me break it. The tall and skinny figure raised the green bone spear high into the air and then fiercely swung it at the ferocious bird battle formation. The ferocious bird battle formation howled, and with a flap of its wings, 2 streams of 5-colored demigod energy transformed into 2 rainbow-colored streams, one of which met the bone spear while the other slashed at the tall and skinny figure. Bang! Space shuddered as the 2 streams of rainbow-colored light collapsed. The ferocious bird battle formation was sent flying, its body covered in cracks. Not even a supreme battle formation can stop it? The chaotic Whole Saber God despaired. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. Even though the Saber Alliance had used its trump card, it wasn't of any use. Break for me. The blue bone spear in the tall and skinny figure's hand moved like a ghost, and with a slash, the ferocious bird battle formation was broken, sending the chaotic Whole Saber God and the other 15 demigods flying. After crushing a high-level demigod of the Saber Alliance, God Lord Darklight's body flashed, and a sword chi brushed past his body. Crack! Space itself seemed to be cut open, revealing a glimmer of crystalline light. God Lord Darklight turned his head and looked into the distance. A large ship was rapidly approaching from the horizon. Several people stood at the bow of the ship, led by 2 people. One was the Swordsman Guild's guild leader, Bright Moon Sword God. God Lord Darklight had never seen the other person before, but if his guess was correct, this was the Origin Extreme Sword God who had been in the limelight in recent years. He was the one who had unleashed the sword chi just now. God Lord Darklight, are you trying to start an all-out war? Bright Moon Sword God's eyes were sharp. So what if I am? The Light and Darkness Divine Lord didn't look at the Bright Moon Sword God and stared at Li Fuchen intently. That sword chi earlier actually made him feel a trace of danger. It was something he couldn't understand. With his current strength, even first-rate invincible demigods wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Could Li Fuchen really be like the legend said? A true son of the universe? An existence that could change the balance of the universe? If that was the case, it was a mistake for the divine race to not pay too much attention to Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen was fully fledged, the difficulty of dealing with him had increased by more than 100 or 1,000 times. It was fortunate that God Lord Greenbone was here. Even if they had to pay a price, they had to make Li Fuchen stay. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to say. Let's fight. Bright Moon Sword God waved his hand. Boom 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 boom. Everyone didn't disembark from the ship and simply stood at the bow or the side of the ship while attacking God Lord Darklight and God Lord Greenbone. A top-notch ship-type half-god artifact had always been Bright Moon Sword God's trump card and also the Swordsman Guild's trump card. As long as Li Fuchen couldn't break the defenses of the ship-type half-god artifact, they would be invincible. You think a top-notch ship-type half-god artifact can stop us? God Lord Greenbone swung his Azure Bone Spear, easily destroying many of the incoming attacks. At the same time, the violet wings on God Lord Greenbone's back flapped, and countless God Lord Greenbones appeared. Each God Lord Greenbone raised his Azure Bone Spear and swung it at the ship. Broom! The light on the surface of the ship flickered. Just like demigods, ship-type half-god artifacts had a limit to how much demigod power they could unleash. Once this limit was exceeded, they would be able to break through the defenses of the ship-type half-god artifact. Of course, the power of ship-type half-god artifacts usually far surpassed that of invincible demigods. What powerful attacks! Everyone, pour your demigod power into it. Bright Moon Sword God grimaced. He could clearly sense that a large portion of the demigod power of the Flying Moon warship had been consumed. After a few more exchanges, the demigod power would start to run out. Hearing this, everyone poured their demigod power into the divine power pool of the Flying Moon warship. A moment later, the Flying Moon warship began to glow once more. God Lord Greenbone, are you alright? God Lord Light and Dark executed a palm strike and sent the Chaos Hole Saber God and the other Saber Alliance demigods flying. At this moment, they must not allow the Saber Alliance and the Swordsman Guild to gather together. Ship-type half-god artifacts would only be able to display the greatest effect when paired with enough demigods. God Lord Light and Dark knew this very clearly. Don't worry, if it is a peak-grade ship-type half-god artifact, I won't be able to do anything. A peak-grade ship-type half-god artifact won't be able to stop me. God Lord Greenbone was very confident. Peak-grade ship-type half-god artifacts were extremely rare. Even the Doyen Assembly's Doyens didn't possess peak-grade ship-type half-god artifacts. Of course, peak-grade ship-type half-god artifacts weren't unbreakable. With enough people, they could still break the defenses of a peak-grade ship-type half-god artifact. While speaking, God Lord Greenbone raised his green bone spear and slashed at the ship again. Swish! This time, God Lord Greenbone wasn't able to hit the ship. The spear's shadows were all neutralized by the Silver Sword Sea. Not bad, Myriad Era Splendor. How could God Lord Greenbone not see that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular invincible demigod? Be it that sword chi earlier or the Silver Sword Sea, it was enough to prove Li Fuchen's strength. But due to his confidence, he didn't put Li Fuchen in his heart. Chapter 1074. Boom! The silver sword C and the light pillar exploded at the same time. Without the protection of a peak-grade half-god artifact, God Lord Green Bones was sent flying. Guild leader, I will go deal with him. I will leave God Lord Light and Darkness to you. Li Fuchen flew off the flying moon warship and charged at God Lord Green Bones. Alright. Seeing that the Chaos Hole Saber God and the others were in danger, the Bright Moon Sword God quickly steered the flying moon warship towards God Lord Light and Darkness. Boom 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 boom, before the warship arrived, a flurry of attacks was already blasting at God Lord Light and Darkness. The attacks were constantly exhausting God Lord Light and Darkness's half-god power, although the exhaustion was very slight. 1, 2, 3, God Lord Light and Darkness killed 10 Saber Union demigods in a single breath before turning around to clash with the flying moon warship. After all, the remaining 4 Saber Union demigods were either peak-grade demigods or invincible demigods. It was impossible to kill them in a short period of time. Furthermore, his half-god power was greatly exhausted from the attacks of the Bright Moon Sword God and the others. Making use of this opportunity, the Chaos Hole Saber God and the remaining 4 Saber Union demigods finally boarded the flying moon warship. Bright Moon Sword God, many thanks. The Chaos Hole Saber God spoke with a heavy tone. The Saber Union had definitely suffered a great loss in this battle. With the addition of the 2 demigods that couldn't make it back in time, the Saber Union was only left with 6 demigods. In the future, even if they had more demigods, their strength wouldn't be as good as before. Let's deal with God Lord Light and Darkness first. The Bright Moon Sword God felt the power of God Lord Light and Darkness and had a tense expression. They had struck God Lord Light and Darkness countless times, but his half-god power didn't seem to be weakened at all. The Chaos Hole Saber God said, God Lord Light and Darkness is dozens of times stronger than before. It is impossible for us to defeat him. We can only rely on the primary Extreme Sword God. Even with a peak-grade half-god weapon, the Chaos Hole Saber God didn't think they could contest with God Lord Light and Darkness. They would at most be able to last for a period of time. The Bright Moon Sword God nodded and took a glance at Li Fuchen. His heart couldn't help but palpitate. The Divine Lord Green Bones' half-god power might look stronger and was countless times stronger than Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen's sword art was extremely sharp and tyrannical. The Divine Lord Green Bone had also cultivated his sword art to the perfection rank, but he had to admit that his sword art was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Sword Dao level above the perfection. God level sword art. The Bright Moon Sword God was puzzled. Break. The God Lord Green Bone used his robust half-god power to burst out with his kill move without any restraints. He wanted to use the fastest speed to exhaust Li Fuchen's half-god power. However, Li Fuchen's sword art was too mystical and was able to utilize 10% of the half-god power. When God Lord Green Bone's kill move encountered Li Fuchen's sword move, it would usually be neutralized before its power could fully explode. Gradually, God Lord Green Bones began to feel restless. I don't believe I can't suppress you. God Lord Green Bones flapped his purple wings and countless God Lord Green Bones appeared. Each of them would burst out with a kill move at Li Fuchen. In an instant, countless killer moves were like a tsunami that enveloped Li Fuchen from all directions. This person's demigod power is at least 10 times stronger and purer than mine. Li Fuchen didn't understand how his opponent cultivated. Logically speaking, once a person chose an innate half-god artifact, the demigod power wouldn't have a significant increase. After Li Fuchen chose the Heaven Abyss sword, his sword Dao demigod power was basically fixed. In the future, even if he cultivated for 10 million or 100 million years, his demigod power wouldn't have a significant increase, unless his cultivation realm increased. However, he was already at the strongest sword Dao Emperor level. If his cultivation realm increased, he would be at the god level. By then, the demigod power in his body wouldn't be demigod power, it would be god power. Could he have a half-god artifact set? Li Fuchen recalled about the half-god artifact set. In his opinion, only a half-god artifact set would be able to make a person's demigod power so powerful. Putting aside Yan Qingwu's peak-grade half-god equipment set, even his top-notch half-god equipment set, the Scarlet Flame set, would be able to make his Fire Dao half-god power reach a terrifying level that far surpassed his Sword Dao half-god power once he gathered all of them. Li Fuqian didn't think much and spun the Heaven Abyss sword to deal with God Lord Greenbone's countless kill moves. A massive silver sword sea enveloped him. Boom 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 boom. Countless killer moves landed on the Silver Sword Sea, creating huge waves. But no matter how ferocious and endless the killer moves were, they could not break the Silver Sword Sea. When facing the Sword Sea horizon that had turned into a Sword Dao universe, unless the Divine Lord Greenbone's cultivation realm surpassed Li Fuqian, he would have to wait for Li Fuqian's half-god power to be exhausted and unable to maintain the sword move. Of course, Li Fuqian could see that the opposition's objective was to exhaust his half-god power. Li Fuqian naturally wasn't going to comply. He maintained the Sword Sea horizon while absorbing the half-god power from the peak-grade half-divine stone. Li Fuqian's demigod power was too robust. If this battle continued, Li Fuqian didn't think he would be able to laugh until the end. Damn it! What level is his sword art at? The more the Divine Lord Greenbone fought, the more shocked he was. Li Fuqian's half-god power was weaker than his by 100 times, but Li Fuqian was actually on par with him. If Li Fuqian's half-god power was comparable to the Divine Lord Greenbone Divine Lord, wouldn't Li Fuqian be able to eliminate him in a single sword? God Lord Light Darkness, this person is troublesome. God Lord Greenbones didn't try to be brave and messaged God Lord Light Darkness. Alright. God Lord Light Darkness had been observing. He didn't need God Lord Greenbones to say it, and he knew that God Lord Greenbones alone wouldn't be able to eliminate Li Fuqian. Light and Dark Abyss. Horrific half-god power gathered frenziedly as God Lord Light Darkness blasted out a move. A horrific abyss was formed and devoured the Flying Moon warship. This move was one of God Lord Light Darkness' strongest kill moves. It was also the move that consumed the most demigod power. Just a single move had consumed 10% of his demigod power. If it wasn't for the special situation, God Lord Light Darkness wouldn't use this move. After all, if he spent more time, he would be able to eliminate the Bright Moon Sword God and the others. Furthermore, he would be able to consume less demigod power. In the flickering abyss, the Bright Moon Sword God could feel that the Flying Moon warship's demigod power was being rapidly consumed. Pour in all the demigod power. At this moment, the Bright Moon Sword God couldn't be bothered to attack anymore. Furthermore, they were in the abyss and had lost their target. Everyone poured the demigod power into the Flying Moon warship's divine power pool and tried their best to brighten up the Flying Moon warship. Such an incredible kill move. No wonder they are from the divine race. After seeing everything, Li Fuqian raised his brows. The divine race was the descendants of gods, and it wasn't a baseless rumor. As descendants of gods, their bodies would have traces of gods' abilities. Let it be exposed then. With a wave of Li Fuqian's hand, a sailboat expanded and flew out. Boom boom boom, dozens of attacks were blasted at God Lord Light Darkness. Who else could it be other than Yan Qingwu and the others? Another top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. God Lord Light Darkness had a dark expression. He would need to consume a lot of demigod power to deal with one top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. If he were to deal with two of them, the amount of demigod power wouldn't be twice as simple. Furthermore, Li Fuqian's ship-type half-divine artifact was obviously of a higher grade than the Bright Moon Sword Gods. There were more demigods on the ship and they were all stronger. God Lord Light Darkness, don't hide anymore. Fight with all your strength. God Lord Greenbone's body was surging with demigod power. In fact, until now, he still hadn't used his full strength. It was mainly because once he used his full strength, he would consume a lot of demigod power. It was unknown how many demigod stones he would need to replenish his demigod power. I know. Without any hesitation, God Lord Light Darkness executed the Light and Dark Abyss again and devoured Li Fuqian's sailboat. With the demigod power that was consumed at the start, God Lord Light Darkness had used up 30% of his demigod power. If there were no accidents, he would have to use a lot more demigod power. Myriad Era Extinguishment. God Lord Light Darkness had his strongest kill move, so did God Lord Green Bone. The green bone spear in his hand was glowing brightly and it felt like it could blind a person. God Lord Green Bone exerted strength in his right arm and hurled the spear at Li Fuchen. It was too fast. The green bone spear was unbelievably fast and arrived in front of Li Fuchen without any delay. In the next moment, it was about to penetrate Li Fuchen's body. Origin Return Sword Form. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and a giant sword shadow rushed into the clouds. Clang! There was a burst of sparks. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for God Lord Green Bone and was sent flying. He is actually not severely injured. God Lord Green Bone had a bad feeling. His Myriad Era Extinguishment consumed 10% of his demigod power. If he couldn't severely injure the enemy, it would be the same as a failure. You are still far from being able to severely injure me with this move. God Lord Green Bone's move was very powerful, but it was a pity that Li Fuchen's Origin Return Sword form wasn't weak either. Most of the power was neutralized by the Origin Return Sword form. As for the remaining power, a portion of it was neutralized by the Primordial Armor, a portion of it was neutralized by the Half-Divine Artifact Armor, and the final portion was mostly neutralized by the Myriad Calamity Immortal Body. The actual power that reached Li Fuchen's body was negligible, therefore, it was only able to eliminate a portion of Li Fuchen's half-god power. It was impossible to severely injure Li Fuchen and force him to use the half-god power to recover. Take my seamless sword Chi Tu. While flying back, Li Fuchen slashed at God Lord Green Bone. When the sword was slashed, the terrifying sharpness caused God Lord Green Bone to sense it. He subconsciously formed the green bone spear to block in front of him. It was a pity that it was all in vain. The sword Chi instantly slashed across God Lord Green Bone's body. A thin line of blood extended from God Lord Green Bone's forehead to his crotch. Impossible. The sword Chi burst out and quickly extinguished the demigod power within God Lord Green Bone's body. It was even more than the God Lord Green Bone's seamless sword Chi. God Lord Green Bone didn't know that Li Fuchen's seamless sword Chi was able to extinguish half of the ruler Green Scale's demigod power through a top-notch half-divine artifact. Now that it had directly struck God Lord Green Bone, the lethality was naturally even more terrifying. Chapter 1075. Could he have already touched the God realm? After seeing everything, the Divine Lord Light and Dark's eyes contracted. Ascending to become a god was the dream of all demigods, it was also the Divine Lord Light and Dark's dream. There were two ways to become a god. The first method was to devour enough divinity to form a god spirit and raise one's vitality level to the god class. As for other aspects, they could slowly improve. However, this method was limited to the divine race and other races couldn't even think about it. The second method was to break through to the god class. Once the cultivation level broke through, be it the vitality level, power, bloodline, true spirit, or spirit soul, they would all break through and reach the god class. Light and Dark Abyss. The Divine Lord Light and Dark couldn't be bothered to conserve his demigod power and used his strongest kill move for the third time. This time, his target was Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had just released the seamless sword Chi and had yet to use the new power. Therefore, he was instantly devoured by the Light and Dark Abyss. But soon enough, there was a flash of sword light and Li Fuchen skimmed out from the abyss. The Divine Lord Light and Dark's strongest kill move was able to trap top-notch half-divine artifacts, but it obviously couldn't trap Li Fuchen. You actually injured me. Courting death, I shall be buried with you. The Divine Lord Green Bone's demigod power burst out. Countless white bones emerged and shot at Li Fuchen like arrows. Bang 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 bang, the white bones were powerful, but they couldn't break Li Fuchen's defense. During the collision, they were rapidly turned into white powder. For a moment, the white powder gathered more and more, instantly forming a white coffin, sealing Li Fuchen inside. Inside the white coffin, Li Fuchen felt a terrifying power seeping into his body. This power was similar to the calamity power, but it had the smell of decay. Boom! The white coffin shattered and a sword light rushed out. Li Fuchen's sword Dao had definitely broken through to the perfection rank. It wasn't something that the Divine Lord Green Bone could seal. However, be it the Divine Lord Light and Dark's strongest kill move or the Divine Lord Green Bone's strongest kill move, Li Fuchen had to expend a lot of demigod power to deal with them. Right now, Li Fuchen's sword Dao demigod power was already used up by 50%. The Divine Lord Green Bone naturally didn't have extravagant hopes of finishing off Li Fuchen in a single move, as it was impossible. His objective was to exhaust Li Fuchen's half-god power. Without the half-god power, Li Fuchen would be like water without a source, and it would be useless no matter how incredible his sword art was. With their demigod power, God Lord Light Darkness and God Lord Green Bone should be able to last longer than me. Li Fuchen roughly calculated the remaining amount of half-god power from the Light and Dark God Lord and the Green Bone God Lord's half-god power waves. He deduced that he wouldn't be able to outlast the two of them. After all, no matter what, the intensity and quality of the two's demigod powers were more than 10 times that of his. Even though his sword technique had reached a more profound level and he could unleash 10 to 20% of his demigod powers, there was still a limit. I'll recover my demigod sword Dao power first. Li Fuchen's chi presence changed. He instantly withdrew the sword Dao half-god power and surged out with the fire Dao half-god power. Courting death. How could God Lord Darkness and God Lord Green Bone not know what Li Fuchen was planning? They quickly executed their kill moves. Boundless Sword C. The Scarlet Sword C instantly surrounded Li Fuchen. It wasn't impossible to execute a sword art with the fire Dao half-god power, but the effects would be greatly reduced. If the sword Dao half-god power was used to execute a sword art, the power would be 10%. If the fire Dao half-god power was used to execute a sword art, then the power would only be 20%. However, the fire Dao half-god power could only be used to execute the primary extreme sword art and not the seamless sword chi. Boom boom boom, with the scarlet flame set, the primordial armor, the indestructible body, and the tree of life, Li Fuchen's defense was several times stronger than God Lord Darkness and God Lord Green Bone's imagination. Apart from exhausting Li Fuchen's fire Dao half-god power, the duo couldn't do anything else. However, they were confident they could exhaust Li Fuchen's fire Dao half-god power soon enough. 40%. 30%. When the fire Dao half-god power was left with less than 30%, Li Fuchen switched to the sword Dao half-god power. At this moment, after absorbing the peak-grade half-god stone, Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power had recovered from 50% to 60%. Seamless Sword Chi. The sword Chi flashed across God Lord Darkness and God Lord Green Bone's bodies and instantly destroyed a portion of their half-god power. Crack. On the other side, Yan Qingwu's sailboat was the first to break through God Lord Darkness's light and darkness abyss. Such an incredible kill move. Yan Qingwu had lingering fear. This move had exhausted more than half of everyone's half-god power. It wasn't hard to imagine if they didn't have the sailboat's protection, they wouldn't even be able to last a breath and would be instantly annihilated. Immediately after, the Bright Moon Sword God's flying moon warship had also broken through the light and darkness abyss. At this moment, the Bright Moon Sword God and the others' chi presences were dispirited and their half-god power was nearly exhausted. Without any hesitation, under Yan Qingwu's invitation, the Bright Moon Sword God and the others boarded the sailboat. As a result, the number of demigods on the sailboat had reached more than 70, which was a very impressive number. Seeing this scene, God Lord Green Bone said to God Lord Darkness, "Let's retreat." Li Fuchen alone was already hard enough for them to deal with. With over 70 demigods and top-notch half-god artifacts, they no longer had any advantage. If they stayed, they would only be in a disadvantageous situation. I will let you off this time. God Lord Darkness took a deep look at Li Fuchen before leaving with God Lord Greenbone. That was a close call. The bright moon sword god who had recovered some of his half-god power was still fearful. It was truly too dangerous this time. Without Li Fuchen, the entire Kunwu cosmos would probably be ruled by the God Lord Darkness and the divine race. The other races would never be able to rise again. After taking a glance at the sailboat, Yan Qinggu, and the others, the bright moon sword god tactfully didn't ask Li Fuchen how many half-divine artifacts did he have to actually create so many half-gods. Even the divine race only had over 30 half-gods, but there were already more than 50 half-gods on the sailboat. It could be said that be it in terms of elite combat strength or number of half-gods, Li Fuchen's faction was already superior to the 8 major factions, including the Swordsman Guild. Only the divine race could contest with him. It was unbelievable that a single person was able to create a terrifying super faction in such a short period of time. The God Lord Darkness returned with terror and eliminated the Great Five Alliance, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Demon Palace, and the Battle God Pagoda. He had also severely injured the Saber Union. His formidable strength had caused the remaining Dark Parliament and the Trials Eye to tremble with fear. The 2 major factions naturally wanted to form an alliance with the Swordsman Guild. After all, only the primary extreme sword god could stop the God Lord Darkness. However, the Dark Parliament's guild leader, Undead Ruler, had an irreconcilable conflict with Li Fuchen. The undead ruler didn't think that Li Fuchen would forgive him if he admitted to his mistakes. Without a choice, the undead ruler led all the Dark Parliament's half-gods and left the half-god region. It was unknown why the Trials Eye left the half-god region like the Dark Parliament. As such, the half-god region that was connected to the Kunwu cosmos was only left with the Divine Race Temple and the Swordsman Guild. As for the Saber Union, they could only be considered a guest or a vassal of the Swordsman Guild. After eliminating the Great Five Alliance, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Demon Palace, and the Battle God Pagoda, and killing a large number of the Saber Union's half-gods, the God Lord Darkness has a large number of half-divine artifacts. It is enough to create a large group of half-gods. If he uses the ship-type half-divine artifacts, it will be extremely difficult to deal with them. In the Divine Sword Peaks Guild Hall, the Bright Moon Sword God voiced out his concerns. Li Fuchen nodded. This possibility is very high. When the God Lord Darkness makes a comeback, we will have to face at least 100 divine race half-gods. We have to be on guard. The heaven-piercing sword god said, the divine race doesn't have a lot of emperors in the half-god region. If we want to mass-produce half-gods, we will have to return to the Kunwu cosmos. Therefore, the battlefield isn't in the half-god region, it is in the Kunwu cosmos. The Bright Moon Sword God sighed. The previous war was also in the Kunwu cosmos. Back then, the situation was too tragic. This time, it was going to be even more tragic. There is still a war to be fought. The divine race is a malignant tumor that should have been removed long ago. Li Fuchen knew clearly that this war would decide the future of the Kunwu cosmos. Would the divine race dominate the world, or would the races stand in great numbers? Or would both sides suffer heavy losses and return to the original situation? Everything would depend on the result of this war. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen said, we have to return to the Kunwu cosmos, but not now. Wait for me in Iron Blood City first. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.